Nobody. I just feel like it's hard, we hard pressed in this chat to find 12 people in a row to agree. So we're gonna see what this his defensive team closing would be like today. I'm trying to see if I can get an update. But like oftentimes when we come to social media and everything's just, we can hang out and just talk about, damn, you see what happened, all this. But some of this stuff is heavy consequences. Life in prison ain't no joke. Or, I mean, and just like in the DV situation, when we seen the Cassie on the video and stuff like that, that's real. Like nobody should be treated that way, but we get to be careful on what we do. Good morning, Sharrell.
Hey, what I missed? Anything good?
Oh, nothing yet. I'm just strolling down. I don't see a thing yet, but court's supposed to start right about now.
Right. They're going to be late.
Yeah, they typically are. I was just saying how I think when we go through and watch these trials and stuff and different things, you ain't in it, so it's easy to say, hey, give your perspective. Well, I think that he should be good to go. But anytime you go towards a jury, 12 jurors, even if you're the prosecutor and you got a strong case, you never know what the outcome going to be on either side. So the best thing is try to not ever put yourself in that predicament. On the outside, I can say, oh, yeah, no, he good to go. But could you imagine being Diddy right now?
As a body language expert and a jury consultant, what does that tell you?
He's distancing. So when you're actively involved, you're leaning forward. When you're thinking and contemplating, you're leaning sideways. When you're leaning back, you're now distancing. So when you see somebody leaning back, it's also considering that it's finished, right? It's kind of like the words, it is finished. So he leans back. A lot of times we see this when there's like in a business negotiation or deal, when a deal's been reached or when there is a finish to something, the person will lean back. The fact that he's actually staring out into space is a little bit different. You add that to the leaning back, and he's going through probably deep reflection, right? He's pondering all of these things and thoughts and feelings that he has throughout the trial and listening to this prosecutor. So there's a combination of emotions that are going on, but he certainly has distanced himself from it and disengaging.
Now, there's a picture that I want to bring up, a sketch from yesterday, and it was when Sean Combs returned, I think, after lunch. The prosecution went for 2 hours, then they took a lunch break, and then they finished up in their closing arguments. And it's kind of a sight that we've seen before with Diddy. He's got this huge smile on his face. He's making the heart hand symbol. Members of his family, they were in the gallery yesterday, as they've been for a good portion of this trial. What does that type of emotion tell you as you take a look at a picture here of him kind of waving at his family members? But more importantly, seeing him do that, what kind of impact can that have on a jury, just kind of observing Sean Combs?
Sure. So we know that he's very demonstrative. He sends nonverbal signals throughout the trial. There was facial expressions, his hand movements, his eye lifts, his eyebrow, raises, his leaning, his hand, and all of a sudden yeses and nos, right? So he's using a lot of this demonstrative gesturing when he's doing that. But when he's giving that heart signal, he's motioning over to other people, right? I got this. And he feels like he's being loved, and he's sending and receiving love, right, from either people that are on the gallery. And there's also with the jury that is seeing this, he's sending the message that he has emotion, right? Because a lot of times when we see these horrible allegations, we often see a very flat affect. Now he's showing this big smile. He feels very empowered. He feels like things are going well for him. He's happy about it, and he's sending love, giving and receiving.
Tyler, for you as a criminal defense attorney, when it comes to body language, as we're taking a look at some video here of members of Diddy's family arriving in court here in Lower Manhattan, you can see the media surrounding them as they make their way into the courthouse to go into the courtroom, where they will see their dad, who's been locked up in a federal, the MDC, and then in New York since September of last year. Tyler, what type of body language do you try to send when you're giving a closing argument that can be effective with the jury?
One thing is, if the prosecution seems or presents a case as if it's open and shut, it's an easy case, it's easy for them to make a decision. It's to show that you're serious in your demeanor and your closing. Let the jury know that this is somebody whose life is on the line, that there's a chance that he's going to spend every day in jail for the rest of his life if he's convicted. Although you can't get into the sentencing and things like that of that nature, but you can raise the stakes to the jury by your body language, by your voice inflection, by your demeanor, by the speed of how you walk, things of that nature go a long way in presenting a strong closing for the defense.
Now, Susan, yesterday it was reported that Christy Slavic, who is the assistant U.S. attorney who gave the closing argument for the government, she kind of, and she had to go for 4 hours. And she really, I think when you read the transcript, it was kind of fact, trying to lay out and streamline the past 7 weeks of testimony that these jurors have heard. She read off of a prepared statement. She was reading from a lectern. When you see the way that attorneys and everybody involved with this case is a very successful attorney, prosecution, and defense, but what are the most effective ways to communicate to jurors in key moments like this?
Sure. The main thing is that your nonverbals are in sync with their verbal language. So that's the main thing too. So what I look for, and I think the jury also will be able to pick up whether it's genuine or not, is that are they in sync? Do the gestures match up to the words, to their tone? Like as if my colleague was saying, your tone, your rhythm, your pace, your volume, all of that all sends a signal. So if you want to make a point, then you need to also use your pauses and hesitations. There's a lot of vocal techniques that you can use to be able to really seal the deal or seal the message. So the main thing is that I look for is the synchronization of what they say and what their body language says. The other thing is that you want to keep their body language within their frame. When a person is very confident what they're saying, and they're very pointed in it, then their gesturing stays within that frame. When an attorney starts to flay off, is basically kind of going off the grid, it can look a little bit disjointed. So the main thing is making really good eye contact, not piercing on eye contact, but on the other hand, make sure that everything is in sync together, and it'll naturally flow, Chris, when you really believe it. So that's the big thing. You can't fake it to make it. Either you believe it or you don't believe it. But if you try to push it, it's going to come across as being inauthentic, and the jury's is going to be able to read right through that.
Yeah, and to Tyler's point, and especially in this case, if you're a juror and you think of someone, the profession that sticks out to me is the juror who's a deli clerk, and they're 30 years old, and they're about to decide whether or not Sean Combs, who's someone I'm sure they grew up watching, whether he could go to prison for the rest of his life. So to Tyler's point, you got to be authentic in that moment in laying out the stakes. I want to bring in the third member of our panel right now, Aaliyah Roberts, trial attorney. We just got an update from the courtroom that the judge has said that the judge has entered and confirmed that deliberations will start Monday, which is what we were expecting. And I want to take our first question from the chat. This is from Show and Tell Knitting. And Aaliyah, I'll let you get started for us. What do attorneys look for in body language of prospective jurors during voir dire when they're picking the jurors, kind of interviewing them and determining whether or not they're a good fit for a jury in a trial?
Sure. Good morning, everyone. I think that when you are picking a jury in voir dire, you want to make sure that they're leaning in and paying attention. You want to make sure that they can actually hear you, what they're saying. They're not looking down. They're not looking at their phone. They're not looking at their watch, trying to get out early or trying to have an excuse to leave early. You want to really look at them leaning in, really focus on what they're saying, really attend.
Dutch Boy Professional Series works hard for you with top quality primers, durable interior and exterior paints, and specialty products to help grow your business. Dutch Boy Professional Series paints, available at Menards.
Team is saying once the closing arguments actually begin. But as far as a timeline of how long it could take to present that closing argument from the defense, earlier this week, they said he was going to take a little less than 3 hours. Compared to the prosecution, they went all day yesterday for roughly 4 hours. Why would the defense not want to, especially when you don't call any witnesses? You didn't call any witnesses in this trial. Why go shorter than the prosecution?
Well, the defense's theme is clearly that the prosecution has not proved the elements of the crime beyond a reasonable doubt. They're probably going to hinge on the fact that most of the interactions between Mr. Combs and the victims was consensual. They'll try to nail down facts to show that there were no criminal enterprise. The difference between the defense is the prosecution has to prove these things. The defense just has to point out how the prosecution has failed to prove their case. And I think that's what the overarching theme has been this entire case. When they've cross-examined witnesses, they try to attack little small facts to show things may have been consensual or it wasn't a real criminal enterprise. And on the closing, I just see them trying to reiterate those things and bring them to the attention of the jury one last time.
Susan, we don't have any updates as of yet of what Sean Combs, what he seems like, what his demeanor is today, but there was a big moment heading into closing arguments earlier this week, that moment when the judge asked Diddy how he was doing, and Diddy said fine, and then he went a step further and said, Judge, by the way, something along the lines of, I think you're doing a great job. When you compare, you take that moment, you kind of line it up with, he was nodding at the jury, he got scolded for that. Our Elizabeth Milner has said that he also was making eye contact with each juror when they enter the courtroom throughout the trial. What did that moment earlier this week tell you about Sean Combs?
Well, he's trying to build rapport with everybody, right? He's trying to build rapport with the judge. And the thing is, it's patronizing. You're doing a great job, but the judge doesn't need the pat on the back, right? It's going to come across as a bit condescending and inauthentic. And the fact that he's making eye contact, he's basically saying that I acknowledge you. I see you are present. I'm present with you. How often do they actually get to meet eye to eye with a huge, big celebrity like him? He knows that power. He's using it to his advantage, and it can work, especially if the other person is actually looking at him straight in the eye. But leaning forward, telling the judge, you're doing a great job, is really shows can for the judge can appear as biased. So in other words, you're doing a great job. It's almost like the law of reciprocity. If I tell you something good, you're going to send something back good to me. And the other thing is I want to mention about the jury, the one thing that you really want to look for is the low eye blinking, right? Because that's concentration. I'm listening. When a person's feeling anxiety or cognitive load, you see a little flutter. So when you, just like my colleague said, leaning forward, and you want to see low blink rate compared to their baseline, that's saying they're paying attention.
Aaliyah, I want to get another question coming in from our chat, and we appreciate everybody who's dropping questions in already. We'll be asking them throughout the day here on Law and Crime, as we're going to be live tracking Diddy's closing arguments. September Everything asks, would there be any issues if the jury came back within an hour of being handed the case? And now we know for sure that the jury is going to be getting this case on Monday.
I don't think there would be any issues. No, I think that if the jury comes back in an hour, that means that they had already made up their minds very early, even though they listened to the rest of the evidence. Maybe they had all agreed that at least some of these charges were proven by the prosecution, if not all of them, and they had enough evidence to make that decision within the hour. I think that if they came back within the hour, I'd be concerned about a not guilty verdict as to a guilty verdict. But I mean, jurors, are finicky, for lack of a better term. Jurors, they're people just like us, especially knowing they've been doing this for 6 weeks, right? It's about to be the 4th of July holiday. They want to get in and get out. So no, I'm not concerned about an hour. I would be concerned if, it was 30 minutes, but an hour might mean they have all that they need.
Susan, as someone who works with defendants, and you're a jury consultant as well, when you think about how Sean Combs has acted in court, what's typically your advice to a defendant, and how does that compare to how you've seen Sean Combs act and try to use, apparently, even if it's in subliminal ways, his celebrity status to try to have an influence on this case?
Yeah, so the thing is that I work with my clients is to creating a more of a neutral expression, not a stone face, not an overexpressive expression, but a neutral facial expression, showing genuine micro gestures or micro facial expressions, but not the overt ones that we see, the ones that are what we call illustrators or emblems. This is an emblem like I love you, eyebrows raised, consent, all of that's appalling, and all those kind of things, these nonverbal signals. I shut that down right away. So when I am working with a client, I put them on camera. And what I do is I take them both through their testimony and then cross. And then I show them the video and I let them see what they're doing. and then we work on changing some of the behavior. So my belief is to make small tweaks to make big changes, but if you try to alter them too much, again, it's going to be considered being inauthentic. So you want them to look as if they're being humanized and they have a neutral expression, a more softened expression, but also that they understand the seriousness of it, and they do show concern.
Tyler, as we're awaiting the beginning of Diddy's closing arguments in this case, if you were to, in that 3-hour time span, try to convince this jury that Sean Combs, even though they've seen that 2016 video, they've heard some very emotional testimony, how do you, in that 3-hour period, get a jury to believe that Sean Combs is not guilty of the charges that he's facing?
I would try to point out some of the best facts that came out for the defense throughout my entire closing. For example, I would say and probably play the audio, if I could, of Miss Ventura saying that she was going to kill somebody if they didn't give her access to the tape that was allegedly out there, showing that this is somebody who's willing to even kill somebody to get what she wants. And now she's doing the same thing to Mr. Combs. I would try to paint out the prosecution of being overzealous to try to take out somebody and had their eyeball on not just putting Mr. Combs away for one offense, but building a RICO case to act as if he's some master criminal enterprise operator. And I also try to hinge on facts regarding the victims maybe consenting to their relationships with Mr. Combs, whether it's being paid $10,000 a month or reaping other benefits from lavish trips and other perks from being in a relationship with them, and say, look, all this, maybe he wasn't a good guy, but did he commit crimes here? Has the prosecution proved their case beyond a reasonable doubt? And leave it to the jury to make a decision. I think that's the only thing they can do.
And before we get started with what Diddy's defense is going to say today, Aaliyah, what stood out to you yesterday with how the prosecution made their final case to the jury?
I think my takeaway specifically as to the coercion element, right? I think the prosecution did a great job of saying, yes, consent can be revoked at any time. It just takes one time. It takes one opportunity. Maybe they were consenting to certain freak-offs, but not all of them. And that one that they did not consent to, that in and of itself is coercion, coupled with the fact that, you know, we have this arson, coupled with the fact that we have the video, coupled with the fact that there are instances of Mr. Combs threatening Miss Ventura's family, threatening Jane Doe to take away her housing if she didn't comply, things like that. I think that speaks to the coercion element, because I know there's a lot of back and forth from just the polling here on Law and Crime as to whether or not it was consent versus coercion. So I think that's a really, really good thing that they did yesterday, of just pointing out it takes one time, right? And that one time that I said no, and then I no longer had the right to say no, that in and of itself is coercion. So that stood out to me yesterday.
We're getting some updates to come in from, starting to come in from the courtroom right now. This is an interesting one because closing arguments haven't started, but it seems like they're trying to figure out how to set up the closing arguments. This is Combs' attorney Garagos about Mia, which is a pseudonym. Mr. Agnifilo would like to show an exhibit on an easel. We redacted her name so that no one in the gallery can see her face. The government wants to put a Post-it note over her face. The judge says, how are you to place it? And then it was kind of a lighthearted moment and they laughed a bit. So it seems like they're trying to figure out how they present their visual evidence. Tyler, how much, when you prepare for a closing argument, is already planned out before you walk into the courtroom where, you know, here they're just trying to get things together before they actually begin speaking?
Mostly everything, especially a case of this nature. You have to have all your T's crossed and all your I's dotted. I mean, from the moment you get up, what exhibits are going to be used, where evidence is going to be placed, what facts are going to be brought out, what diagrams are going to be used. All these things are thought of very thoroughly when you get to closing. And you're thinking about your closing the entire case. You always say you're preparing your case from the time opening's in. Every witness that gets up, you're thinking, okay, how am I going to bring this up at the end? How are we going to bring this to further our theme, present it to the jury during closing? And a case of this nature that's been going on for so long, this is probably highly thought out of, and they're planned and ready to go.
Just got another update from the courtroom that there's a juror with some transit issues. They're inquiring, so the judge says, well, wait. So we're going to wait a little bit. New York traffic, even if you're a juror in a high-profile trial, is going to give you some problems. Susan, I want to talk about the profile of this jury. And it's an interesting jury because you have people, the oldest is a 69-year-old massage therapist. The youngest is this deli clerk who's 30. You have someone who works, had worked, they're retired. They worked in finance. There's a logistics analyst, a field technician, a social worker. What stands out to you with the background, the ages? And I believe it's 7 men and 5 women. As we take a look here on the screen, you can see the layout of this jury. What stands out to you when you look at this?
Well, it's very male dominated. So I assume that their strategy is they're going to connect with Diddy Combs because they're, of their gender. But on the other hand, we're looking at the age demographics from the very young, the hip hoppers that will love Diddy Combs. But then we also have the more conservative, the older people who are probably more astonished and shocked with what they're actually seeing, and especially hearing about all the sexual stuff. So we have a real split. It'll be interesting to see how they work together in group deliberations because there is such an age gap. They're religious, how they think about sexual relationships versus whether it's intimacy, whether it's just a sexual experience. I think that they're going to kind of struggle around that one because of their age gap.
Right. And Tyler, I mean, how do you, when you look at this jury, an investment analyst, 31 years old, a scientist, 51 years old, what Sean Combs is accused of in this trial, even with just a lifestyle that his defense has argued was kind of more of a swinger lifestyle, how did the defense, do you feel, present Sean Combs to this jury and try to get them to understand what was going on, even though they all have completely different backgrounds?
I think the defense has done a good job trying to really divert the attention off of Mr. Combs and more so on how the prosecution has not met their burden in their case. I think that's what the prosecution has to focus the attention on, because all these jurors have seen the video of Mr. Combs dragging Miss Ventura in that hotel room, acting in a way that no man should treat a woman. But I think they need to just really focus on how the prosecution has not met their burden. And then with it being overly a male dominant jury, I think that does favor the defense some. I mean, you can make there could be some assumptions that men may think that some of these women who were in a relationship with Mr. Combs for so long were consenting, but that's still going on a limb, because the actions that Mr. Combs has exhibited that has been brought out through several witnesses, whether it's rape, whether it's abuse, whether it's drug use, coercion, all those things I think hurt Mr. Combs personally. You got to shift the burden on the prosecution on proving their case beyond a reasonable doubt.
And then, Aaliyah, once voir dire is done, you know that the jury's been seated. How much during the trial are you thinking about specific members of the jury as you put together your case?
The whole trial. From the minute that the jury has been selected, I'm thinking about the jurors the entire time. I'm looking at them. I am seeing if they're paying attention. I'm seeing if anyone's looking at their watch. I'm watching if their eyes open a little bit wider at something, especially if I was in the actual courtroom. When the freak off tapes are happening, are your eyes wider? Are you kind of into it? I'm trying to figure out and engage any type of emotion that I can get from the jurors very, very early, and also trying to engage how intently they are paying attention to one piece of evidence over another. How often are they looking at Mr. Combs, right? There's been a lot of conversation about witness intimidation and him using his status to manipulate individuals. There's no way that he wouldn't be able to do that to a jury. So I want to make sure they're not staring at him too much, right? But from the moment that the jury has been selected, I'm paying as close attention to them as I can the entire trial.
And Susan, just finally for you, because I know you're going to leave us here at the bottom of the hour. I've seen some comments in our chat this morning as far as people who are somewhat suspect about body language and whether it matters. And I've really enjoyed our conversations during this trial because I've learned a lot. And body language, I think, definitely tells a story. Why does, in your opinion, your experience, body language, especially in a trial like this with someone as high profile as Sean Combs, matter?
Well, it means everything. That there's research that says that 93% of how we communicate is nonverbal. And so I want to really speak to your person out there. And I think that's a wonderful question, because there is a lot of what we call pseudosciences out there, that this gesture means that, and they start to assign a meaning to it. That is not what behavioral sciences is. You know, I have a master's degree in behavioral sciences. And so I look at things more from a forensic point of view, what has been proven in research that is clustered together. I teach programs, it's called SCANS, which is a 6-channel analysis. So I always tie things together. I am always looking at the 6 channels and how they sync together. I also look for timing of when their responses are and what they're.
Or took the time out to listen to people, or listen to people who have been treated unjust. Because sometimes if you never heard their stories, you might not never believe it. That's why I think it's important to have these conversations. But go ahead.
You know what I think is crazy is that our justice system is jacked. It is really, really jacked. And most of the time it is for African Americans, but not all the time. I was watching about the Karen Reed case yesterday, and she was really railroaded. Listen, that guy, them people in the house were ex-FTA, ex-cops. She was railroaded. But the difference between Karen Reed, and if Karen Reed didn't have the money, she would be sitting in jail today. Because these high-priced attorneys cost money. She will be sitting, like, maybe you guys will understand it if I take it off of Diddy, who y'all can't get past, and tell you, no, this is going to affect all of us. But the difference between Karen Reed and Diddy is that it took one blogger to start the movement. Hey, look, and they were by her side every step of the way. When they read the case, people said, yeah, you are being railroaded. She was railroaded. Don't care what any of you say. That's why she's free. Good.
A lifetime of benefits and care. Get what you earned. Visit choose.va.gov.
None of hair. Like
Have that ability as African Americans. We jump on board. If somebody's railroading another African American, we jump on board and help out. Like, yeah, get them. Get them. These people, it started with one blogger, 2 bloggers, 1 supporter, 2 supporters, and y'all seen what happened when she was finally vindicated. Our justice system is flawed. These people had money to fight for their freedom. But what if you are the ones that don't have the money? Y'all don't get it. Y'all don't get it. This worked for Karen Reed after 2 damn trials. Because when the law wants to get you, that's what they're going to do. The police officers banded together and went after her. Now, for what reason to this day? Well, because something happened in that house that we don't know about. I am 54 years old, and I never text, how long does it take somebody to be unalived in the stove? I've never Googled that. Who just happens to Google that?
That's crazy, ain't it? But it's just a jury update. All jurors are there now. All jurors are there. The judge said give them about 5 minutes.
Okay.
So I'm going to go and get some coffee so we can get this closing arguments now.
Amy J says, I don't believe any of these folks. I don't believe any of these freak off folks. In that case, we should believe everything Jaguar Wright says. They're all junkies. Listen, I was one of the first people to tell people Jaguar Wright is a liar. Doesn't make, I known her, she's a liar. She starved for attention. I'm sorry, Jack, I have to say this one more time because you represent something else. People loved it. Jaguar Wright's coming out. Yeah, she's the truth. And I'm sitting here going, I've been on the phone when Jaguar Wright says, watch this. They're going to be eating this up. I'm telling y'all, she plans these stunts and nobody wanted to believe me. Because if it takes change or it takes really looking at a situation, you have to look at yourself. People don't want to do that. What kind of person am I to cheer this on? So I would be a bad person. So I've got to make her stories believable because I don't want to be looked at as a bad person. And shame on you to the blogger going around lying her ass off. Okay, here we go. Judge says, Mr. Agnifilo, are you prepared to proceed with the defense closing? Question mark. He says, there is a trial set for a 4th by the text messages. Then there is the trial out of the prosecutor's mouth. They are different. I'm telling you, every day there's an argument. This judge is terrible. Agnifilo says, the trial is from the evidence. What is it? Question mark. It is the personal use of substances. That's all it is. And that they are swingers, a swingers lifestyle. But the prosecutors have charged one of the most serious statutes on the books. They call threesomes and substances RICO. He's just saying what we're talking about here. They want to change the law. They want to change the goalposts. And you guys are helping them. So now when we go to court, they can just stand in front of us and change the law so you can get locked up. Y'all don't see that? We have less and less laws. It's going to be ultimately, this country wants to become ran by one single person where he has all the say so. What's the purpose of the laws if every time I get to court, they're going to change the law to justify them locking me up? And that's okay with some people. We've got to save the victims. Hold on. I want to thank you for your service to our country. I would love to speak to you for days, but it's Friday and I am trying to be efficient. I have to cover a lot of ground, but I'll focus on the most important part, Sean Combs. I mean, how do you look at that? See them moving the goalposts, but you want this man so bad that you'll allow that to happen. But if it was you, if they say you stole this water bottle and this statute supports it, oh yeah, by the way, I just made that up and changed the law today, you would be outraged. Like what? There's no justice, no justice. And it's not just happening to Black people. I talk to Black people because that's the majority of my audience. And I feel a responsibility to talk to the youth. Like, what are y'all doing? All them substances you're putting in your body for what? Your life is that damn difficult that you can't be sober one damn day? Bada was high on the stand. She's talking about she's a former addict. Stop lying. People act like that doesn't exist. She was high. I know what nodding out is. I just want to get past this case. Let it be what it's going to be. Agnifilo says, Sean Combs is a self-made Black entrepreneur. He has built real businesses that are so outstanding that others create partnerships with them. We heard that from Derek Ferguson. It is hard to be Sean Combs. How many witnesses said they were moved? Right. It doesn't make any sense. You want to villainize him, but every single witness said he's my role model. He taught me this. He taught me that. Disregard all that because I'm the prosecutor and I want to make a name for myself. Disregard. And y'all are like, yeah, let's get him. What happened to Karen Reed is unjust. What has happened to Diddy is unjust. But they have the money to protect themselves. If Diddy doesn't get off now, listen, appeal, it's coming. It's going to get off eventually. So y'all out there praying that he stays a lifetime in jail. That's never going to happen. It's just not going to happen. He's going to end up spending more money, which he has. The assistants were moved by Sean Combs. It was just like Harvard Business School. He pushed me hard. Did they always like him? No way. Let's not even go there. Did they like him? No, but they loved him, even the ones who are suing them. You got to give Diddy credit. Do I believe that his money is made illegally and he's the leader of some substance trafficking ring? Come on. He's a billionaire. Something I probably only a handful of people will get to experience that. If that, the top 1% out of millions and millions and millions of people. I make all this money, but I have to sell substances for what? If you have to sell, what are you selling the substances for? To make money. Most people do it to make money. You're doing it what? Because you just love it. Make it make sense.
Yep.
I'm a trafficker, and I bring in all this illegal money and mix it in with my billions. It doesn't make sense. Here we go. I'm not going to call Mia because that's not her name. I'm going to call her the witness who testified as Mia. Remember Derek Ferguson from the Bronx? He said there were not many hiring people like me from the Bronx.
Mm-hmm. And we coming across some this good stuff. Like, I mean, because most of this case is built up, he's trafficking, meaning he's trying to profit, or are alleged that he's trying to put that out there to people. So that's not what they mean. I'm not arguing that. They trying to say that
Hold on. Okay, I'm going to get back to you in a minute. I have to do this. I'm sitting up here talking about women need to respect themselves. They're changing the laws right before our eyes. This trial has a bigger picture here. I'm saying that stop putting all that poisoning in your body. And this is what she walks away with. Diddy ain't no role model. That's what you got out of that conversation. Some people don't want to do better. People like this are a lost cause. You are a lost. I'm sitting here saying, hey, girls, it's a bigger issue here. It's about self-respect. Raise your head up high and don't let any man or any person do anything to you, because if you let them, they're going to do it. And this is what you walk away with. No wonder you're under an alias. You better not ever identify yourself as this ignorant person that you are. I've had enough. These people are just insane. Okay, here we go. There's something more to the businesses. Sometimes the real things in life are hard. No one remembers the easy days. These people grew. It was real. It was diversity. These days, DEI, Combs was doing it at 24. What they're saying is, no matter what you think about him, he was very, very focused on the melting pot environment. He just didn't hire white. Some people think, well, if I'm black, white people are smarter. Let me just hire white people and it'll all be right. I'm not making that up. He just didn't hire all blacks. Melting pot, like the real world is. United States is a melting pot. And no matter how you try to make it all white, it's not happening. When are we going to realize that United States is about we, not me? Go ahead, Perry.
You know,
go
ahead.
The prosecutors calls his businesses racketeering. That's the fake trial. What happens? He gets arrested. They destroy his property. They have a SRT, special response team. They are clandestine, can't follow with a camera. Ramped, they ran. They really did do the most with the going through the house,
Right.
homes, mansions. Go ahead,
Mhm.
Perry.
No, I was gonna say I think he's starting off good and put it in reality, right? But he's setting the thing 'cause this criminal enterprise. Where is it? Where did you even get this idea that it was a criminal enterprise? Was it a man doing some things illegal? Possibly. But to say criminal enterprise is just strictly to destroy him and take over his empire, and that they just giving you some background. You don't heard the worst of Diddy. He's giving you this man gave people opportunities. These same people that's now are suing him now. These same people, he gave them opportunity, and this is what we got. Go ahead.
Someone says, Sharrell and Perry, do you believe Diddy is guilty of anything? Diddy made his millions off the back of his artists. Diddy made millions off the back of his artists. Clive Davis made millions off the back of his artists. Lucian Grange, the head guy over Universal Music Group, made back off the back of their artists. LaFace Records, you know, that's what Tony Braxton was complaining about. That's what Angie Stone was complaining about. You act like that Diddy's the only person that did this.
And
Because
Barry
that's what you want to believe. The music business is a rough business. Everybody knows they are pimping you out, but is Diddy the only one accused of this? This is when Prince came involved. He was telling them they all do it. Respect yourself as an artist. Don't let them get away with it. But some people are so eager to be in the music business, they don't even read the contracts, let alone have an attorney look at it. So did he make money off the backs of other artists? That's the way the shit is designed. You should be talking about music reform, not lock Diddy up and that'll all go away. You could put Diddy in jail for the rest of his life and they're still going to steal from them damn artists. Now, do we think Diddy did anything wrong? Weren't you listening to Perry? Perry, I'm going to have you start answering these questions because I'm getting irritated with the ignorance. You got one more here.
Sometimes Black people are so quick to jump on the bandwagon to bring each other down just by hearsay. I see no RICO here. That's true. And I think, and this would be my just theory, I think a lot of Black people, when they jump on that bandwagon, it's that plantation syndrome.
I got an update.
Okay.
They're talking about the way that they came into his house. Okay. Agnaphila says his kids were there, and here's our 6 of his 7 in the second row. The 7th is an infant. This is who he is. The man takes care of people. Jane came here and testified against him. Today, she's in a house that he's paying for. Go ahead, Perry.
Oh, yeah. No, I was just saying that when people do that this statement is true. Because they're so quick to think if we agree to this plantation syndrome, that they'll get special approval. They'll be looked at as not being one of those. That's why I think a lot of people switch over. Like, I'm just being honest. I think that's why people band together. Oh, take him down. And then just if you took a billionaire Black person down and you Black, it didn't raise your stock any. But jealousy is real also.
You're saying this is deep, that if you're Black and you don't see what's going on, it's because you're a house person. Every Black person know what I'm talking about. You think they will accept you? I got an update.
Okay, yeah.
What do they do? Question mark. The rap yellow crime scene tape, who figuratively around his bedroom, around the hotel rooms, he does too with his girlfriends. That's a lot of crime scene tape. The crime scene is your private sex life. Can we even just start there about the raid was extra? Come on, y'all. Perry loves to say it, huh?
Yeah, over the top. I mean, and seriously, and not even in joking manner with that. Put this in principle. Who else you know if the government went and raided somebody's house, mansions and stuff before, they had good intel. They got something out of it. Why didn't they get anything out of Diddy's? Ask yourself this. Nothing. They didn't get nothing. When I say nothing, don't say, oh, well, they found some heels, they found some baby oil. What evidence did they actually find that's helping with this RICO? That I'm just telling you, the government feel like when they want to come after you, they gonna come after you. They just made a choice. They ain't got to have evidence that, go ahead.
Agnafilo goes on. He says, no one called 911. They called civil complaint lawyers. This case is about money. Cassie Ventura sues Sean Combs for $30 million because he has $30 million. If he didn't have it, no civil lawsuit and no criminal case.
Yeah, that's a fact.
She's not gonna sue Alex Fine when they break up. We'll talk about that relationship in a minute because she knows he doesn't have it. All these people coming out the woodwork with lawsuits under Jane Doe's, and nobody said a word before the raids. You went decades with not saying anything, and now all of a sudden it's this big uprise, not in criminal cases, civil cases where you get paid. Sorry, Perry, take over. I'm so over this case, y'all.
No, you okay? Let me see what else we got. But
Hi,
they
Beatrice.
they had some good points there on this last thing. See, the people get to understand this. Take Diddy name out of it, because that way maybe you can loosen the bias, stop being biased, right? Just look at the case in front of you. These people who supposed to be so much in fear and so brainwashed, so groomed, but when things get rough, they can't go to they can't dial 911, but they can find a civil law attorney. You can find one of those, and then now you can clearly express yourself to the attorney, but you couldn't make a simple phone call, 911. I'm afraid for my life.
I got an update.
Come on, people.
Agnafilo. This case is about 5 minutes. It's about love. Love has been said more than 800 times in this trial. The DV, we own it. We did not ask Miss Ventura about it, about being hit or dragged. And some other words in there. What does he mean when he says this case is about love? What does that mean?
These women, so-called, in love with him. It's about love. Think about all of them. Love you. Love you.
Oh, competing with each other for his attention.
Right. It wasn't about like it was about love. Like that they was in a fantasy world. All these women want to be with this billionaire. I'm just calling him a billionaire. I'm not sure how much money he got, but everybody get the point.
Close enough to a billionaire, yeah.
They wanted to be that chick. So if he gave them any kind of attention by saying hi, oh, I can be next. Go ahead.
Agnafilo. We did not cross Jane about it either. But DV is not the charge. If he was charged with that, he would have pled guilty. He did that. But he did not do racketeering, conspiracy, and X trafficking. He did not kidnap or bribe anyone. Come on, y'all. We've been saying from day one, wrong charges. Wrong charges. If you want to take this man down, you have to do it the right way. And you're required to do it the right way. Because if you let this go by, this is the new precedent. This is the new rule. And I guarantee y'all gonna be coming back crying like, all I had was this little vial right here, and I had to go to jail for the rest of my life. Go to those big, nice prisons that they are calling Supermax. They're gonna update Alcatraz. And now I got to go there. And I didn't understand then, but I understand now. It's too late now. Here we go. Sharrell, these people have no brains. They're not understanding what they're saying or what they're doing. They can't grasp it. I don't know why. Just let it go, because they are pissing me off too. They all really loved Diddy, and they wanted the money too. They loved him for the fame and the fortune. People, like, you become a target the more money you have. Here we go. The first person to say this was about DV was Cassie Ventura. She made an Instagram post. She said, "Thank you for the love and support. The DV is the issue." She could have said anything on her phone or tablet. We all admit. I mean, I've heard a lot of people, not all of us, say this is not a DV case. But y'all want to go back to that tape over and over and over again because you see your accuser instead of figuring out what's really going on. DV should not be in your explanation for sending somebody away for life. Wrong charges. Hate to sound like Johnny Cochran. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. I can't just make up some charges because I don't like the way you are in your toxic ass relationship.
Yeah.
You're right. You're right, Beatrice. Let me stop talking because it's gonna be what it's gonna be. Is this you again, Beatrice? Yeah, it's a mess. They don't get it. They don't get it. There is a such thing as I call, my father used to tell me, watch out for the walking dead. And what he meant by that is there are a lot of people that are physically here on this planet, hold on, but are emotionally and brain unalived. Like, people have brains. It's a muscle that you have to develop. If not, anybody can get over on you. And that's what is happening. Here we go. She could have said this was about X trafficking. She didn't say that. She said it was about DV. Believe her. Believe Cassie when she says DV is the issue in that moment, watching that video. Imagine that. She did say that. They're
Yeah, no,
really
I'm just saying that's just the whole thing. And that's what people get caught up on. And I get it. If you ever been a victim, a real victim of this, I mean, shit, you almost automatically just believe, just go to her defense. You know what I'm saying? But look at the charges. We got to be able to separate the two. You had that. We all agree. His attorney said if he would have been charged with that, he would have pled guilty. So we need to move on from that and focus on these charges. I mean, that's the way I'm looking at it. And I don't think he's going to take 4 hours. Because I think certain times you can just overtalk it, but just get real and point out why this ain't a real case. That's why he called it a fake case. And I think for you diehards that really want Diddy to be pent with this, no, it's fake, but you willing to back it just to feel some kind of self-satisfaction. And that's sort of sad.
Well, because if you don't want him to get locked up, then those people have to admit some things to themselves, that they got caught up in the hype. They believed in the underage. They believed about the tunnels. They believe Allie Carter. They believe Jaguar Wright. They believe the unknown blogger who's just making a mess of this. She is making a mess of this. They believe the unhinged Nancy Grace. So what does that say about you? So they don't want to look bad. Now they believed it. Let's just keep going with it because I don't want to look foolish.
Yep.
Because I got caught up in the hype.
And then, and taking accountability, if you find out you was wrong, then you might have to take down a year supply of videos down when you lied on the man. You see what I'm saying? Like, so you got the double down.
And that blogger needs to be sued. If you are a blogger and you're still lying on people for stories, why should Tasha K be the only one to suffer? Any blogger caught lying needs to be sued. And now listen, They need to be sued. Let me just say that. And then I would cheer that on, because stop lying. The truth is the truth. You don't need to add to it. That's crazy. You got a blogger out here lying her ass off, putting him in danger. And y'all still say lock him up. Okay. Y'all knew she was lying by now. Y'all saw what happened. Agnephila says, they fell in love. Cassie had a boyfriend of 3 years, 10 years older than her, but she meets Combs and they are off the races. Mr. Combs rents a boat and they make love for the first time. Oh my God. They are in an intense relationship for 11 years. Well, also too, they should have dug back into Ryan's Leslie, let them talk about what happened in their relationship and then compare it to the Diddy relationship. Agnephil, Cassie is smart. She flat won. She got 30 mil and he's in jail. You probably know that. The nice looking men behind him, they are U.S. Marshals. They keep him safe. Cassie has won 100-0. They tell you she's a victim. We ain't heard Cassie come out and speak about DV to help other women. She didn't say anything about it. But as this relationship with Mr. Fine falls apart, because she is who she is, I don't want none of y'all to say, well, we didn't know that. She's different than what we thought. No, she showed you who she was in that tape, talking like a damn gangster. But she's the victim. I'm just so disappointed, in my people. Maybe I am Native American. Maybe I'm not going to claim black no more because they just dumb. Here we go. This is a great modern love story. They didn't write these in the past because they didn't have these problems. He had 6 kids at the time. It's a relationship based on love. Cassie said she was young and insanely jealous. Let's talk about what really happened. Let's talk about this thing she said to Kim Porter. Let's talk about the competition she had going on with Gina and how he treated Carisha like a totally different person, and your ass was mad. Let's talk about it. You did all this, let people put liquids in your mouth and all this stuff, and here comes Carisha, and she don't have to do none of that. None of it. None of it. Let's be real. No, if no one's going to say it, I'm going to say it. Listen, you were jealous. That's why all of a sudden you can't take it no more. You were jealous. You claim the man argued, but then you ask for one more freak off for old time's sake. What our victim does that? Has any woman went back to her accuser and say, do it one more time for old time's sake?
Yeah. And she definitely did that.
Oh, listen. Most people can't be around their person that argued them. They don't want to talk about it. They don't want to think about it. I got an update. If you're in the jury room and you don't want to go home, read their text messages at the time of the breakup. You will see her cry. They were selfless with each other when it wasn't going to work for the original sin of their relationship. That Gina, no one say anything. Let's let him finish typing. She was jealous of Gina. Come on. Ain't nobody stupid except for them people that's talking about he should go to life. And she in here that made this civil case a criminal case. She got paid for lying. Got him sent away from lying. And she's the victim. She went back to him after he allegedly R-ed her and asked for more R-ings. Come on.
Thanks, Tamika, for becoming a member. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm only going to claim that I'm African American when the African Americans have sense. There are a lot of people that have sense, but these idiots that's running around town, we all don't act like that. We all aren't easily fooled. Because if it was me, if you want to change the damn law, make them do it the right way. I don't see it. Go ahead. Let me see. Let me try one more time. Y'all accept anything. I don't know, Perry. I'm lagging.
Yeah.
Should I?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I don't know. But anyway, he says. Remember, he left off that Gina. Gina wouldn't come here, but she's out there. Then Kim Porter passed away, and Mr. Combs said what he did for Cassie. For Cassie, it was the last straw. She made an adult choice.
I got it.
Okay. Okay.
It says Gina wouldn't come here, but she's out there. Then Kim Porter passes away, and Mr. Combs said what he did. For Cassie, it was the last straw. She made an adult choice and left, like she always could leave. What happened? Nothing. When she left before, what happened? Nothing. She kept coming back because she wanted to win. When he said that Kim Porter was his soulmate at her funeral, you jealous of that? You jealous of a woman that's no longer here? Agnafilo, pick a message from 2018 and read it. These two people loved each other. If racketeering conspiracy had an opposite, it would be their relationship. They were their best selves when it came to SEX. There were times at Sean Combs was proud. That girl, how are you jealous? Because he said Kim Porter is his soulmate when her children just lost their mother. Here we go. On SEX, they found each other. It's a beautiful thing. You won't find a single text where she says, I didn't like the SEX. It was an 11-year relationship. The issues were jealousy, oh my God, thank you, and other women. But they matched up when it comes to SEX. They were swingers. Listen, when Kim Porter passed away, a lot of us, well, I don't know about y'all, I was devastated because I saw children losing their mothers. What happened to her was unjust. But Cassie saw he still loves her, even though she's 6 feet under. Who's the one with the problem, Diddy or Cassie's ass? You're jealous of a dead woman? You weirdo. You're a weirdo. Respect yourself, and then maybe others will respect you. I did all of this, and then he treats Carisha like she's a god, gives her a television show, buys her an Emmy, because I love you, Carisha, but that show's not Emmy worth award winning. Here we go. Agnafilo, she's a woman who loves SEX, and it's beautiful. She is unafraid. Let's talk about Kid Cudi. He came in here. I'm not meaning to be judgy. Cudi comes here and says, Cassie played me. He did say that. She did. She played him both. Not everyone can do that. You know what? I glossed over that too. He did say that. She's not like you guys think she is.
I said that a long time ago.
She's not who you think she is. No woman with any kind of self-respect will let anybody put stuff in their mouth, put their bodily fluids in your mouth. I'm not even doing the freak offs. Like, I'm not going. Perry, you better find somebody else. That not something wrong with you, Perry. I'm not doing that. I'm serious. If Perry ever approached me with a damn freak off, the first thing we're going to do is telling you out your mind. Here we go. Agnifilo. She goes for it. She liked Sean Combs. As she said, they had a relationship with another songwriter under his nose. She's not afraid of him. She was going to tell either. Was she going to tell either? Question mark. No. Cassie is keeping it gangster. She's like, question mark. I'm going to lie to both.
See,
no one even talked about her and her indiscrepancies. She is not a victim. How many times does she keep going back? How many times can you say no? I thought y'all said no means no. Yes means yes. Y'all want to say no means no, no means no, and yes means yes. So if you ask me to go to the freak off and I keep saying yes, I get claimed a victim. I get to pick out the outfits, call the guys, pick which ones I want, email, text about how great it was, and I'm the victim.
Look, I would say this. As far as a closing argument, he's doing very well. And I think this kind of stuff that's important to the jurors, people need to hear the real story. And when I say that, to bring it back down to earth, what really happened. Let's not get bamboozled to get into these laws and how you want to apply them. Let's go back to the whole situation. He's bringing it back. Okay.
Agnophilo says, Cassie gets a burner phone, exclamation point. Finally, exclamation point. That's what you expect in a racketeering case. Oh my, explanation point. She's the one who got the burner phone. The morning of December 22nd, 2021, the whole thing with Kid Cudi and all that, she had 2 hotel rooms. Whoa, a room for the burner. Let's talk about it. Y'all want to talk about Diddy making his mistakes and how he's not innocent. He's not. Nobody says that. I'm not saying Diddy's innocent. But we talking about Cassie right now. She's a victim. You threaten to unalive people. You getting burner phones. You playing men against each other. Because let's face it, you wanted to get caught. If you really wanted to be with Kid Cudi, guess what? You would be with Kid Cudi. But we know the girls that play games. Let's act like women aren't foul. There are foul women out there. There are gold diggers out there. Let's not act like that doesn't exist. Oh, this angelic beauty is the victim. Nah, she about that life. And y'all know them type. They about that life. I don't become a stripper if I don't want to strip. Here we go. She was not going to tell nobody nothing. Explanation point. Let's talk racketeering. The judge is going to give you a legal charge later today, assuming. The first one is the 2004 kidnapping of Capricorn Clark. Let's talk about her. She said, I wanted my life back. Sharrell, remember how much you went for Cassie and the DV she took? She did think nothing would change your mind. We didn't think nothing would change your mind. Tell them what was different. So I was a part of the BS in the beginning. Hold on. She was not going to tell anybody nothing. I read it. Let me tell you, Beatrice is making me accountable. And when you change, it's about being accountable. I believe the stupid bloggers, even though it didn't make sense. Well, I'm so busy over here. I'm just going to accept that that's true. I looked at the pictures and said, oh my God, a man who can do this. What a monster. I didn't know about her being like that. I really didn't know too much about Cassie before this case because I don't think she's a great singer. Okay, Capricorn parents passed away when she was young. I don't mean any disrespect. She told you, I'm happy she did. Others didn't tell you about their parents. She moves to the Bronx and meets Sean Combs. She goes, super platonic. What? Question mark. Let's talk about how we think that he hooked up with Capricorn. Let's talk about how he hooked up with some of these other victims, okay? He was a hoe. And men, when you do that, sleep with anything, sleep with multiple people and all that, and make sex the center of your life, you put yourself in this situation.
Yep.
Sharrell, who you got you mad? You're showing disowning blacks. Yeah, I am. The fickle ones, the dumb ones, the people that are easily fooled, the people that are doing the work that other people should be doing. If you want to pass the law, take it to Congress. But all they got to do is fool the weak black people. Here we go. Let me keep going. So anyway, what woke me up was little things at a time. But Perry, do you remember what really when I was said, oh, I'm done with this. This bitch is not a damn victim.
It was sometime doing the thing.
Do you remember what it was? Because I came on and announced it. I said, no. I changed my position. And somebody said, flip flopper, that's okay. When you know better, you do better.
I can't sure if it was Dana. Or I think when you start to see the testimonies, it's like, why are these people lying? Or it was something I can't remember.
Just like in the beginning, I believed Jaguar Wright. Hell, she was a friend of mine. I believed her. But when I realized, girl, you're lying. I'm allowed to change my mind. People that call you a flip-flopper or you changed your opinion, that's what life is about. You tell them.
Everybody said Jane's testimony.
Was it Jane's testimony? Because I had so much going on. I really wholeheartedly, in the beginning, agreed with Jaguar Wright. But when people call you a flip-flopper, when you wake up, say yeah, because when you know better, you do better. Here we go. I think she means she didn't want it to be platonic. She's out there. You could see it. She says, I had the biggest crush on you. Yeah. I think we misused our chemistry. Let me say that. Hold on, I see big. She said, yep, that's what it was. Was it Jane?
Jane.
Oh, yes. We'll talk about Jane in a minute.
Yeah.
Renee said, what's right is right. Perry, look what the SCUSA just gave 47. Oh, SMDH, shaking my damn head. This world is crazy. I really haven't had time or Perry to focus in, but why would I change my mind when I heard Jane's testimony? Come on. You already had 50 Cent, right? This was what I was done. You had 50 Cent. 50 Cent is a billionaire. Okay? Giving you $30,000 a month. $30,000. Now, first of all, you go date his opt. You go date his enemy. Make that make sense. Here we go. If she's kidnapped, why does she want to go back and work with him? She's getting her nails done with Mike B. He be going to be mad at me. She says she called 1440 and said, lock everyone in. She's got the lie detector. And Mike B did it too. The way Capricorn Clark continues to work for him till this very day, the way she keeps talking about a crush. She said, I loved him. And
Mhm.
y'all calling her the victim. She still works for him. This is why I want to be anonymous. I can't describe how awful he is and still hold a job at Revolt TV, a very high prestigious job that he gave you. And they're calling you the victim. Tell them how much money you make over there. And you the damn victim? And who in their right mind tells their victim, you know, I used to have a crush on you.
So, you can
It doesn't make sense. If it doesn't fit, you must have quit. That is so dumb.
You can kidnap me any day, over and over again. But no, you know what?
Went
When
to
we
work
could,
for their a person that. Go ahead, Perry.
no, I'm gonna say what's good about this whole thing, Sharrell, is that we don't went through all this stuff, and people would try to form their own stories. It's
Hold
good.
that thought. Hold that thought. Don't say anything. How was she kidnapped if she went home every day? Is the blank alleging 5 separate kidnappings? Polly drove her home, door to door, kidnapping. The Southern District is charging. This is kidnapping. He laughs. It's not a kidnapping. Go ahead, Perry.
No, I'm glad, like when this closing statement, because people, narrow it down. Don't go with all the legal laws and all that. He's telling the story so people can get out of denial and keep trying to press the issue that Diddy did all this stuff. When I told y'all a long time ago, why would somebody do it? Well, Pete, you don't know, Perry. They was in fear. They was so fearful that they left, nothing happened, then they come back. They're explaining the whole story. I wonder how people are gonna feel after this closing argument. Probably the same, because they just hell bent on being right. When I talk about Diddy and these people need to be accountable, we need to be accountable too. If I'm wrong, I just say I was wrong. But I'm glad he's telling the story I've been trying to tell. Right? It don't make sense. But here's in a much better way. All compact where you get the full story in a amount of minutes, not just one particular instance.
And we know all women are not angelic. Some of them can get just as ruthless as the men. Would a woman do all of this because she mad because he dating Carisha and treating Carisha like a queen? It's not unheard of.
Mm-hmm.
These women go to bat for these no good men every day of the week.
And if you don't think they would do it, watch that show, Woman Scorn.
Oh, you're talking about on the ID channel?
Right. I only say that because people think, oh no, Perry, you just overreact women. No. And see, you know what though, and keep it real. And people go, oh no. Women love bombing. I couldn't love bomb my wife enough to make her do these things. So, but I wouldn't try it because I know it's not allowed. That's what she was saying. A woman, you got to put your stance out there, put your boundaries out there. If you invite these things and then when they start to happen, why cry about them later? You let it in. Did he got to take accountability? He put himself in these situations.
I mean, I look back over my life. Everybody I even dated before I got married they didn't mistreat me like this. And they never approached me about this. Hey, let's bring someone else in the room. No, and get out of here. And you got to go. I probably broke up with them if they would have suggested that.
Ain't no way in hell I can come in and say, oh, girl, I like it going so good. Let's have King's night.
Oh, hell no. I just wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it. And I'm damn sure not going to let you put your fluids in my mouth. And I got sores in my mouth and I still keep doing it. Not only that, they're not wearing condoms. It's just so much wrong. I don't have enough time. Here we go. You guys come here after day after day, long days, and you come back the next day. Have you been kidnapped? No. At the time, Sean Combs is in Raising in the Sun. He is running vote or die. Ugh. He couldn't care less about this. The lie detector was former FBI. A lot of these words I can't say, and I just wish that there would have been cameras. They need to pass that law. You want to change a law? How about allowing cameras in the federal courtrooms? Because people can get railroaded and think they're doing the right thing. I think if this would have been on camera, people would have had a different effect.
Mhm.
You know, it's no way that I can say that Jane's testimony is correct and she's over there loving on him, winking on him, her side taking notes from him, and then after you testify, you go hug the defense. Y'all don't see that? She hugged the defense. How disrespectful. How foolish did you make the prosecution look? They gave you immunity so you can do what? Tell the truth. This prosecution, I don't even trust. Y'all not even smart enough to outsmart the liars. Here we go. You guys have the right to say, that sounds like a stretch. Why charge it as kidnapping? Come to whatever answer you think is the right answer. Capricorn leaves for a year. She makes more money, then she comes back. It's cool when all of it's cool when all of Hollywood does it. It's a problem when Puffy do it. Yeah, okay. 400 million to divide amongst the group. They methodically schemed. People don't like me to say this, but it's the God's honest truth. Hugh Hefner got praised for it. Diddy goes under for life. Here we go. Next, Sean and Cassie are having a freak off. It's December 22nd, 2011. Cassie has 2 hotels. Combs looked at her, no burner phone, sees messages with Cece about Cuddy, maybe called Scott in the text, something about hiking. Scott is Kid Cudi's real name. His name is Scott Muscuddy. And that's a weird last name. I wonder if he has Arab ancestry. Yeah. This is a money grab. This is what this person said. It's a money grab. All these people with civil lawsuits, no criminal lawsuits. The only person that filed a criminal lawsuit was the FBI, who, by the way, is good friends with Diageo. They're good friends with Diageo. That doesn't concern you. Not one person filed a criminal lawsuit, but they have so many civil lawsuits, I've lost count. Okay, Sharrell, that's the quote of the day. There is just too much wrong. I don't have enough time. Happy Friday, Sharrell and Perry. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you. I just want to thank you for everything. You're supportive, even on the politics channel. And we're going to be over there as soon as this is over, because there's lots going on. The country's going to WAR. Here we go. Agnafilo. Why would he have a GUN? Question mark. He goes to get Capricorn? Question mark. Why? She would do anything with him. Go to the moon. She didn't need a GUN. He didn't have a GUN. Cuddy said Cassie told Cuddy that Cassie already told Combs. Are you following me? This can get a bit complicated. Let me read this again. Why would he have a GUN? Remember, he's supposed to have the GUN, put it on his lap. He goes to get Capricorn. Why? She would do anything with him. Go to the moon. He didn't need a GUN. He didn't have a GUN. Cuddy said Cassie told Cuddy that Cassie already told Combs. Are you following me? Listen. I know that if you came to my house acting like a raging maniac with a GUN in your hand and you told me to go, my first response is going to be, no, I ain't getting in that. That's exactly how I would word it. I'm not getting in that. They didn't talk about there's a possibility that she's lying. Who goes to the scene? And then supposedly when all the bad stuff go down, you're just sitting in the car, conveniently not seeing anything. You're in the car. How do we know you didn't get out the car and go inside? It's a female's fingerprint. Here we go. Sean Combs has nothing to do. He has nothing to gain by having a GUN and everything to lose. He is already Sean Combs. Capricorn would love have stayed employed. She would have loved to have stayed employed if he pulled a GUN on her. No way. Didn't happen. No GUN. Yeah, because you're going on her testimony at that point. And how do you explain the female DNA found? You're the only female there. How do we know it's not your prints? Have you ever met a criminal? You know when they say when people go to jail and they say everybody's innocent?
Yeah.
I think only 1% tells the truth of what they did and how they need to be in prison. She needs to be with him. If that went down and you sat in the car and said nothing,
Right. And
you
that's
didn't go to the cops?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
That's what I'm saying too. And been trying to say this whole time. Just because somebody say something, you got to use your mind and common sense to say, does it make sense? But a lot of people don't want to make it sense because you want to make it fit. Let's not argue. Does it make sense?
I'm gonna need to know if those fingerprints were Capricorns. They didn't even go down that road. Oh, it was just a female prince. Well, who's the female? You know, you can find whose DNA it is this day and age. Very, very easy. How come that wasn't explored? How come that, Perry? Why didn't they explore whose fingerprints it was?
Well, I mean, because I don't think Kid Cudi forced the issue at the time. Because like
No.
maybe Go ahead.
The prosecution.
Oh no. Because then they was saying it was somebody else outside of Diddy. It didn't matter whether it was a female. Well, yeah, the female helped them not go down that road. They needed to be a male DNA. Put it that way.
Because Capricorn, I'm going to call you out. You're a liar. And a woman's fingerprints was found. And I'm going to say, it's your ass. It's your ass. You just didn't sit back meek and innocent and did nothing. They found a woman's fingerprints. Until they tell me physically whose it was, I'm saying it's Capricorn's. Here we go. Cudi didn't say that Capricorn said Combs had a GUN because there was no GUN. Working backwards. Cudi didn't tell the police about the GUN. It was written up as a trespass. That's all. There's no GUN. Capricorn's story falls apart. They're saying, Capricorn, you're the only one to mention the GUN with your shady ass. Don't forget, your ex went on Tasha K and called you out. He said you're nothing but a liar. If I, for some strange reason, broke up with Perry, they could call me a lot of stuff, but a liar ain't gonna be one of them. There are people who break up every day and still are amicable. He called you a liar. Almost like defense, prosecution, get a clue, don't believe anything she says.
Wow. Somebody says no, the defense is not doing a good job. Wow. Okay.
That's just the mentally on a live talking.
Yeah. I mean, it's somebody. Yeah, whatever.
They want to change. They want you to change your rhetoric. Listen, I don't care what you say in the chat. I believe what I believe, and that ain't changing right now. I think that is so much wrong with this case. They're changing the laws. You got people lying. Everybody got on that stand lied, including the angelic Jane. Girl, you had your own trafficking case. That's why you don't want nobody to know who you are, because you were a part of the Peter Nygaard ex-trafficking case. And you don't want nobody to know that because, one, they're not going to believe your story. Two, you're up to the same old thing. You didn't change your life even after getting caught before. You still hooking.
Somebody go ahead.
A time for change is when you have to be in a whole lawsuit damaging your character. The woman said you fixed her up and brought her into the ring. They can't have any of that because she's gonna look bad, worse than why 50 found out you were still hooking, reduced your child support payments from $30,000 a month. Do you know what I can do with $30,000 a month? To $6,000, and the judge allowed it because you still living that life. You're about that life. It wasn't an accident when you said they knew you were about that life. You used those words. And you want to talk about the children. Here we go. There was a car chase, or was there? Cuddy pulled up next to the Escalade. The witness said, there was no car chase. The judge is going to say you can disregard any witnesses if you find something not credible. How are they going to find something not credible, Submarinian, when you wouldn't allow it in? If you see fit, it's all you need. Like, you're not coming out calling them women a liar. Shame on you, Submarinian. Shame on you. You're the worst judge ever. You don't even know how to run your courtroom. You're so busy up the prosecution's AZZ. Here we go. Yeah, that's the same thing, Perry.
So basically what he's saying is that I guess it's got it written up in the closing, the instructions, that the judge will tell them if you find a witness not to be credible, you can disregard. And he's letting them know when you see that, that's your reason, just go ahead and disregard it.
Perry, that's BS. How are they going to know if they're lying if they're not even allowed to know their name or their past?
Well, I know. Okay.
This judge is full of it.
Okay.
No, go ahead. What are you saying?
I'm just saying, from his defensive side, he's letting the jurors know, hey, he gonna tell you this, go with this, because if you feel like, regardless of, based off what you know, if you find these witnesses to be not credible, you can disregard their testimony completely, basically. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. That's BS. When a person gets caught lying on the stand, there should be consequences, especially if you give them immunity.
Oh, yeah, no, I agree with that.
What's the purpose of the immunity if they're going to get up there and lie anyway?
But
He's a horrible judge. Horrible.
Yeah. And I think the prosecution would have to file for, whatever. I'm not exactly sure how that worked, but they lied for the prosecution. So that's all they wanted.
Oh, even though I haven't told you that this person isn't credible, if you find them to be uncredible, though, don't believe them. Seems like everything is possible with Capricorn Clark. I asked her. She said, I came up here with Puff. I want to run away. I'm afraid of mountain lions. Mountain lions, ? I'm not saying they're not scary, but if you were kidnapped with a GUN, ? No? Capricorn is just a liar. They're all liars. There was proof that they were lying. But this judge, being as spineless as he is going to not handle that the way a real judge would handle it. There's supposed to be some consequences. I give you immunity so you don't lie, but you lie anyway, and I do nothing about it. They made the prosecution look silly, especially Jane. I was so scared. I'm so scared of him. He's such a bad guy. I'm so scared. Oh yeah, I forgot he paying my rent. But I'm so scared of him. I'm so scared. And he told me to come out to New York so we can meet in Miami. And I went anyway because I'm so scared. I'm so scared. I went anyway. And yeah, and by the way, I went to his friend Kanye West freak off. I'm so scared. I'm so scared. Girl, get out of here. You've been about that life and you're still about that life. And one day, when you let people disrespect you over and over again, one day you're going to wake up and be ashamed of your actions because this is what you chose to do with your life. I'm telling you, these are choices. Have I ever needed cash? Yeah, I did, especially when I'm younger. A lot of people got to get started. But did I ever go on the corner to make it that way? It was a choice. I could have, but I didn't. Agnaphila says, she doesn't want to say, I went there by my own volition. I'm not saying Sean Combs didn't go there. He wanted to fight him. Fine. Talk about Kid Cudi. Emmer Effer. Question, explanation point. Combs is not a coward. He is ready for a fight. At the risk of being exes, they are men. They fight. Yeah. I mean, I also liked Kid Cudi. Kid Cudi music is so dark for me. He's my son's favorite artist. It's so dark. I thought I wouldn't like Kid Cudi, but I don't think he added anything more or anything less. So you need to go by what he said. I really don't think so. But they don't.
I don't think he added anything to incriminate Diddy. If anything,
He
he
didn't.
did enough to say, we don't know who did it.
Mhm.
He never told me he did it.
But they don't want to listen to Kid Cudi when he said that Cassie's messy and she used me. They disregard, but they want to say, oh, he's such a monster. We're going to have a good old-fashioned 8 in the morning, ? Hollywood Hills, John Wayne fight. The Porsche, ? Not his style. There is no evidence. Who else would do it? ? No evidence. Burning a car is cowardice. Be a man and fight him. You have to like Agnaphilo. You have to like Agnaphilo. You have to like Nicole Westmoreland, and you have to like Brian Steele. Those are my favorite in this case. I like Agnaphilo's not like he's just having a conversation with you. I like that. Like, I'm just having a conversation. I'm not going to try to convince you with everything. Let's just talk about what happened. I like the way that came off on the court, but then you do need an attack pit bull, okay? And that's my girl, Nicole. I don't think I've had anybody question the way that she did. Sometimes you got to stop beating around the bush and get to the facts. And that's when Nicole steps in. She's great. And then Brian is great.
I think what he's doing is not over dramatizing it, but putting emphasis on where it needs to be and breaking it down to common sense. You know how people want to streamline something here or there? At the end of the day, these jurors need to know a regular story, not all the lies, and just a good perspective. And what he's saying, he's calling out all the BS that was in this whole trial so far, and he's doing it not hostile. He's just luring you in, relaxing you, but keeping you interested at the same time where you ain't falling asleep, and you can take what he say and you can go back and say, yeah, now, you know what? They did say that. That is ridiculous. Who goes back to a job after being kidnapped? Over and over and over again. Because when Perry said it a long time ago, I mean, if I was a juror, I would have thought that myself. I wouldn't need to hear it in closing arguments. But I'm glad he's saying it because I think some people in the chat need to hear it. But like me and Sharrell talked about
you
yesterday,
said somebody yesterday said somebody fell asleep during the prosecution's close. Who told you that? Be honest and say who told you that.
but no. It was I can't Trent at whatever he's no.
Hold on, let me read this really quick. What's in the car? Question mark. Molotov cocktails. Why not show you the glove? I am suggesting something. Yes? That the investigation stunk. It's terrible. 2 fingerprints. What happened? Question mark. Well, I don't know. You are going to determine his fate on arson, on this. I mean, nobody was ever charged for the arson, were they?
No. The state didn't even go forward with the arson charge. Nobody. That was just my point. How can you get somebody on no charge?
Oh, okay. Yeah, you have a point. Explain that again.
Well, okay, the state didn't even move forward with the case. And then on top of that, the prosecution wanted to remove what was it? Attempt. Let's remove the arson attempt. And it would be based off the same thing. You would need the same evidence to prove an attempt that you would with arson, right? But either way, nobody does this. Nobody, Kid Cudi ain't worried about the arson. Nobody has been found guilty. They ain't even investigating it no more, right? How can you say Diddy did it when somebody else's DNA is on the cocktail?
Yeah, that's crazy.
And if you saying that he did it, now could you say, yeah, maybe he did bring it up in the conversation, but where's the proof that he did it? It's no proof. And that's the problem with this whole case. It's a lot of hearsay. But if you take them meeting with the prosecution, these witnesses, to over 20 times, why ain't you using your mind and say, well, maybe they was coached into this? Go ahead.
The DNA was consistent with a female contributor. That witness was not helpful. If it had come back consistent with Combs, question mark, they would have bragged about it. Investigator Jimenez never followed up. He tried to find Cassie. That's true. How come they didn't investigate this any further? You found 2 fingerprints. You probably should have ran it through the database and found out who that was. If this is a RICO case, why didn't they raid Bad Boy offices?
And I ain't never thought about it.
Oh my gosh, I never thought about that. Oh my gosh, it's so many things wrong with this case. I thought I covered it all, but that is so true. Thank you, Dren 4046.
No, I ain't never thought about that neither. But
oh my gosh, you're right. That's where you needed to prove the RICO, that they are, bringing in dirty money. This is dirty money and that's dirty money. They don't even go to the offices. Oh my gosh, thank you. Now, isn't that involved in every RICO except for R. Kelly? Don't you go to the office like they did young? Here we go. Jimenez said Capricorn's brother obstructed him. They fought. I'm not saying Capricorn did or Cassie did it. We're not here to solve the world's problems. Cassie's father didn't call him back. The witness was mad. Draw your own conclusions. Your own conclusion, and my conclusion is this was a half-ass investigation. It was designed to go after Diddy. When they didn't find anything to go after Diddy, they dropped it. They dropped the investigation. Whose fingerprints was it? What happened? They dropped it because this is a witch hunt. I'm going to get Diddy at all costs. If I got to lie, if I had to say, change the story, if I have to ignore clear evidence like fingerprints. Oh, fingerprints. Before they did DNA, the standard, everybody got fingerprinted. Come on. Babe, I have to get something. Can you do it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Before I come back? Okay.
Yeah. But anyway, this is what I'm saying though. I know, we got trolls in here. I'm gonna be nice. I'm not gonna say, other people with different opinions. Put it that way. But the way I see it, the defense is doing a really good job. Some people will say not in the chat, but that's based off their opinions. I can't tell somebody else how to think or run their household. But they're doing a really good job. And I think all these points that everybody just always wondered about, the jurors, because you get to lead them, you get to keep them focused on what actually happened instead of being thrown off with all these charges and all these freak offs and stuff. They're landing out pretty good. They're actually breaking down these witnesses that keep coming, like showing the holes in their testimony, because their testimony is what they got to base their thing off. Text messages, but in their testimony. If you break down on testimony, which we see a lot of things and show motives why they would want to lie and things like this, it might be better, right? So they're actually doing a real good job. He's doing a really good job breaking it down, telling the story probably the way it should be told. Like he said, if it was the DV case, Diddy would have pled guilty. So let's get that out the way. Now let's get to each one of these witnesses that the jury is faced to go over their testimony. They're breaking it down and showing them motives why they would lie. And just the stupidity of most of it. Most people shouldn't need nobody to have to mention this at closing argument. But kidnapping, or was anybody arrested for it? Was anybody charged for it? So now you want to charge a man for a case that nobody was charged for. Nobody's even pursuing. So it's like a witch hunt. It's definitely a witch hunt. So the defense doing really well. And I think people are upset. It's not good. You can click your heels 3 times and wish there's no place like home. Look, you mad because you want them to come out here with nothing. You didn't want the defense to expose the witnesses. So a lot of people are upset, highly upset today. Because even if you want to just follow this for real, like as stupid as I thought it was when people said they was kidnapped and all this and kept going back. And I felt like, damn, this person, sort of either cuckoo or stupid. And people who still believe it, no offense, and I ain't trying to, to go at nobody, but I would have to look at you in that same sense. If you was to believe this story. Okay, here we go. Here's an email. Why is she calling him Sean Puffy Combs? For some later proof? She doesn't mention any car. Forget it. Let's turn on the London hotel. If you want to go to someone's house, it's not kidnapping. It's unfair. Cassie is public too. So he's still on the case of kidnapping, which is important because a lot of people want to just, make this a situation. Here's an email. Why is she calling him Sean Puffy Combs? For some later proof? Okay. In the email, like, are you trying to set him up? Because why are you calling him Sean Puffy Combs? For some later proof? She doesn't mention any car. Forget it. Let's turn to the London hotel. If you want to go to someone's house, it's not kidnapping. It's unfair. Cassie is public too. I think he's talking about when, like, Cassie saying she wanted to go home, and after he had did some DV stuff to her, that he held her, he kidnapped her and put her in this hotel. Everybody know about this whole situation, people. Let's keep it real. Cassie's a grown-ass woman. She wanted to hide this stuff from her parents. Or did she want to go to Diddy's house? Is it kidnapping if I took my wife to Wendy's when she wanted to go to Burger King? Is, you know, I understand people could not like somebody's personality. They can feel that they're guilty. A feeling is just what it is. But proving something to be a fact, you get to prove it in court. So all these beliefs, and I believe a lot of stuff too, but we in court. Sharrell, what you probably missed is now that they basically are talking about emails on how Cassie probably could have been trying to set him up while she emailed him, calling him Sean Puffy Combs. You know how you want to get it typed up for some later proof. She doesn't mention any car. Forget it. Let's turn to the London hotel. If you want to go to someone's house, it's not kidnapping. It's unfair. Cassie is public too. When Cassie was saying that she was kidnapped and held in this London hotel, but held against her will for the people, you know, Wayne. Well, no, sorry, Wayne. I'm gonna use your name. But people who want to say about these laws, held against their will. She wanted to go home. When she was all the time, she always hid this stuff from her parents.
Yeah.
So she wanted to go to the mansion and relax. That's not kidnapping. If I took you to Wendy's and you wanted to go to Burger King, kidnapping.
I mean, so this is what happens, right? For a lot of people who have been touched, have been art, it changes who you are, right? It will ruin your life if you don't get the appropriate amount of help that you need to carry on. Here we go. Remember, Cassie didn't want the tape out. She had a movie coming out. Let's go back to what was said about the hotel staff maybe leaking the footage. They were worried about publicly, not a misdemeanor. Guess what happened? It was sold. Well, right. I guess I forgot about that too. Cassie had a huge motive in having the tape not come out.
Right.
Because she herself didn't want it out also. No victim. They're trying to show she is not a victim.
Yeah.
And I hate to say that because a lot of women that have been a part of DV, they see their accuser and they just want to get them. They want to get them. That's how you know you're not healed. Nicole Westmoreland is also a victim, but she has the wherewithal to understand this is a different case than what happened to her.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very hard to tell women that have experienced this, people have been touched, that everybody's not like that. Cassie was in a volatile relationship by choice, and it diminishes it for the real victims who really can't feel that they're trapped and they can't do anything about it. You can always do something about it. Don't put yourself in these situations. So you live your whole life, and y'all know who I'm talking about. I had a friend, I had to get rid of her, who hated men her whole life because what happened to her? Uh-oh, I'm lagging. Okay, here we go. Okay, I read that. They were worried about publicity, not a misdemeanor. Guess what happened? It was sold. The police were nowhere near this situation. Is Combs acting like a fool, cutting Cassie and cussing and saying the police are about to arrest him? Question mark. She is freezing him out, as she should. He's just trying to get her attention. He leaves, goes to her apartment. They're talking about this cracked out relationship that these two have going on. Please, people, don't act like some people prefer this kind of relationship where y'all fighting back and forth, y'all putting your hands on each other, y'all cussing each other out. You go cheat so he can find out that you're cheating, so then he can act like, y'all ain't never heard of that? Y'all never heard of people acting like this? This is how crackheads act. Come on. He says he's banging on the door, maybe with a hammer. Carrie Morgan said that's why the police came. A neighbor called. The Intercontinental has no police, period. So he cannot be guilty of bribery under California law, as the judge will tell you. Let me read this again. He's banging on the door, maybe with a hammer. Carrie Morgan said that's why the police came. A neighbor called. The Intercontinental has no police, period. So he cannot be guilty of bribery under the California law, as the judge will tell you. You have to be a policeman for it to be considered bribery. Is that what they're saying?
Yeah, I think the bribery would have to be you trying to mess with the law. Like, say, if you're trying to prevent something from being leaked out to the law, well, it got to be against the law officials. I can't remember the exact thing.
This is the first time I'm hearing this, you guys. I want to hear what the judge says about this bribery, or what went down in the hotel in the $100,000. Precious says the CA district attorney could have charged Diddy with DV or assault, or without Cassie's cooperation, had that video gotten out. Thank you. She now, I'm just not realizing this because of the closing argument. She had a reason to not want the tape out either. Y'all acting like Diddy is the only one that would have been looked at in a bad light if that tape would have came out. And Precious is right.
Well, and basically what she's saying is this, though, is that California, that Diddy did instruct the law, because if the tape would have got out, the state could have pressed charges on them on their own without Cassie. But was it in an investigation? Now, if we're going to go by the law, he didn't instruct anything. It was never a charge there. It was never an investigation. So,
oh, that's what they mean. Under California, it says, so he cannot be guilty of bribery under California law.
Right.
I still need more clarity on that for me.
Well, maybe if we get later, you could pull up bribery, and it'll give you two things that it would have to be. And I think it's really for, like, it got to be something with law enforcement or something else.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
Yeah, you're trying to, stop something, stop an investigation or something like that. I can't remember totally, but we know this didn't happen. When they got the tape, they both agreed. So, if anything, if you had any kind of question, you might want to figure out how the guy stole the tape from the hotel, but that's either here or there. Let me see.
I'm trying to find out why he said Diddy can't be charged with bribery under California law. Because I don't know what he's talking about.
I'm trying to refresh. I don't got nothing new yet.
Okay. You keep your eye on it. I want to find out about this. If I don't know something, I found out, you better go find out on your own what it means.
But even though, I mean, why you saying that? And even if, you know, people will say, well, hey, it's bribery and all this. Go back and do some common sense. That thing happened. Both of them. He's a high profile guy. He know it would mess up his image if it was publicized. Jane knew it. I mean, not Jane, but Cassie knew it. She had a movie coming out. Nobody want that kind of press. So do I think he was doing it to try to instruct the law? Or did he do it to save his reputation? I think it did. That's why. Just like when that tape did leak, he took a big hit on his reputation. So that's the purpose. So now, you know, I guess you get to prove the other part, that they had intent behind that. But either or, no charges was filed.
Listen, when they start, okay. Okay, here we go. And when Mia, the witness who testified as Mia, said she was out of Scarrillo money, they should have told you that. Sean was concerned about Cassie suing him. He was not aware of any federal investigations, if there was one. So it's not obstruction. Oh my God, I got that stuff in my hair. That's true. I can see the way that they presented it. She basically said, if you don't give me this, I'm going to go public with the information. And he didn't give it to her. But then when she went public, he didn't realize that, oh my God, the feds are about to charge me. He didn't know that. And I honestly believe that when he gave her that 20 mil, he wouldn't have gave it to her. Do you think that's true, Perry, that he had no idea that he was under a federal investigation?
It's either here or there. No, I mean, but there's no evidence that he knew. I mean, you know, I don't know. It could be possible. I'm not going to wingmill here or there, but there's no evidence that he knew. There was no proof.
It's common sense he didn't know, or he wouldn't have gave her that 20 million. If I feel like, that's my opinion. If I knew that Diageo went to the feds, hold on. He says he's trying to stave off a lawsuit. STAVE. This could be a typo. He's trying to stave off of a lawsuit. And when it comes to Jane, he still might. He should. Shall we break? The judge says, and Agnafilo says, this would be fine. He needs to sue Jane. That lying, ex-trafficking Peter Nygaard loser. Jane is a loser that pulled other women into the ring for Peter Nygaard. She is worthless. She is trash. She's been living rent-free in a place that she can pay for on her own with her OnlyFans, bringing in $50K a month. Her OnlyFans where she goes all the way. You lied to the prosecution. You lied to the defense. You lied to Diddy. You lied to the feds. You're just a lie. You lied to 50 Cent. You're just a liar. You want to talk about you're the victim when you've been accused of pulling other women into Nygaard's ring. Why don't we talk about that? How come we didn't talk about what a disgrace you are to other women, pretending to be the victim when you're the damn perpetrator? He needs to sue her. He needs to sue that lying-ass blogger. He needs to sue Nancy Grace. If he gets off, I wouldn't let nobody play with my name like that.
No, I wouldn't either.
He needs to sue that lying-ass blogger. Yes, I have reached out. Never mind. It's just ridiculous. So far, Perry.
Sure. So what now? What you say? What I think?
This is Comey. This is Comey. This is the prosecutor talking to the judge, you guys. I did not want to object, but he asked the jury to ask why the prosecutors charged as they did. We need a curative instructions after the break. He told the jury that the Intercontinental was a misdemeanor. Curative, instruction. Well, let's find out. Y'all have the fight. Now, he didn't object to you guys in your lies, but let's see what you guys have to say for yourself. You guys lied. I don't believe the prosecution. I think they're worthless. You're trying to make a name for yourself, just like your pathetic father. And you will lie under any means necessary. You got to send him up the river so you can go brag to your friends how you are the one that put Diddy behind bars, a billionaire, and allowed the state to take his money. You know, this has a lot to do with his money.
For real.
And let's not be fooled.
I'm making some more coffee because they're on break, right? Just a side. It's not a sidebar, just a break. Okay.
Here's Comey again. He told the jury Mr. Combs is charged with arson. That is not the case. It is a RICO predicate. Then what does it mean? Oh my gosh. Judge says, Agnaphilo, ? He says, I was going to get to the RICO on the rest. It's fair comment. Judge, you said why charging is kidnapping. You can ask that. Like the prosecutor, Maureen Comey, is pathetic. You're after this man to make a name for yourself, possibly to save the family reputation, because James Comey, the former head of the FBI, is a complete fraud. You're trying to save the family name. If God is on our side today, you got to find another idiot. Like, oh my gosh. Agnaphilo says, I think I'm allowed to be sarcastic. That's what I was doing there. Judge says, and the Intercontinental video? He says, it's a state matter, not federal. That's true. Oh, that's true. It is fair comment. The judge said, can the government propose? He said, yes, after the break. No one interrupted your pitiful, boring ass closing statement. It's very boring. Let's talk about how someone fell asleep in the courtroom. It was boring. It was too technical. You wanted people to not understand exactly what they were doing as long as they considered him guilty. I refuse to believe that you didn't know what you were doing with that boring ass closing statement. Prosecution, you knew what you were doing. You want to make it complicated, so those that say get him at any cost, we don't care. You can change the goalposts, you can change the law, just get him. But you didn't realize that there were a lot of people that said, we're not buying this BS anymore. This witch hunt is exactly what it is, a witch hunt. Yeah, I'm sure I do have a troll in the chat. I'll get them. You guys tell me who it is, because they want me to shut up. They want me to shut up on my own channel. How about you go get a channel and you shut yourself up? I'm not stopping talking. This is how I feel. I did it with the prosecution. Isn't this why we're here? So we can talk about how closing statements are going? You can say whatever you want from the chat, but as long as this channel's named Sharrell's World, there's no stopping me. Say what I want when I can say what I want when I want. And I got 520,000 people that want to listen. I have 500, I got over 500,000 people want to listen to me. So you go to your own channel and cut up and act a fool over there. Or is nobody on your channel? Because you're a troll. Or have no common sense. You don't come over here telling me what to do. And that's what makes a lot of people not like me. You can't control me. I don't care about the masses. I feel how I feel, and I'm not afraid to stand up for what I believe in, even if it's an unpopular opinion. Hashtag free Diddy. Hashtag free Diddy. Because this is a witch hunt. It makes no sense, the things that they're doing. If you want to change the law, should have did that before you brought up the charges. If you really wanted a conviction, go back to the state level and get a conviction. Now, this is about the Southern District showing off, want to be known as you guys when Preet was in charge. You're not as good as when Preet was in charge. This is about politics. Let's be real. It has nothing to do with victims. It's about politics. It's about politics. And people that are so blind that they don't see that, don't come back crying later when it affects your household. The way that this United States run is, I commit a crime, I look at the laws. If a crime is broken, then I get charged with it, and then I go up the river to prison. The rules aren't, I get to court and change the damn law. You can't do that. You can't change the law. You do it before. You do it before. Babe,
Yeah.
you're not feeling good. I got my green drink. Perry hates this drink. You need it.
Yeah.
Go get it. You're not feeling well, are you?
Not really, but I mean, but I can't miss this today. I mean, like this is
Perry never admits when he's sick.
I mean, this is real interesting. Like prosecution did theirs yesterday, pretty much the same. The defense didn't put on the witnesses on there to exploit these other witnesses that the prosecution had because they didn't really need to. I think their cross on those people was good enough, but the jurors just need to know the stories. So now when I was getting some more coffee, I overheard you reading some of these ejections and stuff from the prosecution.
Yeah, they got their nerve.
Well, yeah, I know that they gonna try to push it. I mean, because everybody's fighting. But I will tell you this: they're worried because they don't want people to use their common sense on the jury. They want to make it to where it's like a trick question document where they got the did he almost do it? Did he do it? And if you don't know, just hit guilty or whatnot. I'm just saying to make it complicated. I think the defense is doing well.
Also, too, I want you guys to go listen to this guy. His name is Trent Out Loud. Is that it, Perry?
Yeah.
And he's in the courtroom and he's giving fair coverage. He said that the prosecution's closing statement was so boring that someone in the courtroom fell asleep. They want it to be boring. They want it to be very technical. They don't want to say it in layman's terms because she's just looking for a win for the family. You know, Comey was let go. James, her father, was let go. And so she's looking for a win for the family. And we know by Edgar Hoover, you could be crazier than a little bit. You could still carry the title the person that runs the FBI. I refuse to believe that a man that is in control of our FBI raises a daughter that doesn't have a lick of common sense. So they know what they're doing. Their ultimate goal is to get a win under their belt, like Preet Bharara. Let's be real. So they could say, we're just as good as Preet was. And if they get a big dog, how many rich billionaires that made their money off of rap music is there walking around? Not many. This would be a huge win for them. So they're trying to win by any means necessary. And if you are African American, you know what that means. By any means necessary. You guys, have you ever drank the green drink? It's like green powder that you put in here. It really tastes like dirt, but it has a whole bunch of nutrients. And then yesterday I tried that. Ugh, never mind. I'm trying to get my health up to par because y'all all know I have a weakened immune system. So I always try to prevent as much as I can. And that's drinking this dirt. Perry refuses to drink the dirt.
Yeah,
Watch me feel better than Perry, huh?
I drink the coffee.
How does coffee's gross, Perry, and it has too much caffeine in it.
Yeah,
Mind my business.
No. I mean, I was just thinking about this whole thing. Like this case, people gonna want to just flip the narrative and make it out. Either you're for Diddy or you're against him. This is about the justice system, and people want to overlook that because they had to go against their bias. If they want Diddy down and you don't get X amount of videos about Diddy and how guilty he is, you got to roll with that side. So where for your own self-gain, you would jeopardize our justice system for futures and our kids and everybody else to be treated a certain way for your selfishness. Because basically what I'm trying to say is this. A lot of these people out here, it's just running with the narrative that, and they overlooking the charges themselves. They want to put Diddy name as headlines, but they'll go with it as long as they get clicks and views. I don't know if this makes sense.
Yeah, about that. I'm a blogger and I always support teen bloggers until now. This is getting out of hand. These bloggers going around lying to put money in their pockets, I think they need to be sued. I think they need to be sued in the Diddy case. Also, too, Krishan Rock was saying that there was a blogger going around lying on her. She warned this blogger to stop. When he did not stop, she took down his channel. Celebrities are human too. You can't just lie on them, affect their lives, and expect them to just put up with it. Now, I feel differently about the Tasha K case. I know what happened behind the scenes. She knows what happens behind the scenes. But I think these bloggers need to start getting sued because it's too many of them, and they're saying things that people believe. People believe that Diddy was with underage minors. Do you know how devastating that is? Nobody wants to mess with a person that does that. Where's your proof? You lied. You need to be sued. I also think that if you are given immunity and you continue to lie, you need to be in some kind of punishment. That's how I feel. Because after I spoke with one of them about the things that was being said about her and how it really affected her reputation, what people thought of her, made people make fun of her child. I used to not be against suing bloggers, but because I'm not in their their foot. I'm not in their, what's the word? Shoes. I'm not in their shoes and realize how these lies affect their lives. And if anybody spoke on my damn child, I would feel different too. Well, Justin and Usher said nothing happened to him. I can't go back and say that they did. They came out publicly and said this is not true. So how do I, if they said it, then that's what they said. I can't call them liars. And if somebody says something, if I say I never went to Peru, you keep calling me a liar. How many times am I going to come out and say it? It's crazy. They're lying about him messing with little people. Oh my God. It was all over. Jaguar Wright said that she had to go save somebody at the party. Now, I just think, I know Jag's underlying problems, but you got to work those out, Jag. But you need to be some kind of punishment for what you said, what you did. You said Jay-Z argued. You said you went to the freak off and had to save people, and the government pushed your stuff by giving you some crazy award for lying. When I told you guys that she was a liar, nobody believed me. Has anybody asked, just call the courthouse and say, how come she's not allowed in the courtroom anymore? We wouldn't have these problems of the media trying to get the bloggers kicked out. It really needs to be taken up. This problem needs to be investigated after the trial about people going out lying, bloggers lying. The mainstream believe the lies. And then when you tell the truth, they're thinking that the media is lying. They need to do something about people making documentaries based on lies. That's why TMZ is being sued right now, and they never mention it. Well, you're smarter than me. You're smarter than me. I'm not gonna lie. You're smarter than me. I'm just glad I turned around and said, nah, this don't make no sense. Yeah, so who's the guy who said that people fell asleep? One of the jurors. What was his name?
Trent Out Loud. It was Trent
Out Loud. You guys listen to him, because he's not trying to just bolster his numbers. He's about,
well,
I'm not, hold on, somebody's watching me in the chat. I'm not, I know, but I just shared a little bit. That's all I'm going to do. I'm not going to say anything more. Sorry, go ahead, Perry.
Oh, yeah, no, I was just saying, he keep it right in the middle. He even try not to give his opinion on it. Mm-hmm. So he just try to go in court. That's why, because I'm not in court. We just reading transcripts. I go to different channels. And, I just go to a couple channels. DJ Academics. I make my runs. You know what I'm saying? But him in the courtroom, I check it out. And he tell me things I would have never known about people dozing off. So,
if I promise you I'm not going to say anything, that's exactly what I am going to do. But I just wanted to share right up until the conversation. I will never repeat that. And you don't be in the business as long as I am if you double cross people. Okay? See what y'all got going on. The big platforms and news medias, anybody has anybody on their show, they need to fact check first. I'll just say it this way. Jaguar Wright went on Piers Morgan, who is a respected journalist, channel, and Jay-Z called and said, nah, get her out of there. The only reason that Diddy can't stand up for himself is he's behind bars. But when he gets out, if he gets out, even if it's another trial or whatever, he needs to hold bloggers accountable for messing up your case. And how they mess up your case is people believe the lies. They believe it. Someone said to me, you're down with a guy that took advantage of minors. They believed it. Somebody said that Diddy was making love to his girlfriend. First of all, how would you know? And called his mother's name. I'm done. I'm done.
And Sharrell, and also Sean G. I watch him every day too. So it's Trent Out Loud the day right after the court. Then I watch Sean G because they both out there, and I'm getting a feel for the environment and stuff. They're really good. Then there's one other guy I can't remember. Plan for Sation. I can't. My mom tried to pull this thing up too. He's really good. I watch these three every night, and DJ Academics.
We got to give you credit, Ak, even though you got your own case going. Okay. Shout out to you. We love you. Okay. And when you broke down the Jane situation, that earned my respect. It really did. You didn't have to do that. And a lot of people didn't know about Jane and how her past is just. And 50 Cent, I feel sorry for you. That's why your baby mama, Marquise mother, is going around town basically calling you an idiot that you got a baby by this girl. And what she does really makes you look bad. I feel that if I was a baby's mother, if I had a kid with somebody, they're still my family, right? Even though our relationship didn't work out, I would never date Diddy because you knew what was going on between Diddy and 50 Cent. Girl, you are playing a dangerous game.
Here's the other one too. Really good. Like, this brother probably could be an attorney. He's not one, but he just studied. Plans for Station with Jay.
Who is that?
The guy.
But it's spelled weird, but I bet you it's Conversations with Jay.
I know. That's no. That's how he actually spell it. No. I'm just saying that's the name of his channel. But the brother is good. He got like a little panel, and he does his work. He's not an attorney, but he just studied the law. And from day one, he knew it was BS with this whole thing. So it's different ones. Trent Out Loud, Sean G. Like I said, Dennis Byron. Of course, everybody know. I listen to him. DJ Academics. That's about as far as I need to go in my time. I got other things to do after we on here all day. But those are people I check in with daily. That's it.
Yeah. I like Trent Out Loud and the guy that used to be locked up. How long was he locked up?
He didn't say the years.
I respect his commentary because you know what's happening. You've been through this process before. You see them changing the goalposts, and you understand when you send somebody to prison for life, you do damage that can't be fixed. So you guys, there was this guy, I think he's one of the Central Five. He was Central Park Five. But there's this guy who had been falsely accused, been in prison for years, and then they finally realized that he didn't do anything. They let him out, and he just couldn't get back into life. It was foreign because the rules in prison are the opposite out here. They're big on snitching. They're big on bullying, racism. You cannot be friends with anybody of another race in prison. It's just not allowed. And he ended up unaliving himself. Y'all know who that was? That might be him. I can't watch the story without crying. When you falsely imprison somebody, you destroy their life. Don't come back. All you people that saying send him down, don't come back later, because he's going to get out because he's rich. Our justice system isn't fair. You got enough money like Karen Reed, you can get yourself out. But not after damage. After you damage that person. People don't care. They are about the lie. They love the lie because the lie is way more interesting than the truth.
Mm-hmm.
And shame on you, Jaguar, right? You need to go deal with your problems, and you need to have some kind of punishment for your lies too. All bloggers that lie need to suffer some kind of punishment, because I never put myself in the shoes of the person that it's happening to until a couple days ago. And it's just not cool. Stop lying on people. And once they get that in their head, whatever the lie is, it never leaves. Right now, there's somebody in my chat talking about, what about the minors? Crazy.
Yeah, I want to say this too, right? Because typically in this stuff, I mean, I don't know, like good places for me to watch. Like we named a few people that I watch. Check these people out. Normally, I don't just throw out plugs, but these people, we talking about real shit. And these people are down for our justice system. And another guy that was good is Casino for Life. I watch him too. He has a YouTube channel. Plan Forzations, Sean G, Dennis Byron. Of course, everybody know academics. And Jay. So these people are really good. So just check it out. But I'm waiting on this stuff to come back. So far, I think the defense is doing well. Trying to explain this mess to the jurors so they can understand how to judge this whole thing.
I leave around 5:30, sometimes 6. It's about 92 miles.
Partial County 7938. Happy Mother's Day.
Coming to the rescue. Waiter on the way. Pick from any menu. What you want, when you want. From your favorite restaurant. Waiter on the way. Wow, call them now.
At lunch, he would at lunch break.
Now, come on, Shay. If your news doesn't come from Miss Sharrell or Mr. Perry, it's fake news. Thank you, Shay. That's so cute. That's so cute.
Who is this? Let's see. You mean you watch me?
Yes. Let's drop the link so he can come up. Ask him if he wants to come up.
Well, it's just yeah. If you want to come up, you can come up. Yeah, I watch. Yep,
We just don't watch you. We love you. Come on up. Just for the link for conversation.
No, it's not in the conversation. It's Casino. I watch it for people. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Did you drop it?
I dropped it.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, and at this point, we just out here I'm just telling you people that I feel that's keeping it real. Because I know when this whole thing over, I still you never know, and that's the intense part about it. When you can just give it your best shot and hopefully that you could convince the juror to do the right thing, but anything can happen. But I still hold it in my heart that no jurors, not all 12, gonna vote guilty.
Thank you guys. Some of our ride or dies been here for the beginning. Summer, Lily. My mods, Aphrodite, Lisa, a lot of you guys. He unalived himself at Rikers. Yeah, we love you, Lisa. Thank you. Because our times are different than in England, so she's up at odd hours modding for me. I really appreciate that. Eugene, you're my nephew. I'm your auntie. Summers from Canada. I don't know how I got an overseas following you. How do we get?
Yeah, but either way, that's the thing I do watch. But what's up, Lily?
Lily?
Yeah, he go. You know what? I mean, look. I'm just saying the charges. Yeah. Now we can agree to disagree. I don't think he should go to charges for these charges. I mean, well, I'm keeping my stance. I just don't think that he should be going like this. It's just not even a good look, really, to just throw all this stuff up. Why didn't these people take accountability? They can find a civil attorney to sue him, but they couldn't call 911. And y'all want to act like we dealing with little kids. These people were old enough, spending money, doing pharmaceuticals. And I think y'all feel this way because y'all really deep inside probably honestly think they were afraid for their life. That's what would get you ladies and stuff, or not ladies, just men, to feel this way. I don't believe that. I just don't believe it. So, but we're here today. We'll find out. I mean, and neither one of us is on the jury. We don't control his fate. His defense attorney got to do the best he can do. He got to do the best he can do to convince the juror not to go on these questionnaires to make sure they answer them appropriately. Yeah. I would say this, Lily. Yes, they could have him on that, right? But so they probably could have your neighbor, my neighbor, a family member. Is it a RICO though? It's what I'm trying to say. So that's where we'll just disagree. And I know that you care about the justice system. That's why I'm wondering, why do you look at it sometime that you want him to go down so bad? Take the DV out of it. He wasn't charged with that. A lot of people dropped the ball on him being charged with DV, including the victim, Cassie herself. Statute of limitations ran out. That's how I see it, but it's just crazy. Exactly, Perry. Charged the man appropriately for the crimes he committed. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people, I think that I'm just taking his side because I can say, oh yeah, he's a human. Why should he have to spend the rest of his life in jail? The women that was, assaulted are humans too. So I understand there's life on both sides. I think all of them need to take accountability. But I think these charges, it's just a witch hunt. And they're establishing a thing that's bigger than what most people want to see. When these laws get established, they go wildfire, and then it becomes the norm. It sets a precedent. And that's how they can get most people these days. And you can't tell me in this entertainment business, with these things they throwing out there, how many other people, and be serious, so I ain't even thought about to name a person. How many other people you think in Hollywood and in the entertainment business couldn't be charged with these the same exact charges today if you let this RICO go through? It could be a lot of people affected. And Renee, how many others? And see, but people sometimes, oh, I'm just so hell-bent, I'm gonna do this just like this. And I'm gonna say this. People believe something and just want something, maybe looking for a change so much that people voted last year. Now they got what they got. They was wanting some type of change. But now they got the change, it's done went a totally opposite way. Now it's affecting them. This could be the same way. Here, I watched Sean G as well. He like y'all 100. Yeah, no, I mean, he's good. And then like, because I watched him yesterday, and he made me calm down some. Because I was like, no, he gonna get off. It's like sometimes when your life ain't on the line, it's easy for me to say how confident I am. I know these jurors not. But he said, can you imagine how the man got to feel sitting here knowing your life is on the line with these 12 jurors? You know what I'm saying? That got to be a feeling. He got a family and all that. The other people got families, but the moment when I listened to him yesterday, the moment sort of got real for me. Because before, I'm just going back and forth, telling you my opinions, but it never really sunk in. I never really put myself in the spot being there facing life imprisonment. You know what I'm saying? But I think the defense team is doing well. I think they're doing well. Representing them right now. Let me see. Judge, I would tell them it would be improper for you to consider that. You are to disregard those comments. Combs, we did not eject yesterday since you called out Mr. Anifilo. Anifilo. Judge, I didn't call out anything. There was an ejection. Okay, so Shapiro, Miss Slavic told the jury, there might have been GUNs at the free calls. There's no evidence of that. It was outrageous. No one is doing anything improper. Judge, you made no record yesterday here. I'm not giving the multiple instructions, just one. So I guess they still just going back and forth about things. The jury is not back in right now. Let me see. This is some interesting stuff, though. Let me see. Sort of interesting. Okay. Nobody deserved life sentence for this application of the law. That, yeah, yeah, not agree. Charges for pharmaceuticals, maybe. But did it take a RICO to charge somebody for pharmaceuticals? And then they keep hammering the fact in under RICO, you only need to certify these two predicate acts. And one would be distribution. And it could be as simple as you taking medicine out your prescribed bottle and putting it in another device, a plastic bag, and giving it to somebody, or sharing your medication. That could be considered that too. Perry's in denial, like always. Okay, well, never mind. Yeah, well, call it what you may. But Perry's not a jackass. How about that? Forced labor and street walking. I can't even say the other word. Or, the P word. Well, would that be on him? I don't know. That's get too technical too. And, we'll see. Let me check for some updates. 4 minutes. But how y'all think it's going so far this morning? Put a 1 in the chat if you think everything's good. Going good so far. Put a 2 if you don't think it's going good so far. Yeah, everyone would be locked up. So, I mean, if you let them get away with this stuff and people trying to tell us right now, or I'm trying to tell you also, if you let this stuff go through, it's going to be applied to everybody. Okay. You don't think it's good? Well, yeah, I see it not going good. Well, it's a mixed bag. Mostly good. And Maz, if you do see a troll in here, I mean, just feel free to block them. You know, to block them, ban them, because we trying to have a serious conversation for real. Not because they don't. I mean, don't block them if they just disagree. If they trolling, bye bye. Send them out of here. We trying to have an adult conversation over here. Somebody says one is going good, but kind of slow coming in. Yeah, I think now they haven't not really. I guess a sidebar that they was on break, but they over there discussing something else right now. Okay, we got an update. Combs Shapiro, we'll ask you do that at the end, not now. It would suggest Mr. Aniflo did something improper. U.S. Comey. It is needed now. Judge, let's get our jury. Sean Combs leaned over and whispers to Aniflo, who takes notes. All rise, jurors entering.
Okay. That Agnifilo did something improper. Like what?
Oh, well, I think they're going back to what he's saying. Hold on.
It says,
Go ahead.
he says, before the break, it was suggested you should consider why this was charged. That is not proper. I will be instructing you on the law. Mr. Agnifilo, question mark. He says, now we'll talk about Mia. She loved working for Mr. Combs. This was not forced labor. What is that? Oh, okay. Do you think they're going to take a lunch break today or just?
Yeah. No, they're going to take a lunch break. And the jurors still there.
I'm tired of sitting here, but I don't want a lunch break. I don't want a 5-minute break. I don't want a bathroom break. Let's get this case over so we can move on to the next phase, which is if he is found guilty, we have to do Diddy like we did Karen Reed. We have to support him if you feel that he was railroaded. And I feel that he's railroaded. So, I just think what they did for Karen Reed was courageous. And here we go. Agnifilo. Remember the birthday video we showed you? She was bubbly, popping. That's the real her. You are free to conclude she put on an act here. Pardon me. If Mr. Combs felt it was improper, he would not threaten to tell Cassie. It was consensual. You think he hooked up with the needy girl?
Capricorn?
No, not Capricorn. This is the one that still works for Revolt.
Mia?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think they got it in. Now, I don't think it's like how she said it.
Right.
Yeah.
They say men have the ability to do that and not feel nothing about it and walk away. That's what they say. Not me. I'm surprised that I'm surprised that all these people are still with us. The amount of drugs they were taking is insane. I'm surprised that no one had I think somebody has the luggage, but anything more serious happened to them health-wise. They said there was no protection. That's insane. If you're gonna do that, at least protect yourself. Mm-mm-mm.
But they will have a lunch break though. I mean, because remember the jury is gonna be there all day. Because they got the
If they had a lunch break, it would be in 9 minutes.
No. They normally go by 12:30, right? I think 12:30.
To 12:30.
So around about 40 minutes.
Here we go. When Mia says it was not consensual, she's not telling the truth. There was no unwanted sexual conduct. Mia's feelings were not platonic. Mr. Steele questioned her about these wonderful pictures and slogans. Effluxious, I don't know what that means. Not just a job. Oh, no. It wasn't just a job. She liked him. All of them liked him.
Mm-hmm.
All of them wanted to get with him. They didn't care if Kim was there or not. Why do you think that Diddy, according to Carisha, never treated Miss Miami like that? She has a whole different story. He bought her jewels. He gave her a horrible talk show. I still like you, Miss.
Well,
Carisha,
I mean, I think you stated that earlier. People only gonna treat you the way you let them treat you. So I think just having that barrier, like a person can love you and all that, but they got boundaries. And a person can love you and you go and say, hey, let's do this freak off. If it's against their wishes, they ain't doing it. So, and a person will learn not to, force the issue.
How come nobody even questioned the fact that Cassie named her child after Diddy? So weird. Y'all want to tell us that she hates Diddy? She did a freak off after he R'd her, according to her. She named her child Frankie. What? It's so strange. I think Cassie loves Diddy to this day. And if she could go back, she would. I think that marriage is going to fall apart with Alex Fine, even though I like him. He's a nice looking man. He's courageous. But some things you just can't forget.
And some things about him, I'm not sure if they're true or not, that people don't talk about. I mean, some people say he was at the freak off parties too.
I heard that.
But I'm just saying, but then that's rumors. And, I guess I got to stop that because that's how we got built up to this case right now. All the freak offs. But I guess I need to see more proof of all this stuff.
Agnephila says, this is a demonstrative. You can't take it into the jury room. Consider the scrapbook she made. I'm going to read it to you. Happy 45th birthday, Puff. This is from 1991 to 1999. I hope it stirs up nostalgic feelings. How great you've become. She put a scrapbook for her accuser. She even told him she loved him. Your ass keep coming back. He tried to get rid of you. You keep coming back.
She's borderline a stalker. You know what I'm saying?
You done hooked up with his ass. You keep coming back. I would never tell my accuser that I loved him. Usually I'm in a state of shock. I'm shaking. I'm withdrawn. Girl, I'm not at a party and up giving him gifts.
He probably missing laundry and shit. It's all in her house.
But let's talk about my nameless friend. That I have a couple friends that have been R'd. But I'm talking about the one ex-friend I couldn't handle. Once something happens to you like this, it could damage you for the rest of your life, right? And she actually started hating all men. She says she started blaming men for everything. Her actions of what happened to her, she would never go to the party. Never. She would never tell her accuser she loved him. She would never hook up with him again after you claim you were AR'd. You know, not all women tell the truth, you guys. And sometimes when you've had that happen to you, it could damage you. Sorry for everybody that has been through this. The real victims, I'm sorry. We live in an effed up society, and some people just ain't right. But I've seen the damaging effects it does to you. There's no way you would be giving him gifts and telling him you loved him. No way that would happen. We can talk about the witnesses like they have a tail between their legs, but the real culprit takes no accountabilities for his actions, no defense, and never took the stand. How convenient. Beth, I'm probably going to think that you've been through something like this before. And when you look at Diddy, you don't see Diddy, you see your accuser. Hold on, let me read this really quick. Agna Phyllis says, she loved you. You can't fake that. That's real. Don't lose sight of that. Don't lose sight of that. It's not just business. He gives people a home. Look at this picture. Think of a word that comes to mind. Joy. There's KK, D-Rock, Fahim. So he's showing them some picture. I think that when that happens to people, it's traumatic. You suffer PTSD. You suffer PTSD, and you hate all men, and you think they're all that way. Y'all know this friend that I'm talking about. She's been on my channel. She's not my friend anymore because she's very damaged, and when that happens, you have to get help. That's what I'm saying. Like Nicole Westmoreland, she's on the defense. It happened to her. You have to, if you find yourself hating all men and all men are nothing, you're not healed yet. You're not healed yet. Because you should blame Diddy and look at Diddy for what he has done, not what your accuser did to you. It says, he created a remarkable special place. He moved people in their hearts and souls. When Mia is told she's being fired, that she was going to leave the special place, Mia, comma, my life is over. KK, OMG, WTF, Mia. That's not funny. She was devastated. I hope I'm not offending any offenders out there. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Toria. I thought this was a real person. It's not. But I am talking to other people who, there are people that just, hate all men. Y'all know who I'm talking about. You can't hate all anything. You can't hate all white people. You can't hate all blacks. When you find yourself doing that, there's a problem. It's a problem. Thank you, Toria. And I don't care what anybody says, racism is a form of sickness, mental health sickness. Here we go. Racketeering, co-conspirator, KK writes, Mia, answer your phone or I'm going to call your parents. That last thing she wanted to do was leave. And it's forced labor, ? Let's turn to the substance distribution. The U.S. said personal use is a distraction. Listen, I don't lie about my interactions with addicts. They all live a complicated, unbelievable lifestyle. Everyone knows what drugs do to you, but every year you get a new group that signs up for it. Diddy was an addict, a horrible addict. Everybody in that group. Begolin, you were high on the stand. You talking about you were former. Girl, how do you know somebody's an addict? Okay. With all the stuff they've been taking. Sometimes addicts talk too much, can't sit down, can't hold a thought, feel like everybody's after them. That's some side effects of the white stuff. Always touching their nose. They're always touching their nose. Other signs is you can fall asleep in court. They call it nodding off. When you do this, I was telling y'all about the new Fenty Fold. Okay, some of them fall asleep. I'm not making this up. Like this. Let me show you. You just know. If you've been around it, you just know. I want y'all to think real hard. What celebrity have you guys seen in this stance? This is a side effect of the Fenty. If I see a person doing that, that's a sign you're on the Fenty. And y'all know what the Fenty is. It's the Fenty. Y'all need to get off the drugs, get off the substances, get off of it. Here we go. Brendan Paul said these were personal use of substances. He said he forgot to take the white powder out of my bag. He said, I got the best lawyer in the world and my charges were dismissed. Oh, that's what he said. Sean Combs was not selling substances. Now, so remember I missed that day because we fell asleep? And he said that he don't have no charges. And you supposed to be the mule and you ain't got no damn charges. What? What? This case can't get more laughable. So you're calling him a distributor of trafficking and substance trafficking, but the so-called mule gets away scot-free? I'm done. Y'all stop. Y'all trying to get me out of character again. I can't. Is that true?
Well, I mean, this is my first time hearing it because remember.
Oh, yeah, we fell asleep. We fell asleep. Oh, my gosh. Nobody told me that. Okay. Let me say this because somebody is taking me the wrong way. I'm not saying that Diddy didn't do wrong. Please do not take it that way. When I'm talking about the Fenty Fold, I'm talking about his ass too. Did not say he was perfect. I'm talking about how these are the wrong charges. Hold on. And I'll get back to it. Okay. Cassie said he was a substance addict. How is he supposed to get them grow them. His own Xanax? Question mark. Did he have substances? Question mark. Yes. They found it in the house. Was he using his enterprise to distribute substances? No. You're going to have to think this through. Well, for me, you did not even produce any records from Bad Boy. They weren't rated. How is this money brought in? That the money he made from substance trafficking? You can't just call somebody that without any proof.
Right.
You really can't be an attorney and just accuse somebody of that without any proof. I'm talking about all you had to do was watch documentaries on El Chapo and Pablo Escobar and Frank Lucas. Their lifestyle was a bit. Frank Lucas went to Colombia, talked to the people that grew it. You have to think of ways to get it in. And most people that are in that business live by a rule. Don't get high on your own supply.
Yeah,
He
but
was
Sharrell,
too strung out to be a distributor, huh?
go back and revisit what you were saying, why people taking you the wrong way. I think you was getting into, you ain't saying he did anything wrong.
I'm not saying he did anything wrong. I'm saying these are the wrong charges. This is overcharging at its best. And I'm very, very concerned about the prosecution changing the law to fit a crime instead of a crime being committed and breaking the law. They've got it reversed.
Yeah.
If I hand you, if I hand you a vial of something, that's not distribution. If I get on a plane and go to Colombia and make a deal with the people that did it and then have to think of ways to smuggle it in, that's distribution. And we need to keep that the rule.
Right, for the RICO. But
Right.
see, what people is doing is fine tuning the law. It says
I
anytime
got to update.
transfer it to one person. Go ahead.
Agna Phyllis says, didn't Mia go to work for Madonna? Question mark. That's how people use personal assistants. I don't expect we're going to see Beyonce in CVS. The assistance by the Astroglide. It's not the company, what the company is doing. This is not a racketeering act. I'm going to RICO. He's trying to say it's the wrong charges. It's the wrong charges. But people take that to mean that Diddy's perfect. No one said Diddy's perfect. Didn't I just tell you he's not perfect? But you can't change the definition of RICO. If you change it here, it's going to be changed forever. And your Uncle Fred gonna be locked up for RICO soon.
Mm-hmm. And see, when you was talking about passing the vial, people say, "Oh, that's trafficking." If you want it to be, yes, it's different levels of violations. You got misdemeanors, felonies, or whatever. It shouldn't be applied
So
to.
now addicts sharing substances is trafficking. Don't forget, if you change the goalposts for this case, then it's changed for everybody. Millions of addicts out there are going to be locked up for life for trafficking, and El Chapo will get away. Y'all got to come on. Are we that desperate? We're going to let them change the law right in front of us?
They are.
If you share a joint with somebody, that's trafficking. It's almost comical. That's trafficking. Puff, puff, pass. The famous saying that Snoop invented. Puff, puff. No,
Puff, puff,
Chris
give.
Tucker. Yeah. Puff, puff, give. Puff, puff, give. Is trafficking now? It's just crazy. Oh, crazy. Here we go. There's no evidence of possession with intent to distribute substances. David James said he's in St. Tropez. He asked to get a 8-ball of the white powder. I asked him anything to do with Sean Combs. He said no. He kept it for him. Why would he hide it? You tell your assistant, go pick up something for me.
Mm-hmm.
They should get in trouble for dealing with narcotics, but that's not trafficking. Like what? Puff Puff give? You got to go for life because of Puff Puff give?
Yeah.
Y'all being ridiculous. You're being desperate. You want to bring him down by any means necessary, but you don't realize how that affects the rest of us.
Are these people hell bent on being right? You know, some people take it all the way down to the minute thing. Oh, I was right. It's definitely this. Because people made a big thing of no charges was dropped, you know, being politically correct, nothing was dropped. Look, something disappeared off the charges.
You
That's
know why
all.
people have to make it right, because I'm not going to question, why did you tell me their minors were involved? So I need this to be right, because I don't want you questioning me. So you're saying he wasn't in bed groaning his mother's name? You mean he didn't snitch? You need this to be true. Because if you are in the chat and you fell for the nonsense, you got to question yourself. How was I so easily fooled? How come anybody can tell me a lie and I'll believe it?
Yeah.
I need this to be true because I look gullible and ridiculous for believing the lie.
Yeah.
Tell you yesterday, somebody asked me, where are the children? Am I in support of the children? What children?
Yeah.
Allie Carter, where you at, girl? Where you at? Where you at?
Because I fell for the okie doke. Like all the stuff on social media, I was like, damn. You know, because you were sort of believing stuff. Okay, go ahead.
It's people in creative fields doing what people in creative fields do. It's not racketeering. It's going to talk about Cassie. Can you traffic your girlfriend? Maybe, if you push them into being a streetwalker, right? But not making money from it. How are you going to be a substance distribution and not make any cash? How are you going to be in that business, you know, of being the woman of the night and you don't make no money off of it?
Yeah. He giving out stimulus coochie. Stimulus pharmaceuticals. Come on, people. Stop it. I mean, I don't know. I mean,
it's a bad thing to change the goalposts on, because substances destroys lives. If you're the one on it, it destroys your life. If you're in the family of the person on it, it still affects us. It's poison. Y'all should stop the real traffickers. It's poison. But somehow Big Meech gets a huge following on social media, a known trafficker. Y'all love him. Diddy gets high with one of his friends. Trafficking. What is wrong with y'all? It's ridiculous. I need to believe the lie, because the lie is better than the truth. Here we go. Jane has some text messages that are anti-hotel night. Cassie, ? She doesn't. People are in love. People are having sex. Let's say your partner wants to do something and you don't. Where does that land? ? Cassie wanted this, including to be close. She got jealous. You don't get jealous of someone that takes advantage of you. She couldn't even send Kim Porter off in a respectful way without being jealous. That says a lot. The girl's no longer your competition and you're still jealous. Something's wrong with Cassie. And if no one else is going to say it, I'm going to say it. What happened to Kim Porter was, sad. And you couldn't even let her have a day. The real traffickers at the border, and they get welcomed with open arms. People want to really glorify real traffickers, but not Diddy. Why would Diddy have to be a trafficker? He has money. Here we go. It's like my wife is from Los Angeles. I hated LA. Now I love Los Angeles. Sorry. That's how it happens. Cassie, she is a beautiful, sexy person. She was with Michael B. Jordan, like the most handsome man in the world. She is not messing around. You guys, okay, we know all these women want Michael B. Jordan. I cannot believe Mark brought that up. It's true. Look how they tried to damn near trap. I'm talking about Steve Harvey's wife and her daughter tried to trap Michael B. Jordan to be with, what is her name? She wanted to marry him. Lori Harvey, girl, y'all tried it. Cassie tried it too. Hers didn't work out either. Y'all better leave Michael B. Jordan alone. He's the new like Brad Pitt. I don't know. Like women are falling all over themselves for this man. Falling all over themselves. I like Mark. He's kind of a cool guy.
But
I'm glad he made his closing arguments down to earth. Go ahead, Perry.
A lot of these people out here that's got tunnel vision and only looking out for their pockets. And maybe they could be naive, but they want to take this man down with this stuff. And then in a few weeks, in a month, these same people want to be out there protesting for equal justice and fairness. And if I see that, then I just figure you faking again. You just going with the moment. If the wind blow and you can get more clicks over here, that's where you at. They like scraping in the wind like that. Go ahead.
Agna Philo says, Cassie is not clutching her pearls. This is how I am intimate with the man I love. I could come to love that. You want to be close. Yesterday, they said some she might have wanted. Some kind of misspelling there. Oh, they said Daniel Phillips and the Intercontinental. Here's the sentence that was written wrong, and let's see if we can figure out. Yesterday, they said some she might have wanted. Okay, some of the men that she was freaking off with or dating, like Michael B. Jordan, she really wanted to be with him, but he wasn't having it with her or anybody else, not Lori Harvey, none of them. So I didn't grow up during this time. I rarely knew who Michael B. Jordan is, but once I looked into his background and stuff, he's the new it guy. And I believe one year he was named Sexiest Man of the Year by People magazine. Child, he is not gonna marry nobody like Cassie. Like you said, Perry, women, don't let these men take advantage of you, because what's going to happen is they're going to end up using you. You're going to be salty and in your feelings like Cassie, and then they just move on. When a woman respects themselves, then they respect you. Those are the ones that become the wife.
That man
You ain't heard, huh?
He'll move on like she's a bad habit. I'm just telling you, like, guys don't like that. And these girls think it like, I'm going to give him what he's want. Relationships is bigger than sex. And if that's all you got, you'll just be used just for that one purpose. You'll be used for that one purpose and one purpose only. And think you ain't the only person that can supply that. So your worth ain't too high.
Okay. He says, if she liked 75, comma, can number 76 be X trafficking? Question mark. Talking about going to 0 to 60, nothing said to him, she doesn't want to even do this again. Mr. Donaldson cross-examined Daniel Phillip. Let's look at the text. Sean asks, are you horny? I can't with these. Like, oh my God. Seriously, if a man only wanted me to lay on my back every time I see him, do you really consider that a relationship? You know you're being used, but you're helping to be the one for some crazy reason. Why would you even want a man who looked at you that way?
She wanted the man. Okay, people do things for benefits.
She wanted his money, his fame, his lifestyle. I know.
Most women her age was out either going to college or working, trying to make ends meet. These women, and just in my opinion, I know people get crazy, volunteer for this. Like he volunteered for the trouble he's getting right now by allowing these people and choosing these kind of people to get his freak on with. They just get crazy. But it's easier while y'all, the other ladies out there trying to make a living and do all this, easy for them just to put the heels on. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna get too crazy into my antics today. Put their heels on, and that's a faster way to make a
And
living.
he's not just talking about the women in this case, he's talking about women. So, you know, I was telling you guys, my son loves the strippers and was dating a stripper. It's never going to turn out okay because that it stands out. They look at you one way. Y'all gotta come on, y'all. Women, respect yourself. If you don't respect you, nobody else will.
And
You
then,
have to say, I'm better than that.
and let's just flip the scoop, flip it over the other side. And these sugar daddies, that's all you would ever be. They only look at you for one thing, that financial support. So it goes on both sides. So now don't wonder years, I wonder why she leaves me. She was never into you. She just needed that cable bill paid, bro. Her car payment, insurance,
House.
nice dinners, yeah, houses. You know, I'm just saying. So I mean, it goes on both sides, but you gotta just be accountable for, you know, just take accountability. Somebody says earlier, I think the super chat you had that he would never take accountability, and he may not. And I can't speak on whether he would or not. Did he? But we go back to these charges. Do these charges fit? Do you agree with these charges? Have they proven these charges? I don't think so.
Johnny Cochran said it. If it doesn't fit, you must quit. I miss him. So I like law. I like law. I have like.
I think we got a new one.
Here we go. She says yes. Talk about fantasies. That is their lifestyle. She writes, I'm not going to do many of these, comma. My mother would. She writes, my PUSSY is so hot. Oh my God. They're doing through this. They are going through this together. Okay. It's another misspell. Sorry. I'm going to play part of the video. I hate it when women use that word.
Well,
PUSSY.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Even when Evelyn Lozada, remember, patting her puss?
Mm-hmm.
That is just not respectable behavior. Stop.
But then it's almost like a brother walking around sagging, you know, looking gangster and stuff. Like, what's up, man? And then you mad because somebody, you know, stereotype you, right? Women, IG people, all these people. And for me, and most people think, oh, they like this. They want me to get right to the point. A guy only want a girl to get right to the point when he's not interested in you and he's a little horny that night. He don't care, right? I'm just keeping it real. They hit it and move. But nobody wants that because, and most of we women think, I'm going to give it to him fast to make sure I secure my spot. A guy would think if you gave him to him that fast, then you'll give it to the next man too. I'm just saying that's how we look at it. But
Women, not just Cassie. Young
Women.
women.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm
Make
talking about
him earn it. He wants you that bad. Make him earn it. Make him show you that he wants to be with you. Make him earn it. You don't give anything away. Stop. Make him respect you. Here we go. In this intercontinental video, it's more likely than not, it is Combs' phone. Here she is. I'm not going to show you him throwing her down. You've seen it. I am not hiding it from you. Now, there is a phone. They're talking about
Diddy's
her, huh?
I think they're getting to the point where when Diddy was out there in the hallway with her, and while he came out in the tower, he had supposedly been in the shower. She took his bag and phone and was going down. I guess he was chasing her to get his stuff back.
I hear there was money in the bag, but no one ever
Oh, yeah.
testified to what was in the bag. It doesn't raise suspicion for you guys when she was asked to press charges. Do you want to press charges? She said no. It doesn't raise suspicion when she's back, goes back. Because all these women are innocent like you think, and some of them have divine plans. Y'all call Portia a gold digger, so you acknowledge that there are women out there all about the money. Stop acting like that every woman is a saint. She is not.
But for them to call her a gold digger, they'll be going against their own case that they want to put against Diddy.
Look, Portia took Fallon's man. She knew he was with Fallon. Cassie knew he was with Kim.
Mm-hmm.
Portia did nothing but want his money.
That's it.
That's why she putting up with him. Y'all judge who you want to judge, because you have to make Cassie a saint, because it will reflect on you. Oh, I fell for the okie doke, and y'all don't want to do that. When they were lying on when the bloggers was lying, I was cheering them on. Get them, get them, get them. Y'all talking about Diddy don't want to take accountability. The chat doesn't want to take accountability.
Yeah.
You cheered the lying on. You knew it wasn't true. You knew Jag wasn't nothing. You know that other lying blogger is lying. Y'all don't want to take accountability. You cheered them on because they would stop lying if people stop listening. Somebody told me Jag is the truth. And I'm looking at her like, well, what did she do that was so true? When her own son says horrible things about her, y'all refuse to listen. Now that's ABUSE. When a child is crying out to the public and y'all call the child a liar, but she's the truth. It's crazy. Y'all crazy.
And Mr. McCaffrey, thanks for becoming a member. And somebody says this too in the chat. They said selective choices. And that's what it is. I mean, people can argue me down and that's, it's legal. I know a lot of these things that Diddy did could be considered illegal or are illegal, but it's not RICO worthy.
Something wrong with y'all. A child comes out and says, my mom did this to me. My mom isn't right. Y'all called the child a liar and said Jaguar Wright is the truth. Y'all need to take a look at yourselves. I wouldn't even, if that means I have to stand alone and say I'm not being a part of this nonsense, then that's what it means. I don't need a group to stand behind me. It's just crazy. I felt so bad for saying when that happened. I'll try.
Dutch Boy Professional Series works hard for you with top quality primers, durable interior and exterior.
And supported Jaguar Wright, who showed up to court with bodyguards. Girl, you're not that kind of celebrity. What? Or are you afraid somebody else gonna do something to you? It's a mess. So there used to be a guy, I'm old. He was on TV. Before Jerry Springer. I think his name was Morton Downey, something like this. He was the first one to have like the what do you call it? Jerry Springer kind of a talk show. Everybody that watched Jerry Springer, who was a great guy, but you have to say his TV show was a mess. They didn't want to hear the truth. They didn't want to save children. They didn't want to tell women how. It was like fight, fight, fight. Remember that? Fight, fight, fight. Y'all want that kind of drama. Y'all don't care if it's true or not, if it messed up somebody's life, if a kid is on, y'all don't care. Fight, fight, fight. How bad is Diddy? Diddy's the worst. Diddy, yeah, throw it. Y'all don't care about the truth. So it is what it is.
And now they're going to have to be getting close to lunchtime now, I'm thinking.
I'm ready. I'm ready. Karen White saying it best. If he loves you, make him respect you. Cannot believe that some women don't get it. Ladies, don't you let him do you wrong. If he wants to do you, don't let him use you. Thank you. Even if it means you end up alone. That's what it means. Even if you end up alone, you saving yourself some heartache. I wouldn't want a man that bad that I had to disrespect myself as a part of the package. I remember when I first met Perry and he offered me a cigarette. And I said, I don't want that. Here we go. And here now, a well-known man sitting in his towel and socks, looks like Cassie is saying, you're being a fool. Go back to the room. Look at it. It looks to me like she says, go back to the effing room. There's nothing scary in the room, comma. Then, so we can't see the tape. So he's slowing it down, and I guess it looks like she's saying something. I wish I could see the tape. If we want to change the law, change it and make it mandatory. Cameras in all courtrooms at all times. If you want to change the law, change that.
Yeah, Bishop Baum. Yeah, you're correct. That's exactly what it was.
What?
Oh, Bishop Baum says, Perry, you was smoking those Newports back in the day. I said, yeah.
Yep. So Perry offered me a cigarette and some OE. This is how you know we were old, huh?
We was young. Well, yeah, we old, but we was young. I offer you a smoke and a drink. Like, what
and
up?
I said, I don't do that. And Perry said, I never met a woman that doesn't do drugs and don't even drink. Then later on, he said, when you said that, he said, I looked at you different.
Yep. And that's a fact. No, I really did. Like, guys can do it for themselves and stuff like that. But I'm gonna tell you something. Don't no guy want no girl out there high out her mind. They don't want no drunken person, because guys know when a person get high. Can you trust a high female? I'm just saying from the guy perspective. Or drunk? No. When she didn't drink and do that stuff, that's one of the biggest parts that made me get into her. And I was like, hey, this is cool. Now I ain't got to really worry about these things. If she do these things, I know she's just not into me. It wasn't, oh, I got drunk that night. I didn't know. It took a lot of excuses off the table. You know what I'm saying? But that was one of those qualities I liked. You know, I kept drinking, but
Because my mom told me for an early age, just don't date to date. She said, you're dating for a good father. Perry thought that was crazy when I told him that. I was 17. I'm not just dating you to date you. I'm not just hooking up to hook up. I was looking for a father for my future children. I ain't even have none back then. Do you think on lunch break I have time to go up to Sprouts?
Mm, I'm not
Save
sure,
it for okay.
but I probably could take off now because lunch should be coming soon.
No, I'll just eat what's in
Okay.
the house. I'm being spoiled.
Okay.
So you guys, I'm obsessed with Sprouts. I like stores like Trader Joe's, Farmers Market. Like I have fun at the farmers market. I do. Fresh local fruit.
Mhm. I can't. Well, I mean, yeah, I ain't that kind of shopper, but you get excited. I mean, and you'll walk around as if you're gonna really do something. You look at all the
You're
stuff.
not buy all this fruit. What was that fruit that I discovered I love? I think it's called jackfruit. It has this ugly. Remember that? It's
I,
so good, Pierre. I'm trying to tell you,
I'm gonna
it's
try it.
good.
Yeah, I don't experiment like that. I mean, but I guess you went through phases because you used to love the malls and stuff and just shop, shop, shop. But then now, farmers market, Sprouts, you go there and just walk around.
Get a
Ooh,
basket.
hurry up! The game coming on.
So anyway, so the prosecutor gets a 1 hour rebuttal, and then we can wrap this up. Wait, right? Or is something going to happen on Monday?
No, okay, it's the hour rebuttal, and then it goes into him passing it on jury instructions.
Are we supposed to have jury instructions today?
Yeah, and
Today?
then they're
Okay.
supposed to start deliberating on Monday. Yeah.
Okay. I'm glad they have a time limit.
Well, they always have one, but it goes over. Like,
Oh, does it?
oh yeah. Remember yesterday the it's supposed to be 4 hours apiece. The the prosecution went 6, 7 hours. Shit. Putting people to sleep. People know those would stop working. Oh, you got something.
Agnaphilo. 5 days later, he texts, I'm so sorry, she replies. LOL. I was just listening to sorry. They are obviously getting over it. Cassie writes to Sean, how do I know if the substances are going to be bad or you'll drink too much? This is about the hotel. So he was it a freak off at the hotel that day or not?
I don't think it was.
So he was in the shower, realizes that she's gone. How does he know she's gone?
Oh, hell, I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Comes out looking for her. She has a bag in her hand. He never says what's in the bag, right?
No,
He
but
takes the bag
yeah, and they are
after
fussing.
pounding on her. We can't never not see that. It is never okay for a man to put his hands on a woman. Never.
I agree.
Girl, you got to stop running back. He got one time to hit me. One time. And that's it. They always come up with excuses of why they went back. But I love him. He's the father of my child. And I'm not talking personally to you in the chat, but you do say that in the public, you know, we can't support you if you keep running back.
Yeah. Now you.
I don't even try to help people now. After what I went through, I would crawl through broken glass to help my friend, and not Jarita, the one that came on the show. I tried to help her too. I've had several friends that have been caught up in the DV, and if you let them take up your time and energy and resources, they'll be back with him before you get home.
Somebody said yes, it was a dancer there, but I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
That was the guy that was quiet, standing there, that didn't answer any questions.
Oh, maybe I can't remember.
No, he didn't say who he was, but
Oh.
maybe. Oh, someone said, Sharrell, you are a good friend. No, she came on this. So I had 3 friends that were caught up in DV. And one girl ran her boyfriend over with a car. It's not funny now. It was scary at the time. But anyway, one of my friends came on the show and she was talking about, you know, she felt bad after she got out of it. She felt, I don't know if she used the word stupid, but once she got out of it, she looked back and said, how did I even let that happen to myself? This man, he was on TV. And we've seen it because we got the copies from the hotel. I wonder if is that bribery? And this is when she left him. He got mad because she wasn't cooking fast enough. He's a bodybuilder. He's very big and buff. So, but men are stronger than women anyway. He reached way back and pow, in one punch. And then continued as she's on the floor. So glad she got out of that. But after that, I won't help anybody else that's caught up in the cycle of DV. Cassie told you sometimes she hit him first. They are in this together, okay? She says there was a R. She was R'd. It did not happen. It is not charged. She was asked and said, he R'd me. But there wasn't a lot of lead up. Maybe it didn't happen. That's another thing. I'm done talking about it. Let's get this over with. Let's just get this over with. Who goes back to someone who R'd them? It's crazy. Unless you're lying. Either you're crazy or you're lying. It's such a violent act. If you go back, you're condoning it. There are real people out there that this has happened to, and it'll affect them for the rest of their life. They hate all men after. It's just horrible. You up here doing this because you're jealous. You're jealous of Carisha. Just say it. Y'all talking about Diddy needs to be locked up. She needs her head examined. You let men put body fluids in your mouth. You claim you have to do it on your period. It's just too much. It's too much. Ugh. I can't. Ugh. That every woman knows that's a very pungent odor. And you do that anyway. It's insane. Ugh. It is nasty. For me, you know, I don't judge what people do in their bedroom. Ain't no damn way. No. I'm going to break up with you for even suggesting it. What? Get out of here. This is crazy. I'm breaking up with you if you dream about it and wake up and tell me about the dream. No. I'm breaking up with you if you wake up and tell me about the damn dream. Like, no, on so many levels. Hell no. This is gross. All right. I'll put it up and then I'll read it. Cassie wrote to Combs, Cassie is with her current husband. Something happened, she wrote. I told myself I didn't want anything to happen, but I'm not tripping on it. I know you aren't either. She gets a FaceTime boogie. That phone is her husband. Okay, this is something that probably was read in court that we don't know anything about. Again, it says, Cassie wrote to Combs. Cassie is with her current husband. Something happened. She wrote, I told myself I didn't want anything to happen, but I'm tripping on it. I know you aren't either. She's not tripping on it. She's talking about after she got R. Who tells an accuser, oh, you just R'd me, but I'm not tripping on that.
Mm-hmm.
You're not tripping on being R'd. I know you aren't either. She gets a FaceTime call from her husband. Do you guys remember? He supposedly FaceTimed her when Diddy was R'ing her and she didn't say anything. And she don't get off the, look, you should consider it a blessing that you got $20 million to sit up here and lie. To sit up here and lie. You said this man R'd you. Now you saying you ain't tripping on it.
I ain't tripping on it.
And then you wanted a final freak off when you were married. You name your child after Diddy. This is a mess. This is a mess. I feel sorry for them. That's a horrible life to lead. That's a mess. Did I read the other thing?
No, you didn't. No, go back.
Appreciate you two for covering for the covering of the case. Everyone wakes up at different times. Free thinkers, no truth. A quest to take his wealth and put him down.
Right.
Got to be a free thinker. Here we go. Oh, I already said. Okay. Combs wrote, you act like a broken-hearted angel. You need to stop living your lie. Cassie says, I don't know who that was. I was saying thank you for last night, and I enjoyed it. The oldest trick. I don't know how Alex found out, but he says I was R'd. If y'all believe Cassie, something wrong with y'all. This, let me read it again. Let me read it again. Oh, what I do with it? Okay, it says, Combs wrote, you act like a broken-hearted angel. You need to stop living your lie. Cassie says, I don't know who that was. I was saying thank you for last night. I enjoyed it. You thank him for R'ing you? If y'all don't get up.
See, these people say different stories. This is the message they say to Sean. But when they looking for the paper chase, then that's when they say the other story.
I'm going to read it again. It needs to be read over and over again. Cassie says, I don't know who that was. I was saying thank you for last night, and I enjoyed it. That right there should end the case. And I enjoyed it. The oldest trick. I don't know how Alex found out, but says she was R'd. Why didn't we stop the case then? You need your head examined. If you think I'm going to thank my artist, thank him for it, and say, I don't know how my husband found out. There's only one way he could have found out. Your ass told him that because you love attention.
Yeah.
You're messing around with the R word. What is wrong with you?
And this text had to be the next morning because he said, I enjoyed it last night. I really did. Alex can't do it like that. Or whatever the hell she's talking about, but that's just crazy.
And Diddy needs to go for 20 years, for life. She needs to go for life for lying.
And
You
see,
do not tell your heiress, thank you.
and for all the people that's advocate for victims, that's good. But do people advocate for people who falsely accuse people? Should these people, for real, should these people actually do time?
Yes,
Should it be a crime to
she
falsely
should do
accuse?
time. Banna drunk ass need to do time. Jane Lion ass need to do time. Lion bloggers need to do time. Anybody who tells your accuser thank you, you're doing a disservice to honest women. Girl, if you don't get out of here, thank you. No, I can't believe it. This case needs to be thrown out. But you know, they can't. Because Comey needs a win under her belt. I took down the biggest rapper of all time, and we get a cut of his money? Yeah, let's do it. We get to take the money he worked so hard for while she over there thanking him for honoring her. If this is, you got $3 million, $30 million. Go off and live your sorry life. How dare you, Cassie? Agnifilo says, there is no evidence of a R. She had consensual sex with him after. I have to defend this. It is in the case, but it is not charged. I know. Cassie was asked, what kind of pain did Sean put you through? She spoke about his own personal pain, his shame. Girl, I'm done. If y'all want to believe that Diddy arred her and needs to go to prison for the rest of his life, and she's just thanking him for it, and she not tripping off of it, and thank you for arring me. I can't. This case is running up my blood pressure. I'm too old for this. Jerry, you're gonna have to do the next one. I'm done. I mean, do the next tomorrow or the jury instructions, because I'm gonna get mad at that corrupt judge too. And I'm just tired of the whole case. And shame on anybody that believes this nonsense. Who believe Bonna, who's high as a kite. Jane, she's a definition of a woman that tried to bring other women into the ring. You're a groomer, ma'am. You're the groomer. If they don't get out here with this damn case, Diageo didn't have to do none of the dirty work because y'all did it for him, for them. This is about Diageo. They got to humiliate him. They got to do it. Because if not, that man could gain 50% of my damn company that I worked so hard for. Here we go. Agnifilo, it's beautiful, she said. He felt pain, and most painful to me was carrying around his shame. Jane says almost the same thing. I felt my partner was trusting me in a very vulnerable moment. I wanted to go along. If I can be my partner's escape. 50 Cent, you effed up. I'm gonna have to join in, 50 Cent. You always in everybody else's business, talking trash. You impregnated her, made her your baby mama. I would be ashamed too. 50 Cent dumb. You're dumb. You don't speak to your biological child. You go around trying to cover up the woman you impregnated, and you knew who she was at the time you impregnated her. Don't hide now. You always talking trash, 50 Cent. Where are you at now? You're embarrassed. Keep dragging them, Cameron. Keep dragging him. 50 Cent is stupid. Cassie's stupid. That whole thing they got going on. You gonna talk about thank you for airing me. If you don't get out of here.
And that's always been my point, though. And then people was like, oh, Perry, that was love bombing. No, that's straight up tricking and gold digging at its finest. That's how
Here we go. It's beautiful, she said. He felt pain. Oh, I already read that. Child, I'm so upset. I'm reading messages twice. Oh, let me screenshot that. Let me screenshot that. So when anybody asks me why I think this case should be dismissed, I'm going to just read this back to you.
I screenshotted it for you.
Did you screenshot it?
Mm-hmm.
Please screenshot it. I'm gonna read that for the next, every time I go on, tell this case is resolved, I'm gonna read that as my opening statement every time. So don't ask me why I'm team Diddy. I'm just gonna read it to you, just in case you wanted to know. Nobody in the chat send it to me. Oh, here we go. Jane says, I'm getting vulnerable with you in the hotel rooms. I don't want to see young Miami on a bigger yacht with you. That's not X trafficking. Perry, screenshot this. If you get deep into the deep South, this is not X trafficking. It's people in love being real. And it's women, sorry women, fighting over a sorry ass man because he's rich, because he's got money. You with him because he's famous, because he's got money, because he's Puff Daddy. He's Diddy. He's Love. He's Sean Combs. If you change your name one more damn time, y'all want to be with him. And he came in and treated Carisha like he should have treated you. But he didn't treat you that way because you let him get away with the unthinkable. You let somebody put their bodily fluids in your mouth so you can come back again. That's what I'm going to tell my granddaughter when she grows up. Don't let a man call you after 10 o'clock. He only wants one thing. You're not calling me at 3 a.m. These people are out there. I need to give a class on how to love yourself, women. Love yourself. You're the prize. He ain't the prize. You're the prize. They chasing that bag. They on a paper chase. On a paper chase. Can you email those to my email, Perry?
Okay, give me a
I'm
second.
gonna read that till I can't read it no more. And y'all talking about Diddy's a monster. If Diddy's a monster, then Cassie's a damn fool. You named your child Frankie. His aliases was, oh, here we go. Agna Phyllis says, Your Honor, when were, and then it says dot. Judge says, I was going to go. One, now Agna Philo, I was going to turn to Jane. We can break. Judge says, okay, until 1:45. Jury leaves. Agna Philo says, I think I have an hour left. Comey says, so I'll charge at 4 or even 5. Oh, Lord, this is going to be a long day, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a long day. I'm over it. Thank you, Perry. I'm over it. You sent that to my email?
Yeah.
I'm about to make it my thumbnail. This is oh, I can't make it my thumbnail. But I can talk about it every chance I get. I don't know why you're. There's another one right after that.
I got it. I'm trying to do it. I got to do it.
Okay. All right, you guys. So I guess we're on a break. Let me see if they're saying anything, the attorneys, and then I'm going to go to Law and Crime and let them lie to you and tell you how bad this closing argument is and how good the DA is. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Yeah, we're done. All right, so let me get to law and crime really quick.
Well, I'm gonna take a break. You good?
Yeah. I'm just gonna put this
Okay.
up really quick.
I mean, we've all said things that maybe in the heat of the moment we don't necessarily
Oh wow,
mean,
y'all
and
gotta
most of
listen
us
to this.
thankfully don't
She
have to
said
like
something
go
she didn't mean.
testify and put our hand up like,
Girl,
no, when
get
I said
out of here. Y'all can let this media fool y'all if you want to, but we heard what we heard.
Would be released. And so of course she's upset about all of this. And I think it could go either way. I think it could go in the way of the government's argument, like we heard from her mother, for instance, where P. Diddy was requesting $20,000, I believe it was, in order to keep these freak off tapes secret. She didn't want them ever getting out. She didn't want that at all. But then you can hear the other side of things. Maybe they're thinking, you know, okay, actually she was also in on all of it. She was on the other side of things. So I don't know. It could really go either way.
The demand for $20,000 from Regina Ventura and her husband, from Cassie's parents. I mean, that was all time. That was around the whole Kid Cudi when he went to the house, you know, with Capricorn Clark around that time. So, and then he demanded the 20 grand through his assistant or whatever. And then the money was sent back days later to the Venturas. So that's what the government said was an act of extortion. So it's a lot. It's a lot. So it's a lot to consider. So we'll see what the jury presents to the world, you know, as a recording artist. So we've got this recording. I'll cut you up. I'll kill you. All of this stuff. I think we can all understand if somebody's like saying they're going to put a sex tape of you out, you'd be very upset about it. But it does show the jury another side of Cassie Ventura. So what do you make of that clip?
I think you're right, Anjanette. It could go either way. I mean, we've all said things that maybe in the heat of the moment we don't necessarily mean. And most of us, thankfully, don't have to like go testify and put our hand up like, no, when I said I was going to do that, I didn't actually mean it, you know, when you're just in the heat of the moment. But to your point, she has these freak off tapes that she had been threatened would be released. And so of course she's upset about all of this. And I think it could go either way. I think it could go in the way of the government's argument, like we heard from her mother, for instance, where P. Diddy was requesting $20,000, I believe it was, in order to keep these freak off tapes secret. She didn't want them ever getting out. She didn't want that at all. But then you can hear the other side of things. Maybe they're thinking, you know, okay, actually she was also in on all of this. She was on the other side of things. So I don't know. It could really go either way.
Yeah, and that whole the demand for $20,000 from Regina Ventura and her husband, from Cassie's parents. I mean, that was all time. That was around the whole Kid Cudi when he went to the house, you know, with Capricorn Clark around that time. So, and then he demanded the 20 grand through his assistant or whatever, and then the money was sent back days later to the Venturas. So that's what the government said was an act of extortion. So it's a lot. It's a lot. So it's a lot to consider. So we'll see what the jury's going to have to consider all of it and look at all of it. So we're going to let you go for now, Sierra. So thank you so much. We'll check in with you here in a little bit, and we're going to go back to the panel. So we'll check in with you later. Panel, let's bring you back in here and talk with you. We're going to talk with Elizabeth Milner since the court is on a break now. They're going to lunch, the jury and everybody else. Sean Combs's family will be leaving the court for lunch, I assume. And we'll see what's going on inside that courtroom when Elizabeth comes out. So Bradford, I want to get a read from you and everybody else, let's talk a little bit about what Mark Agnifilo said right before the lunch break. There's no evidence of rape, he says. She had consensual sex with Sean Combs after. I have to defend this. It is in the case, but it is not charged. Cassie was asked, what kind of pain did Sean put you through? She spoke about his own personal pain, his shame. Agnifilo said, it's beautiful, she said. He felt pain, and most painful to me was carrying around his shame. Jane says almost the same thing. I felt my partner was trusting me in a very vulnerable moment. I wanted to go along if I can be my partner's escape. Jane says, I'm getting vulnerable with you in the hotel rooms. I don't want to see young Miami on a bigger yacht with you. That's not sex trafficking. If you get deep into this deep self, this is not sex trafficking. It's people in love being real. And then they go to lunch break until 1:45 Eastern time. So what do you make of this, Bradford? You know, they've said from the beginning, this is all about jealousy and love and revenge and all of these other things.
I think that's the argument that has to be made. I think that Mark, you know, when it comes to rape allegations, it is such a tough thing to address when you feel like the individual who is making those allegations is not telling the truth, or is exaggerating what happened, or something else happened. It's difficult because it's a tough situation, right? It is a very serious crime. It's one that is a disgusting crime in terms of people's impressions of that crime. So it's extremely difficult for a defense attorney to address those things by calling the witness a liar. At the same time, you're under that duty to your client, and the way you broach it is very important. I think the way that he broached it was appropriate. He is addressing it with other items, other texts, other things that would suggest that it did not happen, or that it was exaggerated from. Now, this is not something that's unusual. We've been hearing this from the very beginning. And just so it's clear, like, I have been approached by individuals that Cassie hired to represent them. I can't discuss the details of what they told me. One of them has a book that's out on, I think, Amazon. So the details of that interaction are out there, and the government didn't use him. The government talked to him. The government found out what he knew. He was supposed to be on the witness list, but he never testified. And the reason why I think he never testified is because the information he was giving hurt their case. It didn't necessarily help the defense 100%, but it certainly hurt the theory of the prosecution that Cassie was this innocent kind of person that was involved in this thing. She had no real, meaningful relationships with these individuals, which just is not true. And she was calling and texting, allegedly, these individuals. Even when Diddy wasn't around, these texts were coming out. These individuals were on the list for witnesses for the government. The government chose not to use them. And I think very smartly chose not to use them, because it showed her involvement was a lot deeper than just a participant. There was showed that, she arranged things and talked to people and told them what she likes, and all these other allegations that I think would come to light that would help the defense. But then there was also other things that would hurt the defense that these individuals would speak about. This is a very difficult case for both sides. It's not a slam dunk, certainly for the government, which you find to be very unusual because they have a 99% conviction rate. And you would think that most of these cases are slam dunks. This is not anywhere near a slam dunk for all the charges. So it'll be interesting how Mark finishes up, but I think he's addressing it. The only way you can address it, you have to have some compassion for the individual. At the same time, you have to express that this individual is not being truthful with you. There is more to the story here. These individuals that are saying, hey, I didn't want to do that, but by the way, here's a text that says, why are you buying young Miami a purse? And I only got, a LV purse, and she's getting an Hermes purse. That doesn't feel right to me. I want an Hermes purse too. That doesn't sound like someone who's been sex trafficked.
It's complex and different for sure. It really is. It is. There is one thing I want to touch on. We have a lot to unpack, guys. Agnifilo said, Bradford, he thinks he's got an hour left. So we come back from lunch at 1:45. He's got an hour left. And then the judge said, Ms. Comey, so I'll charge at 4 or even 5. Because the feds get to do a rebuttal. If they charge the jury at 4 or 5, it's my understanding Combs has to be back at the MDC for head count at a certain time. Like he can't just be hanging out at the courthouse all night for deliberations. So I'm not sure if he charges a jury at 4 or 5 tonight, they're not going to probably start deliberations, I would assume, until Monday, right?
Individuals who were charged, the juries that were charged 4 or 5 o'clock, and the judge kept the jury till 10. I had a case in Tampa that I won, by the way. But they kept the jury there till 10 o'clock at night because the jury was saying, oh, we can keep going. We can keep going. They came back the next day and we had a verdict before lunch. The key here is what the jury wants to do. No, Sean Combs is not going to hang out at the courthouse during the deliberations. But if there's any part of that the defendant needs to be back and present for, they will go get the defendant and bring them back and into the courtroom to be present for that. My guess is because of the logistics, because of the craziness, because of where he's being held, and if he's going to be held downstairs at the federal courthouse or if he's going to be transported back, all these different kind of things. My guess is that the judge would say, hey, let's come back on Monday, start fresh Monday morning. But not every federal judge does that. I've had state judges, federal judges. I've gone till 10, 11. It's one of those things that it's up to the federal judge. This judge seems like the kind of judge that would dismiss the jury for the weekend and come back on Monday. But, I've been wrong, at least 1% of the time. So who knows how this is going to go.
That's quite the batting average, Bradford.
I do okay. I do okay. I'm like the Feds. I'm like the Feds, except I'm on the other side.
Let's give you guys a little bit of an update because we have a lot to talk about. So the Combs family has exited the courthouse. Somebody has fallen outside the courthouse. We're trying to figure out who fell. So please don't take that and run with it. Somebody fell. We don't know who. As soon as we find out, we'll let you know who fell. But I don't know. There's been so much talk throughout this trial about him having to be back at the MDC by a certain hour for the head count, and the U.S. Marshals being stretched thin already. I don't know if I see them carting him back to the MDC and then bringing him back. Like, let's say there was a verdict tonight, or I just don't know if I see it happening. So they could be back on Monday. We'll get back to you when we know more information about that. Mauricio, I want to go now to you about the recording of Cassie. Of course, we can all understand being really upset if a recording of us, or we heard like we had a sex tape or whatever, and it's going to get out, and we're famous, and oh my God, it's going to ruin my career and whatnot. We'd all be really upset. But she's saying, I am going to cut you. I am going to bury you. You are going to be dead. I mean, can you even imagine? This is like a totally different side of Cassie Ventura. So how do you think that tape plays? Because I'm not hearing, I'm hearing somebody who sounds like they are, yes, she might just be making threats because she's like, do not do this or I will kill you. But this sounds like I'm going to cut you. I'm literally going to cut you up and bury you. Sounds very, very, very harsh and wild. It's very, I don't know how else to phrase it.
Well, worse than that is when she says, it's not going to be for me, it's going to be somebody else. So she's already letting him know that, I'm going to contract out this murder. The thing is that when I hear it, I don't know, she doesn't strike fear in me. It sounds like someone that is extremely upset, a woman that's extremely upset because she was recorded without her consent. So it kind of hurts the defense as well because, if you hear it, yes, and they need to use it because they need to chip away at Cassie with whatever they can. And the fact that she's making these homicidal threats, is something that you definitely want to use to your advantage. But at the end of the day, you're hearing someone that's extremely upset because she's learning for the first time that these freak offs that she thought were not videotaped were videotaped. So it kind of goes with the theme of the government that he used these freak offs and he recorded it for his own benefit to be able to extort women later on, and specifically Cassie to continue to do these freak offs for his own perverted benefit. And listen, at the end of the day, you have the typical sex trafficking. You know, like people can envision like a van and you know, teenage girls being walked to like a seedy motel. But at the end of the day, the law is the law. And if you're you know, flying escorts from state to state and paying them money to perform, you know, sexual acts, and you are not a licensed pornography company, you know, you're breaking the law. So, and whether or not, you know, there was force, fraud, coercion, even if it was I videotaped you, or I'm saying I'm not going to pay your $10,000 a month rent, or I'm not gonna you know, satisfy my commitment to make 10 albums and I'm only going to give you one. It's coercion. So that's, I think, the challenge for the government, to explain to a jury that this doesn't have to be the seedy motel with the teenage girls to actually be a crime. And at the end of the day, RICO is a law that they could literally almost get anybody with. It's a bad law. You know, if they say that you did two things, boom, RICO. Now, they don't use it on everybody, you know, but they decided to use it against P. Diddy. And I agree with Bradford when this is a state case on steroids. This is not a federal case. And that's why juries, federal juries, and audiences that are watching this are not used to it, because the federal government doesn't go out on a limb and do this, but they've done it now. And now they're stuck. They're stuck with it, and they're trying to convince a jury of it, and that's going to be the greatest difficulty. And I think Mark is doing a good job, you know, with what he has. At the end of the day, you know, as lawyers, we're stuck with the facts of the case, and he's stuck with a defendant that is not liked. P. Diddy is not beloved. Biggie was beloved. P. Diddy is not beloved. People don't really love him. That's why you don't see people outside supporting him. Not only the fact that he's done, you know, bad things to women. You know, there's allegations of him urinating on women and doing a bunch of stuff that I don't want to get into. But in addition to not being beloved, the allegations in this case are not the type that people are going to support him. So, you know, the government has to deal with the situation that they put themselves in by deciding to charge this crime.
You know, Alexis, I know a lot of defense attorneys do not like the RICO statute, the racketeering statute, and they don't like the way it's been used and applied here. You said earlier you see the RICO, so you see it here. Do you think that the defense is making some good points, though, in their argument as they try to, from what we're hearing? I mean, I know it's hard without a transcript and a live feed, but they're saying basically these women are not sex trafficking victims. They're people who had access to grind. They're jealous. You know, they're upset about Young Miami getting, you know, more attention, and she doesn't have to do all these freak offs, things of that nature.
Well, first, I agree with everything Mauricio said. I mean, the RICO statute was basically made to go after the mob and make it easy for the government. So they have if you've been charged with RICO, on top of the fact that it's a federal case and their conviction rate of 99% goes up even more. So, but that being said, I think that the defense is doing, like was said before, the best they could do. They are trying to convince the jury that, first of all, there's no RICO. All this is that.
I've been recommending MUVLA to other MSPs almost constantly since we've implemented it, mostly because I believe that there's a huge problem in the MSP space as far as project delivery products are concerned.
And that does not rise to RICO. And I think that's the only real defense that they have. And don't forget, you know, the defense attorneys are very good attorneys. And Mark, I think if everybody remembers, actually ended up getting Michael Jackson acquitted. So, you know, he knows that you have to go after and attack the evidence, meaning the witnesses that have come on and said, no, you know, you were a jealous person, that you also had a temper, that you were part of this. and then we had a horribly toxic relationship, but this wasn't RICO. I wasn't trafficking you. I wasn't drugging you, that you knew what you were doing. You were a shrewd person as well, that I didn't groom you into doing this. Because then one of the things that the prosecution needs to, really hammer in is that groomers tend to talk very nicely to the people that they're grooming. They tend to create that relationship where the victims a lot of times do have feelings and fall in love with the person that's grooming them. So that's not unusual. But I think that their defense is doing really well on closing, from what we've heard, that really hammering it in. This was a toxic relationship between consenting adults.
Bradford, I have a viewer question for you. This is from I am Sydney Sexton. I think this is a good one for you because you handle, big name celebrities. You have them as clients. If Diddy is convicted, do you think this opens the door for other celebs to be convicted? A lot of artists / athletes have paid women for trips. I find this to be an interesting question because there's been some scuttlebutt that the feds are kind of using this as a test case, and it could open the floodgates for them to go after other celebrities if they get a conviction here.
I think it's a dumpster fire. I think this case is a case that they attach themselves to, and they don't really. I don't think they anticipated the type of testimony that they were going to get from certain individuals when they were interviewing certain individuals. I don't see this being a test case to start charging every celebrity under the sun. I think this was an unusual case where the press picked it up. It was sex, drugs, and rock and roll. It was a violent act on video, caught on video. There were so many things that were attached to this that made it a attractive case for the feds to pick up. I don't see that being replicated. Again, anything can happen. Another video could come out suddenly and it could replicate itself. I just don't see it happening where someone all of a sudden sues, Bob Smith for something, and the feds are like, oh, we need to pick this up. This was a very, very unusual case. The individual was unusual, high profile, billionaire, had these parties. Everyone was at these parties, videotaping sexual events, videotaping other events that were not savory. And then the video of Cassie getting assaulted. All of those things, I think, created a perfect storm. Of course, the SDNY that loves high profile cases so they can put on their wares, their talents, do a pony show. SDNY is always available for that. And that's what I think happened in this case. Do I think other jurisdictions would ever pick up something like this? No. I think this was specific for the jurisdiction. I think it was specific for the defendant. I think it was specific for these facts. I don't see it happening. Again, anything could happen. But there's been many, many, many lawsuits filed against many, many individuals, and this never happened. You got football players that got, multiple massage parlors, all these different things, and the feds never touch those cases because they're not attractive cases to them. In this case, he has money that they can seize. He's got homes that he can seize. He's got boats that they can seize. They'll say, oh, all these acts happened on a boat, or these acts happened in this house, or these acts happened on a plane. All of these things equal a federal case. There's nothing sexier to the feds than, number one, videotape of bad acts, and then number two, assets they can seize, money they can seize. That's kind of the jewel in the crown at the end of the rainbow if they do get a conviction.
Yeah, we wouldn't be here if Cassie hadn't filed that lawsuit. We all know that. That's what started it all. We have now Elizabeth Milner outside of the federal courthouse. We are going to check in with her. She has been inside court the whole time throughout this trial and all morning long. So good afternoon, Elizabeth. Can you tell me what is going on, or what has been going on, I should say, outside or inside court this morning? What have the jurors been doing? What's the reaction been?
Yeah, well, obviously today's a big day. It's the defense's closing argument. And I will say this, Anjanette. First of all, a lot's kind of going on. I got stuck on an elevator. I don't have my phone. So, Mom, I apologize if you're trying to text me right now. I don't have my phone with me. It's still locked up inside. But as far as just the tone of the closing arguments, it's a little bit different than how it was yesterday. And I'm going to just speak kind of frankly here, where Mark Agnifilo is super animated. And this is something that I kind of wanted from the prosecution in terms of just personalizing it for the jury, in terms of starting the closings off and thanking them for their time, thanking them for paying attention to everything. And then, of course, like, you know, as I'm talking to you right now, Anjanette, I'm moving with my hands, I'm talking with my hands. It's something I normally do. And that's kind of the way and the tone that Mark Agnifilo is doing the closing arguments in the same fashion. He even isn't standing kind of right at the podium when he's giving his closing argument. He's really kind of going back and forth and back and forth. He's showing demonstratives, he's showing posters, he's showing text messages in the forms of paper, but obviously the jury is able to see it on their jury screens. But in terms of just the tone, from what I could see at the start of closing arguments today, was that the jury was paying close attention. I think when you personalize a summation for the jury, where you speak to them directly, you thank them for their time, you thank them for their civic service, that I think it really kind of resonates with them. So all eyes obviously were on Mark Agnifilo today. Now, there were points during Mark Agnifilo's summation that I think maybe he might have been losing the jury in terms of just how long it was going. But again, like I had said yesterday, you know, if people can binge watch television shows for hours on end, I don't think a 4-hour closing argument is really just, you know, the longest thing ever. But I think maybe as we were getting kind of towards the lunch break, I think a lot of people might have been a little hungry. So, you know, I maybe saw people not paying or I shouldn't say they weren't paying attention. They were definitely paying attention. But I did see some peeks and glances over at the clock a couple of times. But it's possible that it was just the lunchtime. People wanted to eat, and so they wanted to know how soon they'll be able to eat, and then probably will be paying close attention once we come back from the lunch break.
So the jurors, you said, were looking at the clock, but it could have been the lunch break, but maybe boredom or just not sure, or...
I think it was more towards the lunch hour, that especially as we were kind of slowly inching past like 12:30, 1 o'clock. So still there were digesting hours and hours of summations already. So I think it was kind of towards the lunch time frame that they were kind of looking and glazing at the clock here and there, just probably wondering, when is lunch going to start? Something that maybe a lot of us had that question too.
Yeah, lunch is a good thing. Everybody needs lunch. Jurors, the court, everybody. So tell me, Elizabeth, you know, there was Judge Submarinian. He said he was going to give a curative instruction to the jury. Maureen Comey asked for that. And she said it was because Mark Agnifilo made some improper comments. So talk to me a little bit about that. And what was it? Was there tension in the courtroom when this was going on?
It didn't seem like there was necessarily tension in the courtroom when this was going on. Because mind you, Anjanette, the jury wasn't present when Maureen Comey stood up and told this to the judge. And let me just, for those who are unfamiliar with kind of what happened, this came after kind of a morning break. Maureen Comey mentioned that she didn't want to be interrupting Mark Agnifilo's summation. So she waited until the jury was dismissed for a morning break to kind of bring up these issues. And so the government was pretty much upset that Mark Agnifilo was telling the jury that they should consider the reason why the government brought charges against Sean Combs. They were saying that it's not the jury's job to be speculating on why the government is bringing about these charges against the defendant, and obviously the defendant being Sean Combs. The government said that Mark Agnifilo told the jury that the Intercontinental Hotel incident, that being the domestic violence aspect that the jury has seen kind of playing out in that surveillance video, they claim getting everyone mixed up. The defense was saying that was a misdemeanor charge, and then the government said that that's mischaracterizing everything. There's a lot of ambulances going on, so I'm hoping that everyone can kind of still hear me. It seems like there was a little commotion going on when I was exiting court today, but I just wanted to make sure the sirens weren't too distracting. But even in terms of just what Mark Agnifilo was saying to the jurors in respects to arson and kidnapping, I think the government wanted to make clear that Sean Combs isn't charged with arson and kidnapping, that instead it falls under the predicate acts under RICO, which a lot of people seem to be kind of confused about in general, even outside of the courtroom, where I think people think Diddy is charged with kidnapping and arson and forced labor, all of that stuff. But again, that is a predicate act that's laid out under the RICO charge. And of course, count one is racketeering conspiracy, aka RICO. And so Agnifilo kind of was, I think, a little disappointed by the government saying this, and then the judge kind of taking into consideration giving the jury this particular instruction, mainly because he says that he thinks that he's allowed to be sarcastic. He says that his commentary while he's giving his summations is pretty fair, because if you think about it in contrast to the prosecution's closing argument, they for the most part were just kind of very monotone, methodical, really just kind of, it was the presentation here. They were kind of, standing at the podium, reading off the notes. And again, this was Christy Slavic giving the closings for the government, whereas Mark Agnifilo, he has a different style. He was saying that his commentary was pretty much fair. And so after the morning break, the judge told Mark Agnifilo to not do it again, pretty much. He said that he called it improper and said that the jury shouldn't speculate why the charges were brought. And then Alexandra Shapiro also kind of chimed in terms of these arguments when we were brought back from the morning break, where she said what was done wasn't improper. She said that the judge called out Mark Agnifilo, but the judge kind of chimed in. He was like, I didn't call anybody out. AUSA Maureen Comey brought this to my attention, and so I'm just kind of trying to do what I need to do. But he read back the transcript to Mark Agnifilo too, where he said, look, you cannot be saying this. You cannot be having the jury kind of speculate on these types of things. And so Shapiro kind of, she clapped back a little bit, where she said Christy Slavic said that there were guns at freak-offs and implied that the government got the law wrong when it comes to drug distribution and all of that stuff. But in the end of the day, the judge ended up giving those special instructions once the jury was brought back after the morning break.
And just so the viewers know, and kudos to you, Elizabeth, for making it through the sirens. I've been there. It's tough. It's tough. The government, wanted to get rid of the attempted arson, attempted kidnapping, just to streamline things. That's what they said they did. So I think there was just so much confusion about all of that when that letter came out. So let's just really quickly, and then we'll check in with Sierra. I wanted to ask you, what's Sean Combs doing during all of this as his attorney is kind of making his final pitch to the jury?
Yeah, because these closing arguments are a big deal. It is the final message that both sides will be able to deliver to the jury before they get the jury instructions, before they eventually go back to that room and deliberate. And so from what I could see of Sean Combs, because Anjanette, it was a packed courtroom in there, just kind of like it was yesterday. And it was the same kind of thing today. A lot of eyes are on kind of both sides to see what do they have to say in their final message to the jury. So from what I could see of Sean Combs, he really had all eyes focused on Mark Agnifilo. I think, and that was the same for everybody who was sitting at the defense tables, is that they had all their eyes on Mark Agnifilo as he's giving these final summations. It wasn't like when the government was doing their closing argument yesterday, where you could see Sean Combs passing off notes to his attorneys. From what I could see of him today, he wasn't really jotting much down, if he was even jotting anything down. He really was just focused on what his defense attorney, and high-profile defense attorney at that, really had to say in his final message to the jury. So all eyes definitely on Mark Agnifilo today.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we will let you get back into court. Elizabeth, thank you so much, and go find that phone. Hopefully it's still where you left it. We need to now check in with Sierra Gillespie. So Sierra, we will see what she has going on outside of the courthouse. Sierra, did you find out who fell outside of the courthouse?
Yes, Anjanette. So it was kind of a lot happening at once. Actually, sorry, I'm getting feedback, so I'm just going to pull this out real quick so I don't hear myself and only you guys hear me. So here's what happened. It's the lunch hour. Everybody is coming out of these doors behind me. So it's kind of a rush. I mean, you have people like Elizabeth, you have P. Diddy's families. I was talking about those Sprinter vans that were right over here coming to pick up his families. And then all of a sudden, this person had what appears to be some sort of medical incident. Now, I don't exactly know the identity of this person, but he seems to have, and I mean, I can't confirm this, I'm not a doctor, but what appears to be a seizure. I mean, looking like he is, seizing on the ground. So that's what happened. Meanwhile, there are all of these barracks here, I guess you could say, if we can just pan over here on our camera and show. We have all of these right here kind of to keep people back. So when this man came out and he's having this medical episode, everyone rushes over to try to help him. But the police officers, who's their job to make sure that everything is, safe and okay, they kind of push the people back. Meanwhile, P. Diddy's family is coming out at the same time. So they start looking and they're like, wait, what's going on? And there are still over here, we can pan over here too and look, there are still a couple of ambulances that were here to help this man, just to make sure that he was okay. So we did watch just a few minutes ago, he was loaded onto a stretcher. So hopefully he's going to be okay. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the trial. However, P. Diddy's family was here and they did witness it as they were getting into their vans.
So Sierra, I think I saw you put your earpiece back in. Hopefully you're still not getting that feedback, but hopefully that gentleman is okay. Anything else happening outside of court? You know, we were talking earlier with the panel about how, you know, some people love Sean Combs, other people do not. So I know we haven't seen the big crowds of people gathering in anticipation of the verdict, but anything else that you're seeing that you think we should know about?
Yeah, we haven't seen the crowds as of yet, but I think we're both kind of guessing that in the future we will. We did have just minutes ago, it was really busy over here, and I know we have the footage. I can't see what was played on the live stream, but I'm pretty confident we have a great team back in the control room that was playing all the stuff we had. So we had a bit of a crowd, but again, nobody chanting, you know, free Puffy, nobody chanting justice for Cassie and Jane, nothing like that as of yet, but there's still time, as I've been saying.
Yeah, still time for that, for sure. So Sierra, thank you so much. We appreciate it. We are going to take a quick break. And after this break, Sierra will be taking over. I'm going to be signing off. I thank you to the panel. They will be sticking around and hanging out with Sierra. Thank you to Bradford. Thank you to Alexis and Mauricio. Stay with us. This will just be a short break. I'm Anjanette Levy. You are watching Law and Crime on YouTube. Keep those great questions coming. Drop them in the chat. We'll see you back here in just a minute.
All right, so they're at break right now. And you see how they say this case is one of a kind, honey. One of a kind. Only Diddy. Now that just shows you how unfair everything is.
Gives you the power of AI to build the website you need.
Hold on,
with full business functionality.
So you see how things can be done to people to railroad them. This is what they call a sexy case. That's some bull crap. That this could be a sexy case, that things that a normal person wouldn't get prosecuted for, that they may charge another person with. I think that is utterly injustice in the law. You know, and to want to seize all his properties, all of his assets, for what? We know this wasn't no enterprise where he was making money doing his freak offs. We know better than that. And I like how the defense brought up, if this was a RICO, how come Bad Boy wasn't getting rated too? So we're going to go back.
I think the most important, we got to start with Jesse Weber. Where's he at? Well, he will be here. I promise. We've had a lot of questions. Benoit 4904, and then Nancy Nicole D. You guys are like, where's Jesse Weber? And I agree. Jesse Weber is the king, and he will be here, I promise, 3 to 5 today. So make sure to tune in then. And stay tuned with us now. We have an all-star panel of guests, and you guys have been so patiently waiting. So let's bring those guys up right away. We have trial attorney Alexis Rosenberg, who I love, by the way. Then we also have Bradford Cohen, criminal defense attorney. I like to call him Bradford the Party Cohen. And then another party too, we've got Mauricio Padilla, criminal defense attorney. Thank you guys for coming on with us. And I'm going to start ladies first. Alexis, tell me what you're thinking about the defense's closings.
I think they're doing the job that they need to do. And I mean, Mark is just animated anyways, but I think having animation, especially at the end after they listen to a very long closing a prosecution. You got to wake that jury up. So being animated, fluctuating your voice, really will keep them awake, attentive to what you're saying, and help to hammer home those points.
Now, all of these guests that we have here on the live stream today are some of my favorite guests on my show, Scandal. It's where we cover things like P. Diddy or all things celebrity, true crime scandals, if you will. So make sure to subscribe to that if you like what you see. And I know someone who likes to talk about Scandal is Bradford Cohen. So I'm going to go to you next, Bradford, for all of this. And the reason I've had you on my show a lot is not only are you a mastermind defense attorney, but you've repped people like Drake or Travis Scott. So tell me what you're thinking with a defendant like P. Diddy, who's a celebrity. I mean, how important are these closings for a celebrity?
Listen, this type of case, this federal case, and the charges that are being charged are, it's important for anyone. Doesn't matter if you're a celebrity or not. It's like if you get convicted of these crimes, it's basically the end of your life. You're spending, tens of 20s, 30 years in prison. And for someone who's in their 50s, that is the rest of your life. So it doesn't matter if you're famous or not famous or anywhere in between. You don't want to get convicted on any of these crimes. I've said this before. I think celebrity, that cachet of celebrity, a lot of people think you get treated better because you're a celebrity. My opinion has always been that you get treated worse when you're a celebrity. Most of the time, things are going against you. The press is against you. The individuals are against you. The judges usually are scared to rule in your favor because it's a high-profile case. They don't want to be seen as light on crime. It is a very difficult situation to be in. It's not for the weak. I've said this many times. Brian Steele being in trial for 5 or 6 months and then going into this case right afterwards. I mean, the name Brian Steele is appropriate for him because the man is made of steel to get back-to-back cases like this where you are in trial every day for a month, 2 months. In the last trial, he was in 6 months. A lot of people don't realize the sacrifice that you need to make in terms of your family, in terms of your life, in terms of things that are going on. That's really what is the core here, is this group of lawyers has really gone to extraordinary lengths to represent Sean Combs and represent him in a very, very, in my opinion, effective way. I don't see any missteps, mistakes, motions that didn't, I would have filed that weren't filed. I think they're doing a very nice job and they're working with the facts that they have. And the facts aren't the best. And the defendant is not the best, but this is what we do. This is what we sign up for. It is one of those things that we're responsible for. When Spider-Man got his powers, it's like, what are you not going to use them for good? So everyone here has been doing a nice job on the defense. I think the prosecution also, I'm not a fan. I have never been a fan of prosecutors. I have some that are friends, and even the ones that are friends I'm not fans of. But that being said, everybody's trying to do their very best here. The stakes are very high. I think even for the government, the stakes are very high. I think if they lose this case, I don't see where there's a career path for them at SDNY if this case is lost. Even if they lose 2 out of the 3, I think they're in some trouble. But my guess is that the majority of these prosecutors that are on the case will be retiring and going to big law firms right after this case is over.
It's interesting to hear your take on all of this because I'll agree, these are really, really big stakes. And there were a lot of question marks about P. Diddy's defense because he did something maybe untraditional and that his team didn't call any witnesses. But you talked about the long list of people. I mean, Mark Agnifilo, who's giving the closing, or Brian Steele, Man of Steel, he has a pretty hardcore team there. And also something I'm getting, by the way, is a lot of viewer questions. I have one coming up for you, Mauricio. And I just wanted to remind anyone who's watching the chat, write your questions, drop them down there, and we'll try to get to as many as we can because we have so many and your questions are really good. So the one I have for you, Mauricio, this is from May E. Link P1. Do you think Diddy will change his name after the trial? And I guess maybe this is asking about his reputation. Let's say he's acquitted. Is he going to go by something else? He's already been, Diddy, Puffy, Puff Daddy. What do you think, Mauricio?
The question, if he gets acquitted or if he's just going to change it no matter what. I don't see him changing it because I don't think that it matters anymore. I think whatever name he goes by has been dragged through the mud so badly. I can't remember the last time that a celebrity fell from grace in this astonishing fashion, and that we had to listen to the amount of perversion. And listen, I don't know anybody that has looked at this trial and been like, oh, okay, that's cool. Oh, okay, I can see it. Okay. It's just not acceptable fetishes that he's been involved in. He's not been involved in anything acceptable. So I don't know whether changing his name or not is going to make a lick of difference. At the end of the day, he's still going to be P. Diddy, P for pervert.
Oh, throwing punches here, Mauricio. I like it though. And when you said fall from grace, I think that really kind of goes hand in hand with Diddy. And I hear just in my head Jesse Weber when he says the fall of P. Diddy on one crime. Like, I mean, yeah, I do kind of tend to agree with all of that. And by the way, we do have a poll that was up. The question is, do you think the court's final verdict will reflect public opinion? Yes, 43%. 29% say maybe, and 26% say no. We had 1.4 thousand people who were completed that poll, for the love of God. So I think that this kind of could lead into another question that I have, maybe for you, Alexis, is what is the difference here between the court of public opinion and the court, of the criminal justice system? Do they ever intersect?
Well, of course, they're going to intercept, but we have to remember the court of public opinion, we're hearing a lot of stuff that the jury's not hearing. So we have that. Also, the jury, opposed to just going public opinion with our gut, they have to really go through the charges and the elements that are required for that person to be convicted. So if the evidence has not been presented to them, then, they most likely, and they're supposed to acquit him. Whereas with public opinion, we could just go and, go with all these other things that we're hearing in our gut and our, shock to the conscience. But remember, a very good point has been brought up by other panel. If a jury does not like a defendant, then there is a high probability, not that they're supposed to convict people because they just don't like them, but they're human, that they will convict him. And I think across the board, I think people do not like Diddy. But, on Scandal, I said to you the last time, I think if he gets acquitted, he still could make a possible comeback. I think it'll take a couple years, but I think he could still possibly make a comeback. But he's going to take a major, major financial hit.
Alexis, I noticed your plug for Scandal, which I love. Again, if you guys are interested, make sure to subscribe to that. We cover stuff like this all the time. And we interact with our fans too, which is, by the way, I wanted to bring up our chat again. Shaolin0526 wrote, where's everyone watching from? I'm in Missouri. And we have people from all over. We're talking North Carolina, Thailand, taking us international, Scotland, the United Kingdom, Michigan, Missouri, Miami, New York City, hey, where I'm at, Connecticut, Sweden, Wisconsin, where I'm from, on Wisconsin. Maybe it's just my family that's watching. So we have a lot of people who are interacting, and some really good questions too about sentencing. If P. Diddy is convicted, when would sentencing be? Mauricio, I'm going to throw this one to you because I have another one after this specifically for Bradford. So Mauricio, if he's convicted, when would sentencing be?
Wow, it'll be a couple of months out because they're going to have to do a pre-sentence investigation where probation is going to take everything into consideration, go talk to Diddy, get all the information about his life, about, how he grew up, and then they're going to make a report. And then based on that, probation will have their recommendations, and then the other side will do objections to that report, and it'll go back and forth. So I would imagine at least, maybe more than 90 days out.
And I think they'd probably talk a lot too about mitigating factors, Diddy's childhood, things like that. So I think you're right. It won't be right away if that's the case. Now, Bradford, I promised you I have a question specifically for you. This is from ACE123. Bradford, celebrities get off more, right? They're asking, do celebrities get acquitted more? What are your thoughts?
When they hire me, yes. In general, not really. It just depends on the case. It depends on the facts. Listen, every case is different. I've had a lot of celebrities where they're like, hey, this would never be charged if I wasn't named XYZ, which they're right. I have a lot of cases like that where if they were just Bob Smith, they wouldn't even be charged. So sometimes those cases are better for trial, and I win those cases because they wouldn't even be charged. Travis was charged in Miami for trespassing where there were no signs that say no trespassing. So the normal person wouldn't have got charged in that case. And I beat it because it was a horrible case to be even charged. So those type of cases, sometimes you see a lot of celebrities getting off of those type of cases, not because they're celebrities, but because they were charged incorrectly. Or here's the flip side to that: they can afford better experts, they can afford better witnesses in terms of what they're going to be testifying to, how fly them in from California or wherever they are, all those different things. Again, this type of things that Sean Combs has. You have an appellate lawyer that's sitting there watching what's going on, reviewing the motions, seeing if there's any appellate issues. You know, O.J. Simpson had, I think, Professor Dershowitz, who was watching the trial, taking notes, figuring out what the appellate issues would be if there were appellate issues. The normal person can't afford that every day. Experts, fantastic experts. I've had some experts that are off the chain. I mean, the best of the best. And sometimes just regular Joes can't afford those experts. So certainly there is an aspect to that. And when I say that, it's not just celebrity, it's individuals with money, right? They can afford to fly people in, to take different testimony, to take more witnesses' depositions if you're in a state that allows for that. Those type of things are afforded to individuals that can afford it. That's the trouble with the system today. The trouble with the system is that they feel, I don't want to get too far off the path, but people feel that it's unfair because it's a two-tiered system where it's wealthy versus individuals that don't have that same kind of wealth. And I've seen some public defenders that are unbelievably good defense attorneys, but they might not have the same tools that an individual defense attorney may have. They might not have the same time to dedicate. They might not be able to go out to the scene and do all these things just because their schedule doesn't allow for it. So I don't agree that celebrities get off just because of their celebrity. Like I said before, my experience is they get treated worse because of their celebrity, not better.
I tend to agree. There's a better way to save on work travel. Book your work travel on Engine to find exclusive deals and save up to 60% on hotels and extended stays.
Who do generally have more money who can build a bigger defense. So I tend to agree with what you're saying. We have a final poll for at least our hour. Don't you guys worry. I promise Jesse Weber will be back at 3 to give you more polls and updates. But this is the last poll. Do you think this trial will have a lasting impact on Diddy's legacy? Yes, it already has 82%. Maybe, depends on the verdict, 6%. And no, his legacy will survive 5%. Oh, and there was one more question in this one, or one more option. Too early to tell, 4%. 1,000 people took in that poll. So thank you so much for doing that, all of you. So what do you think, Alexis? I know we talked about this briefly a bit before and on Scandal, of course. What do you think? Is it too early to tell or what?
I think his legacy will be tarnished. I mean, you look at Pee Wee Herman, and they just did that documentary. And the bottom line is, as soon as that happened, that was always, came up. It didn't matter what he did after that. So I do think from the legacy standpoint, his legacy will be tarnished.
I think people are definitely going to think about this for the rest of time with Diddy. Even if he's fully acquitted and there's a complete sweep that's positive for him, I do think that, yeah, people are at least going to think about this, right? When I think of Kevin Spacey, he hasn't been, convicted of anything, but I still think about those allegations. Okay, one of our last questions that we have from one of our viewers, actually someone said, Splunk's mama says, if Sierra gets an interview with a bag lady, I'll subscribe to Scandal. So I like the challenge, and I will try to do that. That has been outside the courtroom here. But here's one of our last that we have questions from one of our guests, or our viewers, rather. This is Sophia Zaralazola. I believe I pronounced that correctly. Mauricio, I'm going to give this to you. Do you believe that Diddy would try to defend himself before the court can reach a final verdict? I guess I'm trying to understand what that means, that Diddy would speak out in court. What do you think?
I think that she's asking whether or not he's going to have an up failed, and in court, that's such a big decision that the court colloquies you, which it asks you questions on whether or not you're going to testify, whether the opportunity to speak to your attorney, whether that's a decision that you're making based on your knowledge of what's going on, and whether you're doing that if you've been coerced by someone to make the determination on whether or not you're going to testify or not. So that decision he made, he chose not to testify, which is probably the right move. I couldn't imagine someone in this position getting up there and trying to explain all of this. But now that they're at the point of closings, there is no opportunity for the jury to hear any new evidence, whether it be evidence from Diddy's own mouth or any evidence. The evidence is closed, and at this point.
Okay, we are almost running out of time, but I do have one last question for each of you. One quick one. Alexis, what are you thinking of the defense closings so far? What are your overall thoughts?
What we're hearing, I think that he's doing very well. I think that they're hitting the points. They're, raising reasonable doubt. They're doing what they should be doing in a closing statement.
All right, Bradford, on to you. What do you expect from a rebuttal with the government?
Not much. I think that, usually they just reiterate, beat a dead horse. They will keep saying that these things were not, these things were not allowed, and things that they were doing were against their will. That's what they have to do, is beat that drum and beat that dead horse. They're not going to come up with anything new. They're going to address a couple things here and there, but I don't see it being a smash hit of a rebuttal. I think if they take more than 30 or 45 minutes, I think they're doing a disservice to themselves. All they have to do is get in and get out, say a couple issues and leave. But the thing is like I said, these type of things, the defense is doing the right thing by saying different strokes for different folks, no pun intended. But, everybody has their own thing that they like or don't like. And that's really what they have to go with in terms of the sexual stuff, in terms of it's weird, but who are we to judge? Everyone's got their own thing. If it's not illegal, then they should be allowed. That's really kind of what they're going with, is like, yeah, it's weird. He's not a good guy. He's no angel, but neither are any of these other people. And this was all consensual.
Great final thoughts to end on. I mean, we still have rebuttal, jury instructions, and then, of course, deliberations. And we'll be here, you guys, live streaming it all to give you the updates. Our all-star panel, thank you so much, Alexis Rosenberg, Bradford Cohen, Mauricio Padilla, some of our all-time favorite guests. Thank you guys for coming on. And I want to remind you that we do have Jesse Weber coming up at 3 p.m. We will be here to talk more. I'll be here. Elizabeth Milner, hopefully, fingers crossed, will be, and even more guests to answer your questions. So keep them coming. I'm your host, Sierra Gillespie, and before I completely sign off, I've got to tease to that podcast I was talking about earlier. Now, the second season of Law & Crime's hit podcast, The Rise and Fall of Diddy, hosted by Jesse Weber, is back, and the third episode drops in just a few days. But in the meantime, you guys can catch up on the 2 episodes that have dropped exclusively on Wondery Plus, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or really wherever you get podcasts. We're going to give you a teaser, so check it out.
We acting bad. We ain't trying to hurt nobody.
For decades, he was untouchable.
I've gone from Harlem to Hollywood.
Sean Diddy Combs built an empire from the ground up. But now, it's all coming undone.
Sean Combs, the mogul as we know it, is over. I'm Jesse Weber, host of Law & Crime's The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, a front row seat to the biggest trial in entertainment history.
Sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution, allegations by federal prosecutors that span decades, and witnesses who are finally speaking out.
This is at least the 10th lawsuit filed against Combs. Each week, we break down the courtroom drama as it happens.
How far will he fall, or will he walk free, but with a reputation in ruins? You can listen to The Rise and Fall of Diddy, the federal trial, exclusively on Wondery Plus.
She wasn't afraid to leave the first man she was with. I can't remember his name, the first producer that was 10 years older than her. Yeah. So people just form these things to a narrative how they want it. And like my wife don't say it, we here for equal justice. Now, I told you from the beginning, he was overcharged. His attorney says, yes, if he'd been charged with DV, he would have pled guilty. But he wasn't charged with that. And that people got a hard time with that. So, everybody have their own agendas. Are they just having a discussion again, Sharrell? Or are they back?
They're back, but
just a discussion on the side or something.
Yeah, the prosecution is crying like babies. They are not stupid. They see that they're taking a beating, and so they got to do what they can. And then he said this, he said that. He's trying to sway the jury. Duh, isn't that his job? Like what? You are trying to sway the jury also. What are you talking about? Shut up. I never want to see Maureen Comey again. Girl, you are the worst. You are the worst. This judge is the worst. You don't care about anybody's life. Ship them up the road. You remind me of that lady who said that, no, Karen, she really reminds me of this lady. I can't remember her name. But she said that Emmett Till flirted with her. Wow. And lied. Let them unalive Emmett Till. She let them unalive, didn't say anything. And then as her life comes to an end, and now you worried about getting in heaven, now you want to say something. Shut up. No, thank you. Hope you're in hell where you belong. Here we go. Agna Philo says, in these videos, the hotel rooms are beautiful. The music is great. Usher and whatnot. You were never meant to see these videos. Let's be honest. Sean Combs was never going to release these videos. He might have said it, but no way. No way.
Yeah. I mean, that's a lot of years if you wanted to release them. But yeah. No, and just like I was listening to the guy, when he was having lunch for Law and Crime, he would just say, I guess that he was asked the question, do he think by allowing them to charge him like this in this RICO, would that set a precedent? And he said, yeah, that he understands basically from it that all this started from Cassie's lawsuit. And they found it Essie to put on. So they were selective by doing it. But when he's asked the question, would they just use it as they choose to use it? He basically saying yes. And what we're trying to say is this: if you let this set a precedent, they gonna start to be able to pick and choose who they go after and who they don't. But a lot of people don't look that way. That they just sort of out there, you know, basically, okay, they out there just being foolish and gonna allow them to set a precedent, and then they can use it. What's gonna happen to all the other celebrities, like they was talking about? What happened to other celebrities or athletes that take these girls on trips, and then somebody can claim something happened? Is it gonna be Rico's all day? And then the guy said this too. They sort of went after him too and made him more attractive because they had money they could take from him, businesses, homes, and things like that. They
Yeah,
picking
I
and
mean,
choosing to apply these laws too. Go ahead, Sharrell.
just one of his houses is worth 50 million alone. Also, too, I just wanted to just kind of show you what they've been doing to Diddy. Hold on. I got an update.
Mm-hmm.
Cassie is eating watermelon. They're listening to music. These are beautiful nights. The two dancers, the Punisher, I call him, he got it from basketball on West 4th Street. Cassie was really into them. They were naive. Oh Lord, he's getting ready to say how Cassie used these men. Oh boy. Cassie's one of them women that likes to start trouble and then step back and act like she didn't do anything. The way she got actually, and I don't even know if they brought this up. Diddy got into an altercation at one of his parties with Michael B. Jordan. She loved to act like she was going with another guy, and then he comes and shows her some attention. Same thing for the Kid Cudi things. Also, too, I wanted to show you guys this. I just want you to see just how that raid was just so unprofessional. What they did, they had all the cameras there. Somebody called the media. We're not blind. Someone called the media. They came on boats, as Perry said. There was helicopters in the air. Everything was rated simultaneously. Tell me when the last time, besides Michael Jackson, where they had the 12 helicopters, did they treat another raid like this? Okay. Also, this is what they did to his house.
And you got an update too.
Oops. I don't think this is the only man making homemade corn in America. I think she wants to post things on Instagram, I guess. That's what she's into. I think she loved Combs. Listen, I can tell this new generation till I'm blue in the face. Don't take nude pictures of yourself. Don't do it. It will resurface. Don't film your intimate moments. No one listens to me. Every time. Now it's called revenge corn. Y'all keep doing it. Agnafilo, you guys know who the father of her child is. You know who she was with in Vegas. She's comfortable with this. The prosecution is not saying every hotel was sex trafficking. They isolated September 2023, jealous over a yacht. That's what they said too, that all of the freak offs weren't trafficking, only certain ones. They didn't even make sense in their statements yesterday, in their closing statements. They really made themselves look stupid. And let me tell you what's going to happen. They're going to go back and try to change it up and try to make Cassie look like a victim again. But the secret's out the bag. She thanked him for hiring her. You could try to clean it up as much as you want, Maureen Comey, but you're going to make yourself look real foolish if you go back to painting her as this angelic angel that ran into this big, mean black guy. Girl, you were just as messy as he is. But this is what I want to know. So the house was a mess. Look how they left his house. Here we go. Armored trucks. Armored trucks, really? Armored trucks. Media. Every broadcast talking about it. CNN leading the back. Big deal. But this is what really got me. I don't have the picture of them putting his children in handcuffs. I don't care who you are. If you're older like me, your children are adults, but they're still your children, and you want people to treat them fairly. The kids, y'all ain't think about them damn kids. I mean, come on, putting them in handcuffs, call them accessories to the crime.
Mm-hmm.
What are you talking about? All this because Diageo wants to humiliate him. Ain't nobody stupid. Ain't nobody stupid. And guess what? I'm still not drinking your nasty ass shit no way because of who y'all are and what y'all did. I hope Diddy gets off and opens his own brand and we'll go over there. Here we go. Sometimes Jane didn't like the guy. She said one smelled. Then the guy is sent back. In 3187, the dancer gets sent packing. He's a bum, but they still paid. No sex. Got paid. Paying for time. Yesterday, they just dismissed it, but that's what happened. Nobody's bringing up Diageo. Everybody's pointing their finger at Diddy. And they got these stupid house ninjas doing their work for them. I think he needs to be locked up because he's a very, very, very bad man. Okay, what evidence do you got? Well, my favorite blogger said, oh, and they call her a liar now, but she won't lie to me. She'll lie to y'all. She won't lie to me. Where the kids at? Well, my favorite blogger said that Jag is the truth. And she went into one of those freak offs and she saved the children.
Mm-hmm.
You want to be dumb. You want to be stuck on stupid.
And I remember when they raided all these mansions, right? And people was like, why you had to be so hostile with it? Oh, no, don't worry about it. Proof will come out in time. So instead of us saying how they did it and why they're doing it to him, people wanted you to assume. Well, I would assume that if you gonna do all this and spend all this government money, that you got some kind of insight, you pretty much know what you're gonna find. When you don't find nothing, people, a pair of 7-inch heels, a dildo, and some baby oil, for real. And these people that's supposed to be an advocate for real victims that's being trafficked, how many people could they have paid to help stop the real trafficking going on? They want to make a spectacle of Diddy.
And no, listen, I have something more disgusting than that. There's a 74-year-old black woman on the stand, right? But they want to prove how bad Diddy is. They made this woman watch 7 PORN tapes. So you can get into your head what a bad guy he is. Well, did y'all realize he wasn't on that tape by himself?
Let me go ahead and pay the gardener. Are you back?
Oh, okay. I mean, come on. Black people mostly voted for felon 47. Go figure. I don't understand you being African American doing that, but you did it. Now, no complaints. No complaints. It is what it is. No complaints. I wish we could have like 2 different kind of groups. I'm just so done with the house ninjas. Somebody tell them slavery's over and you're allowed to be a free thinker. Somebody please tell the other half that. Not all of us are uneducated and dumb. Not all of us. But the ones that are choose to be that way. They don't want to help themselves. They want to be dumb. You're still living by the Willie Lynch letter, where he thought we were stupid. How do you keep black people stupid? Well, have them obsess over stupid things like the color of their skin, who got to sleep with massa. Some of us say it was voluntary. Others called it R. Oh, isn't Jefferson, what is his name? Thomas Jefferson, and that one of his slaves was such a beautiful story. What is wrong with y'all? Somebody tell people, not only is it over, it ended over 100 years ago. Get on board. I'm allowed to think. I'm allowed to read. I'm allowed to educate myself. You want to stay dumb. I likes working in the field. Master's so nice to me. Oh my gosh, you guys, you don't know when you're being bamboozled. Colorism only exists to keep you in line. Y'all don't get it? Y'all don't get it? I choose to stay open-minded. I have seen the innocent get charged and the guilty get away many times in life. Thank you. Thank you. Them house ninjas, if it happened to them too, that little secret is going to come out.
Yep.
And for my white people in the chat, listen, I have an international audience. They're coming from South Africa. They're coming from Norway. It's called
Norway.
Norway, and England, and here we go. Jane wanted it to happen. She called her guys Cabral. She liked Cabral. She wrote muy caliente. That means very hot in Spanish.
Okay.
Then there's the sobriety party. Jane is angry over Gina. And then she says she regretted it. She resented it, but she agreed to do it again. Unfortunately. Perry, I'm tired of talking about Jane. She's the worst one of us all. Do you have anything to say about her?
Well, I mean, look, everybody sort of know. And from the stand, not even knowing previously outside the courthouse, she's a true 304 by admission. No, I'm just saying. So, I mean, I don't want to.
No, it's true.
The proper title. She's a high skill gold digger. Yeah. A person that's in a lifestyle. That's all she wants. And besides OnlyFans, I doubt if anybody could ever tell us a real job she had. Yeah. And fine. I mean, it comes with territory when you like users get used sometime too. So when you're in this kind of business, it's gonna be ups and downs. You're gonna find a real one. That's the one to keep you around for a long time, and you're gonna find one to dismiss your ass real quick too. So she know how it go. She done went through 50. See how that happened. And now she wanted to keep going on. She pretty much said herself, she'll never be up there with a field hand. She said that herself. She ain't got time for that.
She said that she agreed to it. Unfortunately, she agreed. That's it. We can be done with it. The house ? Jane had the worst lawyer in the world. Her low child support from the father, in my opinion, Mr. Combs did the right thing, paying. No, seriously. 50 Cent used to give her $30K a month. $30K a month. When he found out she was still in the lifestyle, which she admitted to, I'm going to pull that in a minute. He dropped it to $6,000. $50. Why you ain't talking about it? You and everybody else's business but your own. Did Cameron touch a nerve? Did he? You and everybody business but your own. You wifed up, you impregnant the 304. Agnifilo, it's damned if you do and damned if you don't. He's paying for the house for a child that's not his responsibility. They watched Corn. Jane got him a mobile TV to watch it, so he makes less corn. She said, I'm not sure that's how it works. Y'all gotta forgive me. I like Mark Agnifilo. He's funny. How do you explain that? Girl, he did horrible things to you, but you as a consolation prize, you're gonna let him pay the rent, even though I make $50K a month.
Yeah.
And I get 6,000 for 50. So that's 5,600 a month you make. Child, Kiki, 50 cents. You messed up. You messed up. You might be good in business, but you suck in real life as a human being.
And then, but they want to class this instead of consensual stuff or relation, they were actually in a relationship. However you want to look at the relationship, but they want to call this a criminal enterprise. What criminal enterprise people that want this RICO so bad, that's out there not seeking to make money? What I know, period. It don't have to be that. You don't have to make money. Well, whatever. What criminal enterprise that you know that's out there not trying to make a profit? And if he was trying to make a profit, he could have $10,000 worth of profit by not paying her rent. I'm just saying, if he wanted to go out there and y'all act like that, he's just distributing pharmaceuticals. If he need that kind of money, he wouldn't have to pay her rent, and it would be some other girl that would spend time with him. So,
also, too, you guys, I'm going to do a members only tomorrow, and I've got all of my screenshots of the things that Jane said in court, like admitting being in the lifestyle. She said it. I'm in the lifestyle. What lifestyle are you talking about? Like the rest of us? You're not like the rest of us. You're not only in the lifestyle, you're a groomer, ma'am. You're a groomer.
well, I think that lifestyle could be once you made it out the projects and off the corners and off the pole. When you reach a certain height, when you're dealing with men with money, that's the lifestyle now. Now they don't have to go out there and, well, they still get the service. Now they just start making service calls. They ain't out there on the street corner. They in nice, fancy 5-star hotels.
Now, Perry, you said that if you were a woman, you would sleep around a lot. Remember you said that, and you would get breast implants, right?
Well, okay. I wouldn't necessarily say I would sleep around enough, but I'm just saying if I felt like, well, I mean, it's a lot of opportunity out there.
You said you would sleep around and you would buy yourself. The first thing you would get was breast implants. You don't remember saying that?
Oh, yeah. No, I'm saying no. That part is true. I mean, I would go ahead and fix it up. I mean, because I ain't got time for the gym like that. So I'm just go ahead and get that rump shaker.
So you want a BBL and you would want breast implants, right? You
Those
said that.
hookahs, maybe not too big, not just nice and plump. You know what I'm saying? Like, bam. You know what I'm saying? When I walk in the room, the lights dim, start to flash. Because like
You're not finished. You're daydreaming, okay? You're getting
money
all
is so,
caught up.
oh my God, money is so easy to attain if you was a woman.
Hold on, I have
You know what I'm saying?
I have an update. Agnifilo says the photos, Combs has a big pour of wine, strawberries in there, but it's big. Not like a fancy restaurant. Half an hour later, something inexplicable happens. She slams his head into the counter and calls him a pedophile. The woman, Allie, is of age. I don't know who Allie is. Maybe I'm going blank. ALI. Or could that be for someone else? Yeah, who's
Ali, I can't remember. I can't
anyway,
remember.
let me finish. So Perry says if he was a woman, he would get a BBL, he would get breast implants, he would have a lace front.
Somebody
But
said
would
Allie Carter, but I
Huh?
don't know. Somebody said Allie Carter, but I don't know if she was mentioned in the trial. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. Perry, and you're still certain you would get a lace front?
And Perry is not a 304. I was just saying, like, I'm just, just throwing
No,
something.
no, so I'm getting to that question. Would you want to be a 304 since you're doing all that?
I think I'd rather do that, right? Like
I have an update. Hold on. Jane says Combs kicked her doors in, but he didn't hit her. I'm not saying he should, but he didn't. Here's what we know. A text message from Jonathan Perez says that they are fighting. 10:14, he says, just normal, being jealous. PD says, don't come, all good. Go ahead, Perry.
Yeah, no, I'm saying this. I would be an entrepreneur. I would never call myself a 304. I'll be an
Yeah.
entrepreneur with goals, right? I mean, because I would build my company within. I got the rump shaker, the shakabukas, got my slayed down, have me a nice weave. You know what I'm saying? Like, it don't take much for God. I'm saying when I do it that way, I'm going high stakes, right? Ain't at the local corners. I'm not. I'm at every.
You said your wig would be slayed.
Yeah, I would be at every. I would be at every big convention they have, like with high tech millionaires. I don't know nothing about the product. I'll be in there serving drinks with a tight miniskirt on.
But you would try to build your business from the ground up, right?
Because I think, hell, you're gonna sleep with somebody anyway.
Oh my God.
They might as well have some cash in their pocket. I'm just saying, like, that's why I see these girls on Instagram, the girls we talking about on the stand. It's that same mindset. But I was a male, and even if I looked all like that, I don't think I can make that kind of money. The Punisher didn't get that kind of money. You see what I'm saying?
You would make more money if you were a woman. You don't think you would do so good as a man?
And if you had a hiccup and your body didn't come out be perfect, if you go to the right bars, everybody will be picked.
Perry, why don't you work out if you were a man? Why wouldn't you get in shape to be a dancer?
Oh, I ain't got time for that. I'm saying even if I was a woman, I wouldn't either.
Here we go. Now Jane changes into another dress. I don't know. No sweats, question mark. She says she hides behind all walls for 2 hours. I submit it's just not possible. It's just wrong or lying. I don't know. She comes back. Comb is in the street. No violence. I mean, I think that they're going over incidents and stuff like that, but just to be with him that long and put up with what you put up, we get it. I mean, they have to do this right now to prove their case and their point of he did all these horrible things, but you stayed. And even worse, you claim you loved him and you let him do you the favor of paying your mortgage. Because if you were just living off of 50 cents, 3,000, 6,000 a month, you would have had just a regular person house.
Mm-hmm.
She's just.
And then you always get sympathy. Like, I'm telling you, it's like winning the lottery, right? Now, there'd be some hiccups here, there. Look at Cassie. She's nice looking and stuff. Ain't all that, but she got 20 million.
She's pretty.
I just said she ain't all that. I'm just saying, if I, because, once you go through levels, you ain't even got the supply of cash for your upgrades. People will upgrade you. Diddy upgrade people. I mean, I said the men you would get with would upgrade you, the rich men. I mean, didn't Diddy give Jane some new teeth?
Oh, he did. They're called veneers. Yeah.
So they're talking about the baby oil. What about 10,000? What about the new choppers he gave you, right? All the fancy clothes.
So I'm sorry in advance, you guys. You know, when we get tired, me and Perry get silly.
I mean, that shit ain't cheap. That midnight clothing. That shit ain't cheap.
You are so ridiculous.
You know, I mean, I'll be like an actress, a semi. Because whatever you need, role play, got it. 7-inch heels, got it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
all right, guys, we get silly. We get silly. He wants to be a 304.
No, I'm just keeping it real though. Other women would hate me. I'll be in there walking through there, claiming my profession. I may have a T-shirt on saying I'm the best.
So if you are 304, who's the really? Hold on. Okay, it looks like she was hit twice. Doesn't look like he hauled off, nor that he dragged her. You know what this is? She is documenting her injuries. Let's talk about Antoine. She sees him in Vegas with comma, you know who, a rapper of some prominence. This is the Kanye thing. Girl, when they said that she went to another freak off that didn't involve Diddy and it was Kanye West, yeah, I was so done. I was so done with Jane. You act like he's the worst and this. You are voluntarily going to freak offs and was excited because it was Kanye West.
Yeah.
You're acting like Perry.
I mean, she was out there. She loved fulfillment. So she was getting it all, right? She could get the paycheck, you know, get the career she wanted. I mean, like paid for a lifestyle. And then if one man came up too short, don't worry, it's 2 or 3 right there. Somebody got it.
Let's talk about Jane for real.
Mm-hmm.
She is a mother of a son. Here we go. Hold on. She is watching Anton having sex. She asks, "What did you do?" She says, "I showed my breasts." He says, "Why?" Question mark. It sounds like spring break. Then the rapper goes up to her with a question about swingers lifestyle, and she gives them Cabral's phone number. Listen, I'm worried about Sire. Sire is her son with 50 Cent.
Right.
You said she said she had babysitters on 24-hour roll call for when she had to, on deck for when she had to go and to these parties. And some Diddy's were days.
And then you saying that she's supposed to be a mother, which she is a recipient of child support.
You got Precious is getting deep. She said, "Perry, we are both veterans. You and I both know what some cultures groom their daughters to marry men/Americans. I mean, he's always talked about it. Also, Jane is crazy. She got $120K to hump for rent and KK."
No, I mean, for real though, like people would go sleepless nights having to go be a waitress at a bar or something. Just
to be with the Marines or the
Oh yeah, right. I mean, that's just normal. That's like, hey, we can't make no money here. What you need to do is pull them down and spread it wide for these people. So, and hopefully you can entice them to marry you so you can get a green card. It's happening all over the world. Now, the Americans have got jealous and say, hey, you ain't got to go nowhere. We'll do it for you here. Americans, people are raising their kids to be groomed, or are they grooming them to be this lifestyle, right? Because right now, even with Art Kelly, they say parents put them there just to make the money. Go ahead.
The story doesn't make sense. Let's say something else happened in Vegas, and then it's the same. Anton, who comes to her house, coincidence? Question mark. The one who shows up at her house is Antoine. She says, makes no sense. Antoine is a P star. He has sex. They're talking about how she tried to act like she didn't go to what's his name? The Huffer. What's his name? Kanye West freak off party. She was invited. That's what she went there for. There's no coincidence. How many times have we ran into Kanye West just by accident and he happens to have a freak off going on and he invites you upstairs? Girl, stop lying. You ain't just happened to run into Kanye West. You were invited because he knew from his boy Diddy, who he supported in court. This is the only celebrity that came, who you were and what you were about. You were not innocently approached. I just happened to be there. Here we go. Jay knows there's an investigation. Did she insinuate this? Question mark. Her story makes no sense. Why was she so persistently violent? Question mark. She says, I didn't want to do it, but she let Anton in. I submit. They were trying to get past it. Oral sex only. She's not innocent. She didn't just run into Kanye West. Stop lying. You were steady doing other famous, rich rappers freak offs. People said that you are tied to 50 Cent. You're tied to Diddy. You're tied to Kanye West. You're tied to Drake. You're tied to Future. You're tied to Jason Derulo. You dated this many men in Hollywood? Or did they know who you were and there's a reason they invited you to their damn parties? Drake can't stay out the strip club. We know he about that life. But he worried about Kendrick Lamar. Don't you got other problems? Wasn't your baby mama a P-star? Wasn't your baby mama a P-star, Drake? You are known. You are about that life. Agnephila says, at the end of the day, her story has so many holes in it. You could say, she prompted. She maybe wants something in her pocket. Ooh, I'm going to have something. I'll never use it. Why the unprovoked extreme violence? She doesn't explain it. So they got into a fight and she banged Diddy head against the countertop and she's playing victim. You got caught at other freak offs. You said you just ran into them. Stop lying. I wouldn't believe nothing that comes out of Jane's mouth. And I'm worried about her son with 50 Cent. 50 Cent doesn't have time to be a father. You can say what you want. He's going to go for full custody. You don't have time. Go ahead.
And this is what I think. I think that she had been talking to the feds. She had been obviously talking to Cassie. Cassie had got this money. She's saying, hey, let me set mine up. I don't did everything but got hit. When she came in throwing glass and candles, remember, I think some wax could have hit him. Wax. She was trying to set it up and as a fight to get a bruise or something where she could come and get her 20 mil. That's what I think. Because maybe her back is getting tired and she need a big payoff.
Look, she's what was she 36?
She was 35 when she met him. So she about 39.
Yeah, girl, you got to get out the game. Now you starting to be old cooch. 40 and up, you got to get out the game.
And maybe that was the setup.
Well, yeah, huh?
I mean, because hell, she ain't got no 401k.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? What else you got? You can't even claim unemployment because you never had any.
After this case, do you think another rich celebrity would wife her up?
Nah. I'm gonna tell you, ain't no guys like that. I mean, really, if you think about it, has any one of these people that was humping her wifed her up?
Not even 50 Cent.
I'm gonna tell you something. A guy might like a little freak between the sheets, but he don't want no 304. Just a hint.
So what's going to happen to Sire? His mom is a 304. 50 Cent is a trolling billionaire that doesn't have time for a child. What's gonna happen to that boy?
Shit. I can't tell you. I mean, maybe she'll go to a small town nobody heard of, and somebody will take care of their
She
child.
dated 50 Cent and P. Diddy. There's not going to be no town that doesn't know who she is. Even if she goes back to her real name, girl, no. Oh, it's just.
Yeah, I'm just saying. So, I mean, like I said, ain't no 401 with that. And instead of aspiring to be a 304, maybe some women need to start mile it down a little bit, be a 202. You know what I'm saying? Like, because once you cross a certain threshold,
yeah.
And then if you're gonna do it, make sure it never come out. I gotta take you if nobody knows. You know what I'm saying? They don't want the embarrassment. I can see them at the game. Hey man, what your girl doing? Why don't you call over here and service everybody up?
Damn, Perry.
No.
But I definitely believe that 50 Cent fell for her stuff. She probably was telling him she loved him. So now he's dumber than Diddy. And he wifed her up. But then when the secret came out of who she is, then he wanted to be embarrassed. And you better leave Cameron and Mace alone. They're only speaking the truth. Leave them alone, 50. Your secrets finally came out and you don't know how to deal with it. And then you're going to turn on her and call her SLUT. But you knew. So what you mad at? What are you mad as? Y'all, I'm not being mean. This is a true situation. She is a 304 with a child that she keeps sending to the daycare when she has to go to the freak offs by Drake and Kanye and Future. Who in their right mind would go date Future? He got about 4 baby mamas. Agna Phillips says, you guys are here because you live full lives. You were chosen. And they chose only 2 of the dancers, the Punisher and Daniel Phillips. They could have given others immunity. Neither of the 2 admits to being dancers. They're witnesses. They gave immunity. Everybody that testified, everybody was a hostile witness unless you worked for the government. What y'all did made no sense. But you wanted him that bad that you would listen to a couple drug addict liars / dancers. These dancers going around doing interviews. I think Tasha K and Armand's was the funniest, talking about the moves that they made. Why are we interviewing dancers, you guys? What? Tasha K is funny. Y'all got to give her credit. She said, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I think it's fair that the dancers do get to go out there and do interviews and stuff.
Perry, they're going to keep asking them SEX questions.
No, I know. Why? Well, that's what they want. I mean, shouldn't they get free advertisement too? I mean, because these 304s getting it, and somebody's like, "Well, hey, man, I sure hope he do dump her. I take her." It's somebody still waiting. It's that guy in the corner with low self-esteem, still looking at her. Probably don't watch all the videotapes. Probably,
I think Tasha K is really funny. You have to give it to her. Even when she was interviewing Jag's son, he started and he called his mama a 304. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And she went. She just cracks me up. That is crazy. And them interviewing the dancers. Oh my God. I think our mom was trying. It was just good. It was comedy. It was relief. If you gonna act like that's your claim to fame.
Well, I mean, they just being honest, like, they out there, they hustling. They just saying, hey, they working men. That's more than what we could say about, these ones on the stand. They wanted things handed to them.
Ferry, did you watch it? She said, what about the CUM? Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Oh boy, it's not a laughing matter, but some of these things is a joke. Some of it is a joke.
But she is funny as fuck, though. That's why I like to watch it too.
That's
Her
crazy.
expression, she's crazy.
That's good. It was a good interview. If you want to laugh, that shit was funny. But the situation isn't funny, and she is a mother, and you're being known in Hollywood for what you do with your mouth is insane. Like that poor kid. Did you remember, like, after OJ's kids got older, they still wanted to stay out of the limelight? He scarred them kids. Every time they go to school, your daddy, did this to your mom. People don't think about the kids.
Some old man rocking on his front porch. Hey, that's that kid, mama. I said, look, that's the kid of the lady who serviced the world.
Not the world.
Well, I mean, she would have if she could have.
Yeah, she gave her snatch to the higher payer. It's insane. And she's doing it with these music moguls who are already at war with each other. What are you doing at Drake's place? What are you doing? Even if I didn't date 50 Cent anymore, right? I'm still the mother of his child. I would never pick Diddy as a client. Never. What are you doing? You knew that was going to embarrass 50 Cent.
And then you said she had 30,000 at one time. It was 30,000 a month.
30,000 a month.
He had a built-in stipend.
I mean, and then 50 Cent is a trip because when he found out what she was doing, he lowered the payment.
That's my point. I'm saying that, but if she would have just lived a cool life, 30,000 a month for 18 years, that's a nice stimulus check. And then she could have just laid undercover, rested her back, met a regular guy, but it's the mindset. You know how some people don't know when to stop?
Well, what do you think her problem is? Even now, you're asking Diddy to pay your rent. Girl, you're making $50K a month.
She loves the attention. It's like when you get like a career criminal, like thief, they can have money in their pocket, but they can't stop themselves. They got to just put it in it's the thrill of it all. I'm going to put this in my pocket and walk out. It's the thrill of getting over. And she already thought, just from growing up, everybody think I'm pretty. That's how this shit built. And then she would go and take the guy's lunch money. Then she would go from this table and go to the rich side of the thing so she can get more money. And it just kept going. And
so you're saying enough is never going to be enough for her? She's doing this because she wants to at this point?
Yes, obviously if $30,000 wasn't enough for you, you had plenty of time. You definitely don't want to be a mother. Let's keep it real. Most mothers wish they had more time to raise their kid. It ain't one mother in this chat to say if they had $30,000 a month, they wouldn't be a stay-at-home mother. She had it made for 18 years. Come on now.
Agnaphilo says, you get paid when you didn't have sex. You are getting paid for your time. In Sean Combs' mind, this is legal. It would be different if a witness said, I went and had sex and there was a negotiation for it with Sean Combs. Mark. Yeah, I don't understand that mindset. Like, even after Peter Nygaard, you kept doing it. After this Diddy case, you're still going to do it. You're doing this by choice at this point. And it's sad you have a son that is going to learn about all this one day. If he doesn't know now, these kids aren't stupid. They learn the internet from the age 3 and up. My 2-year-old cannot live without his iPad. My 2-year-old grandson. I don't have a 2-year-old, my grandson. Think about it, Perry. When you don't know how to do something, we have to ask our grandchildren. Here we go.
Yeah.
He says, I assume in every P movie, the actor gets paid to have sex, and yet it's legal. So he thinks it's legal. Okay, let's talk about racketeering. Here's page 14 here's page 14 of the charge. The enterprise, the group must have an organization. You'll hear this. This is not a RICO. There's no organization.
Yeah, I'm glad he's getting to it.
Bad Boys is not a storefront for his illegal activity. Stop it. He's not a trafficker. He's an addict that wastes his money.
Dutch Boy Professional Series works hard for you, in store and on the job site, with top quality durable paint.
Call. And you knew what to do when he called you. You knew. Yeah. And you trying to get him to take you on a real date. He don't look at you that way.
It's just like my gardener pulled up. He ain't even had to ring the doorbell. He knew what he had to do. No, I'm just keeping it real. She knew.
They all wanted to be Carisha. At first, they thought that's just how it was. And the more I do it, the more he gonna love it. Then here comes this young girl, 20-something. And I'm gonna give her the world. People say he treated Carisha like that because her brother was a drug lord. No, he treated her like that because she wouldn't let him dog her out. Come on. Why wasn't he just with Carisha and leave all this other stuff alone? Why didn't he make a new life for himself with Carisha?
I mean, that's what he got to take accountability for. I mean, he let his fetish go too far. Like, there's consequences with it.
He should have been married. He should have married Kim, and they had their 7 kids or however many they had. Something's wrong with men. Here we go. Only Sean Combs is charged here. No one testified. It was part of a racketeering enterprise. This is the greatest divide between the evidence in this trial and what the prosecutors are saying. There is a gaping lack of evidence. Okay, you don't have anybody else to verify their claims. Not that that's not in the inner circle. What if I'm just friends with Cassie, right? And I don't know nothing about all that other stuff that they're doing. And, we were at a party and all of a sudden, like Prince should have testified if he was, no, he shouldn't have testified. And I don't like them bringing his name into it. But how come everybody testified? It's part of the life. We can't get one person to vouch that wasn't a part of the life. What are you laughing at?
I don't know. Somebody said using the kids' A's meal
as a meal ticket. Because now, no matter what, at least she's gonna get $6,000 a month until Sire is 18. I think he's about 10 now, but she can't help herself. Mark my words. Her name will be in the spotlight again because she's going to more freak offs. She cannot wait for Drake to call. She wants the rich. She'll be at NBA Youngboy in a minute. And what is that? And Yaya Mayweather gonna lose her mind. And then and poker. You know how I'm not. Yaya Mayweather ain't putting up with it. She'll be at some rich.
Cassie married.
Rapper again.
Okay.
After Kanye and Diddy and Drake and Future and Jason, and I'm missing somebody, who else could she go after? Because they're not promoting rap anymore like they used to in the 90s.
Mike Tyson, maybe?
Yeah, right. I love Mike Tyson.
No, I was just saying. Who could she go after? Like, She probably look
on the athletes. She's on the athletes.
exactly. You will start seeing her at the NBA, NFL draft parties. You see what I'm saying? Because they're young, they got this money, and then you got all this experience over there. You know, she probably got flashing lights. Her dress flash. She got battery packs in there. Open for
Oh
business.
my God.
Open for
And they'll
business.
fall for it. Something's
Yeah.
wrong with the athletes. Y'all get mad every time I said they're slow. Some of the athletes are very slow. I'm sorry. It is with and
1.6 million Americans are forced to defend their lives with a gun each year. The USCCA is over 800.
I can't remember his name, but he was young too. Yeah, but I'm just saying, like, but she'll really be out there wilding out.
at the draft parties. That's a good place to hang out.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. And them athletes, you know, I'm not trying to
Jalen
offend
Green.
you.
Somebody said Jalen Green.
Yeah, yeah.
And somebody said she might go out to Floyd Mayweather.
Nah, Floyd too smart, and Floyd hates 50 Cent. Well, she might. Oh, that would be messy to get in the middle of their feud. You are messy, Daphne Joy. You are messy.
She get the attention she deserves.
Can you imagine? She went for Diddy after what 50 and Diddy were going through. If she don't get out my face, she's the most despicable of them all. And you call yourself a mother, you have to remember the things you do is going to affect your child.
She don't see friendships like I mean, she don't see friendships. She don't see barriers. The only thing she see is cash, available cash. If you got available cash, she giving up the.
Look, somebody said Jane better be packing up. Okay, the minute she left the stand and hugged the defense, she should have been packing up. Girl, you don't see that Diddy kept you around to testify on his behalf, and your ass better hit the road, Jack. You are gone. She probably calling Drake right now. Hey, Drake, what you doing? But Drake is really just hung up on Kendrick Lamar. He won't let it go. How long has it been?
Somebody said Jalen Hurts. I think Jalen Hurts just got married.
Here we go. They didn't charge racketeering. They charge racketeering conspiracy. They need a co-conspirator, and they just don't have one. They claim KK. The evidence at this trial shows KK is a helpful person. Kerry Morgan called KK and D-Rock. This co-conspirator thing, is it true? I'm going to read this again. They didn't charge just racketeering. They charged racketeering co-conspirator. They need a co-conspirator. And they just don't have one. Could this be why they didn't bring KK to the stand and have her testify in her own behalf? They had somebody read her text messages and then try to interpret it what she meant. Because she wasn't going to go along with the racketeering. She was going to tell y'all that's not what happened. This is the worst prosecutor on the planet. Shame on you. Shame on you, Marine. You tried to set this man up. You know damn well KK, if she was a conspirator, was the co-conspirator, but you didn't want to bring her because you couldn't break her. No. The prosecution is trash. They're trash. And if you believe it, you're stupid. I'm not saying you're a little confused. Now, if you send this man up the river for 20 years, where he gets out in his 70s or 80s, if he gets out at all, you never know. Every day on this planet is a blessing, especially in there. You can get poked up 14 times. Like the guy, there's somebody that just got poked 14 times. Can't remember. He's a singer and he's with Meg the Stallion in that group.
Sharrell, somebody just wanted to update you, correct you.
40K a month? 40K.
Damn. Woo.
Let me read this really quick. There are not They are not co-conspirators. If John Gotti were kicking in your door, would you call Sammy the Bull Gravano? Sammy the Bull Gravano? Question mark. No, he is a co-conspirator. Oh, I get it. There is only one trial. KK is not a co-conspirator. KK is a very nice person. Well, I get it. If this man was running this criminal entity and he was doing, and everybody under him were a part of the criminal enterprise, when things go wrong, you call people in the criminal enterprise? That's like me getting into a fight with Perry, who brother watched us fist fight, and then I call Perry's brother for help. Like there's no such thing as the police. I'm tired of this. Perry, you're gonna have to start commenting because I'm my blood pressure's rising. I'm too old for this. Y'all know I'm old.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully we can be done soon. Shit.
Child, I kept wondering, why isn't KK taking the stand? Why isn't she taking the stand? Because you needed her testimony. You needed to certain portions of your testimony to prove that she was a co-conspirator, but you didn't want her telling the whole story.
That
so
she
you
wasn't.
settled for this. Y'all ought to be ashamed of yourself. The prosecution is trash. And I don't care what Uncle Tom don't agree with me. The prosecution is trash. It's called a setup. You Diddy today, you tomorrow.
Yeah.
They set him up. They set him up. Ain't no way that you only needed this portion of her testimony, because if you brought her on the stand, she was going to give you 100% of what happened, and you didn't want that.
She was going to give them 100% what they didn't want. So that's what it is. But I mean, it's a witch hunt, like we've been saying the whole time.
Witch hunt. Perry, can you screenshot that for me?
Okay.
About KK being a co-conspirator. I got it myself. I got it.
Okay.
You got to get it quick.
Okay. Well, I'll be right back.
Okay. I'm gonna read all this to y'all and on my members only, and let y'all know why they set this man up, and they are willing to. They don't care about his life. Send him up the river. His children fatherless for 30 something years. They don't care. They have this false wind under their back, and I think that they should be charged. Here we go. There is no evidence that anyone is a co-conspirator. The firearms are not charged. HSI cannot say where the GUNs were. The Suge Knight story, it's not charged. Dawn Rashad, remember her? Miss Westmoreland did the cross, not charged. They're asking you to charge this man guilty of a crime that haven't even been charges. If you look at his record, he's not charged with anything. But y'all want to charge him with no witnesses and no co-conspirator. You're trash. You're trash. You think you can just play with people's lives like that? Press phony charges on them, get a couple of old people, a bunch of people that have been victims, and they're just wanting to blame men, period, anyway. And crazy bloggers just lying. You gave Jaguar Wright an award for lying. You wanted her to keep going. Trash. You're trash. Trash. You talk to Jaguar Wright. At some point, you're going to notice something's wrong. And I say that in a gentle way, because Jad needs to get help. She needs to heal her heart.
and they had Jag put on that stage to do that, to say things about blacks that they wanted to say, but didn't want it to come out their mouth.
Y'all knew how she is. You're messing with the person that claims that she's schizophrenic. She said that about herself. Trash. They need to sue the prosecutors. Trash. Just trash. But you know how they can get away with it? They don't care. They don't care about us. When y'all gonna get it? They don't care about us. The prosecutor got 98% conviction rate. They won't do us wrong. They won't set us up. I love Miss Maureen.
But you know, and everybody know how they got that. People take a plea because they got something on them. They'll try to put a big charge on you, but know you did something smaller, threaten you with it. Of course, you're gonna take the plea. It gives them a win. It gives them the illusion that they're always right, and people just believe it. Yeah, if they got you, you might as well just walk yourself in the cell. But people with no money, that can't afford no defense, they do, or take a plea. But people with money ain't gonna just sit back and just go and lock themselves up.
Somebody said to me, I'm not making that up. The Southern District, they got a 98% conviction rate. They won't do us wrong, Miss Sharrell.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in the prosecution. I believe it. You don't even know how to read. Go read a book.
You knows when Massa say, you been bad. You were bad, Willie. Come on now. Check yourself.
I don't know why I'm laughing. You got African Americans that don't know that slavery has ended. Here he goes. Okay. Yesterday, the government said, in the videos, you don't see GUNs. He probably shouldn't keep videos with GUNs in them. Is that fair? That's a little ... sinister. Why are they doing that? Question mark. And it was Cassie who asked to be urinated on. Okay, I got to, I can't. I got to make a copy of that. She asked for it?
Mm-hmm.
La, 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 la. I'm done. I am done.
Let me guess why she asked for it. Let me guess why she asked for it. I thought it would make Diddy happy. You know what I'm saying? Like, and people want me to think that's Stockholm syndrome. That's stupidity. Just say.
Mark, she asked for it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Damn.
I know, huh? It's too much. I can't.
And you can't, and she really had to be enjoying it to get to that moment. I just can't get enough.
You bet not.
Do this.
You're not peeing on my mouth. You're not peeing on my leg. You're not peeing 50 inches within my foot. I stare at little kids crazy walking around with diapers off. You know how they go, I don't play that. Even if you are a child, you are no doing that near me, okay? Let alone my mouth. Oh, that's so gross. That's so gross and humiliating. That screams, I have no respect for you. Here, open up. Oh my God. Go ahead, Perry. I'm so disgusted. I just need a moment.
The New York conviction rate is 95%. I believe them when Preet was there, and I believe now. We don't have to believe Diddy is innocent if we don't want to, Sharrell. No. He's not innocent of the things maybe that you want to say he could have did, or maybe he could be. He haven't went to trial for those things that you probably think he did by people not being accountable. And Wayne, at a certain point, should these so-called victims have taken some kind of accountability? if all these things happen to him, to dial 911, to press charges. At a certain point, what is it? And no, we're not telling you have to believe. You believe what you want to believe. You know, we're not saying you have to believe what we say. And then okay, basically, you'll be a fool if you let me dictate what you believe. And that's what we saying, the same effect with the feds. They got people think if the feds said it, it got to be true. You know, but either here or there.
I can't talk right now. I'm still stuck on the P. It's just, we didn't have things like this when I was younger. And I used to hate when my mother said, oh, we didn't have this when we was younger. And you'd be like, shut up. This is today. Stop talking about the past. But I swear to you, if anybody found out that you let somebody from the football team, I don't know how to handle the new generation. I can't. What?
Lady Eris says this. My son was up against the feds for 2 years and walked away free. I told him that got 98%, but believe God has the rest. So, look, I'm just saying, believe what you want to believe, and it might be a smart thing. If you did the crime and they come and summons you or whatnot, maybe go ahead and turn yourself in. Just do what you got to do.
But I like when she said, like, we can't control what's going to happen.
Right.
At some point, Diddy has to turn it over to God. Agnifilo has to turn. You only can do what you can do, but this is left in the hands of the jury.
Mm-hmm.
And so whatever happens, happens. And you must accept it. Ugh.
Cassie's new name is Toilet.
No, I'm just saying that's shocking to me. Maybe I hear a lot of girls are doing it today. A lot of these Instagram models are doing number 1 and number 2.
Yeah, wow.
But yeah, I'm old. I've never heard of such a thing. First of all, the odor. I can't take bad smell. If I was a 304, I'd be like, I'm sorry, I can't do it.
And
it makes me puke.
I might have to retire at that point.
You will retire. Here we
I
go.
got some kind of boundaries.
At some point, you can ask, can you trust the prosecutors? It takes a lot of courage to acquit. I think the evidence shows, and you can conclude that the government targeted Sean Combs. I wouldn't say that if Cassie went to HSI. At some point, y'all have to admit this. And they're never going to do it.
Yeah. And Super, we might have to call her Rich Toilet. She ain't no poor one now.
You know, I don't know.
Ray Johnson said those that brags about New York having the high conviction rate should ask themselves why. Why is that? With mentalities like that, they feel like everyone is guilty. Yeah. And,
I
yeah,
feel like
huh?
Go ahead.
And Ray Johnson, you got a point. Just like in sports, people always go with the favorite, not the underdog.
He continues, America is great because each citizen and the government there is a jury. This is your house. I'm asking you to summon that courage to do the right thing and acquit Sean Combs on all counts. He is not a racketeer. He is innocent. And I really thought I would never say this, but I mean it from the bottom of my soul. Free Diddy. Let that man go. Let that man go. You are after him for his clout, for his money, for the win to put under your belt.
Yep.
You don't care about people's lives. You don't care about people's children. Shame on you, Marine. Not only are you framing an innocent man, you also suck as an attorney.
And Andre says this, at least one of those jurors have some common sense. And I would hope so.
Agna Phillips says, let me go home. Let him go home to his family. Thank you. The judge says, Miss Comey, would you like a break before you rebuke? She said, yes, 15 minutes. Now we got to listen to this trash. She's trash. I don't even really want to listen to it, Perry.
And I hope he keep her to the hour thing, because I know.
She is trash. Let's see what you guys are thinking about this nonsense. No lie, he is nasty and do not care for Diddy before or after. This is the precedent thrust will set. It will. He put himself in this position. He did. I swear I've heard a lot of nasty in my life, but being someone's toilet is not a flex. It's not. I'm going to have a call some of my people if you dare try. Okay. What does it say about you? Urinate in my mouth.
Really, I mean, to be honest with you, when you say, what did I say about her? What do it say about these people that came and testified and told their story, that got their own personal lawsuits out there, civil suits and stuff like that? What do it say about them to tolerate all these things, complain about it, but do nothing about it at the time? I mean, what do it say? It says gold diggingness to me. A person that would do anything for a dollar bill. That's what it says for me. Some people call it, no, you don't understand. I ain't talking about real victims. I'm talking about volunteer victims. These people volunteered just for that, for exchange for cash. That's what I'm saying.
If Diddy gets out, he should start suing bloggers. He should sue Cassie back for that money. Girl, you want your cake and eat it too. Just trash. Just trash. Let's see what else you guys are saying. It's a fetish. Some people paying good money to have it performed. When I first heard about it, the Instagram porta potties, they call them. Y'all got to give old people a chance to just digest it all. That's something I never heard of in my lifetime. Well, first I was just shocked at inviting everybody in your bed without a condom. Like, there's diseases out there. Then go ahead and do this on me. It just was unbelievable. I've never heard of such a thing. I've never heard of it.
She had sores in her mouth and stuff already. So did she think the urine was going to be some kind of antibiotic? No, I don't get it. It just don't make sense to me. But Wayno says this, and women will have the audacity to stand up for women like this. Are you serious? But Wayno, they'll say, yes, she had Stockholm syndrome. She was groomed. But then they'll say, send Diddy to prison for life on the RICO charges, based off the things we think he did that nobody ever reported, or he was never charged with for the last 10 to 15 years. Come on, people. Let's stop.
I'm really frightened for my granddaughter. We got to start putting confidence in our children at an early age so you don't become a pawn in somebody else's game. So you don't think it's okay for people to do number one and number two on you. That's not okay. That means you have not a slimmer of self-esteem, not a slimmer.
Wow.
People will treat you the way that you let them. I can't say that enough. Women, just look in the mirror when you go home and you say, I'm the prize. I'm the prize. I don't bend over backwards for them. If a man loves you and wants you bad enough, make him work to get you. Stop just caving in because of money and fame. Cassie has no self-esteem. That marriage is not going to work out. We're going to talk about that after, about them rumors. Why didn't you tell him that you let that happen to you? How come you didn't tell him you asked for it? Why did you name your kid Frankie? This is the questions I will be asking you if I'm Alex Fine. Do you have that video when him walking out the courtroom mad as hell?
For me?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
Okay, Aubrey says this. Abercrombie and Fitch employee victimized 300 boys allegedly. Woo. Now, this the people I was talking about in New York too, right?
What happened? Wait, whoa, what happened?
I don't know the background, but I'm just saying that he's going to court, being indicted for this stuff, but he's out on bail. Correct me if I'm wrong. He's out on bail.
This is happening now?
Yeah, now. In New York. Yeah, it's in New York right now.
Oh.
Back when they was refusing Diddy bail, they gave him bail. But maybe because it's 300 boys, they don't look at it the same. I don't know, but maybe that's something we get to look into too.
Another case? Is it a federal case?
Oh yeah, maybe not. Yeah, because it's in New York too. Because I'm not sure if the federal thing is across the United States or just New York.
No, it's across.
Oh.
And they don't have cameras, so that's even worse.
Yeah, that's what I meant. The cameras.
That's
yeah.
crazy though. Wow.
Yeah. Well, and this is what I say though, like, it's up to the jury. Do I feel confident that 12 people would come in with blinders on and not see what's going on? I believe at least one person is not going to see it the way the prosecution want them to see it. That's my thought. But that's just my opinion too. And that judge shouldn't let her go 1 minute past her hour. He always gives them benefits. Mm-hmm. Is it Kennedy? Kennedy says, I feel you, Sharrell. I have two beautiful granddaughters, and the same way I instilled it in my son at an early age is the same way I instill it in my girls.
You have
I
to
love and respect them, to love and respect themselves. That's important. Because if you don't respect yourself for real, people, that's what Sharrell was saying. People will only treat you how you allow them to. And that's where there's love and respect. If you don't respect yourself to have these boundaries and say, ain't nobody going to do this to me, then you allowing these people to do it.
Let this be the first person to say it. It happens all the time with me. Cassie won't be married long. That's the day they said he left the courthouse. And he was mad as hell. He was mad because he just learned that he FaceTimed her and she was talking to him with Diddy right there. She's trash. She's trash. You can't lie to people to get them to help you, Cassie. Why didn't he know about this before you took the stand? That marriage is not going to last.
Well, the court not back in session, but they sitting there fussing again.
No.
Yeah. Give me about 4 minutes. I think he said 15 minutes. Give me about 4 minutes, Sharrell. I'll be back.
Mm-hmm. Slavic says they made the argument pre-trial and they lost. This was inappropriate. Judge says, I intend to add something to the charge. They should focus on whether the government proved each charge beyond a reasonable doubt. We'd like it now. Listen, prosecution. No, not even all of them. Maureen Comey, you put together a shitty case. Don't cry about it now. Now she wants to object and she wants to cry. We gave you your chance. No one objected to you. It's not our fault that you put people to sleep. You need to confuse them so you can use them. You're not even a smart prosecutor. She's the worst. She's just trash. You know the type. It's not my son. It's not my nephew. Uncle, husband, cousin. They all act the same. They look alike anyway. We know the type. We know the type. It's just sad. It's sad to, as a whole, what's happening to the United States. It's just sad. I would say reminiscent of Germany. Judge adding something to the charge. That's what he said. We don't know. We'll figure it out. He'll tell us. You know, this judge is trash. The judge is trash. He's scared. He wants to be one, and he's scared to stand out. He just became a judge 2 years ago, 8 months when they named him, that gave him this case. He just wants to fit in. Is it possible that he can be acquitted? Michael Jackson had an all-white jury, one black alternate, and he was acquitted on all 14 charges. Yeah, it's possible. It's possible, but not everyone. Color plays a big part of our society. It is what it is. So we hope that those are good people on the jury and can read through the nonsense. It depends. We don't know what's in somebody's head. You could have a great jury that figures it out like this. Or you could have one that thinks like, well, they're all criminals anyway. Send them in. This is the biggest criminal. Send them up the river. If the judge is biased and the prosecution is biased, we don't know. It's supposed to be a jury of his peers. Well, first of all, nobody's that rich. How can you get a peer? You know, none of them understand the rap world. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know. And that's why you can't get cocky in anything. There are people going around, Diddy's done, he's done. You don't know. I don't know if he's done. I don't know if they're going to release him. That's why the most important thing is the jury. And they knew that. They tried to get, they did get a black person kicked off. But who knows? That could have been a house ninja black person, ones that wants to uphold a person getting railroaded. They don't care if they feel that that's what masses want. The master, if they think that's what the master want, that's what they want too. So you don't have white people that are always racist. Far back as the Underground Railroad, you had white people standing up for black charges. We talk about that on our Perry's Politics channel all the time. Every white person is not a bad white person. And a lot of these protests going on now wouldn't be without white people. But the bad ones are so bad, you feel like you can't trust any of them. But you can. But you have to take your time and find out, and all black people don't help all black people. You used to have some of them that are used to the old system with the Larry Lynch letter. They still live like that. So you don't know. That's why they say don't judge people. I had no idea that I would be such good friends with a white man from England. There's nothing I can't ask Freddie for. Nothing. Don't judge people, but it's so easy to do. You have a lot of black people that are fearful of white people, think they're all, mean and do mean thing to other races. It's just not true. That's why everybody has to be mature enough to clear your mind and look at it from an outside point of view. All those women that are cheering Cassie on because they're DV victims too, they can't see correctly. They got blinders on. They don't see Diddy. They see their accusers. So this is a messy case that I want over so bad. If we have to go to a retrial, that's what we have to do. But at least I'll have a couple of months off. So we're one of the worst trials ever. It's going to be a movie made about this one day.
I don't think they'll retry it. That's just a thought, but you never know. Like you said, and when you were saying earlier about the jurors, you can feel a certain way. Nobody knows how this is going to unfold. You know what I'm saying? It's just going to be what it's going to be. But I think the defense called out the things they needed to call out. I think that. And pretty much that's all you can do.
And I'm just not feeling bad for Diddy. I'm feeling bad about every black man every person, because I believe Karen Reed was innocent too. Any person that's been railroaded, my heart goes out to you. To be railroaded is the worst, one of the worst things can ever happen to a person. Can you imagine being put in your closet for 30 years on a lie?
Yeah. No, I know. It's people incarcerated that's innocent, I believe. You know what I'm saying?
And I want to make sure I say this. And if you guys, I got a lot of new people on my channel because of the trial, but I'm not racist. But when I have to talk about race and it has to enter the picture, all the white people in my chat, all my white mods, I don't have one black mod, understand that's what I gotta do. People, you're not dumb. Everybody knows life is different for you. If you're a woman, it just is. If you are black, America has its sicknesses. And racism is one of them. Go ahead, Perry.
I think like every culture have their issues, right? And just because a culture or a race is discussing their issues, it don't mean they're racist. They're talking about what's going on in their community with their race. But a lot of people never want to have these open conversations. So they'll start saying, oh, don't bring in the black card, the race card, or whatever. Then maybe it's not the channel. If you're not old enough to read in between the lines and see or read the lines to see what the hell we actually saying, then maybe it's not the place for you. Because, let's not make shit out of nothing, right? I'm just saying.
There's nothing. And we get positive reinforcements from our white friends all the time. And then Freddie says, you're doing good, Sharrell. Stand up for your people. It's bloody unfair. It's bloody. And when we do stories about the king and queen, I'm very cautious on what I say about his people. I say, Freddie, I don't know. We don't have a royal family. I don't know what happened. I'm giving you an outside opinion, and he does the same. And me and Freddie talk about race all day long. Y'all can accept it then. We go on, we talk about race. Because we live in this sick world.
And then people, oh, that's just racist. That's how you want to just use the card. When we go in at other black people, it's fine. Well, we just giving you our opinion on stuff or whatever, but it is what it is with this. And I hope they hear you up because I am tired.
Me too. You didn't take any vitamins. You think you are made of steel. You're sick. Go lay down.
I can't right now. We got about another hour, but at least he's not going to do the other stuff until Monday.
Yes.
As far as the jury, because I mean, if not,
Then we're done, right? We're
Well,
done.
he get a
Oh, they
jury-
got a rebuttal. Okay, I forgot.
Oh yeah, no, he get the jury instructions, and then we just stay on standby until they come out with a verdict. But we can go back to regular business and do whatever other stuff and just be
So
on.
when they're on jury duty, you guys, I mean when they're deliberating, we will make sure that either Perry or I are at home at all times, right? And we're gonna go live right then and there. So you guys come to my channel. We know what's gonna happen. And I am on deliberation, jury watch. What do they call it? Jury watch. It could be jury watch.
Verdict watch.
Verdict watch.
Yeah.
And I won't leave the house. We won't leave the house together for the next couple days. I think it's going to be a long deliberation. What do you think, Perry?
I'll probably say maybe 2 or 3 days, probably max. I don't think it could go further than that, but it possibly can go a week.
Yeah, because I would want the jury to go over every single piece of evidence, because what I'm afraid of, just personally for me, I don't want to send anybody to the D penalty without beyond a reasonable doubt. I wouldn't want anybody to go to jail beyond a reasonable doubt. So you guys got to clear that with your soul and make sure you remember that. Is this beyond a reasonable doubt? Nobody can argue this point down. Prosecution is trash. Now, they just don't want Diddy. They want anybody else that they want. We want to be able to put as many people behind bars for that nice, beautiful, shiny new prison that they're going to build on Alcatraz Island. A jail that's been down forever because it was inhumane.
Sharrell, somebody trying to get you started.
Y'all been sick ever since that girl was there. What girl?
Remember his friend that was sick?
Who are you talking about?
They got really sick about a week
Are
ago.
you talking about my son?
Yeah, I'm trying to get you fired up again.
Listen, my son is young. He's not looking for a wife. I haven't told him till you blue in the face, you don't date anybody, but he has a thing for strippers. It is what it is, right? This girl came in my house and took $1,000 out of my purse. You don't hang with anyone, son. That's just trash. We fed you. We let you be sick, and that's probably why I'm sick. You probably had some kind of C virus, and you stole my money. Can't you make that in a night? Ain't that why you dance? Why you got to get it out of my purse? You are trifling. You are trifling.
Oh, man. Damn.
My son, I'm sorry, Ma. Told you stop hanging around them low-life girls. You have to watch who you date. Women could be vicious. They're not all angels. She's trash. She took money out of my purse. When you claim you make so much stripping. Let me stop. You done got me started. Let's see what happened.
You don't understand, Mom. I'm sorry, Mom, but you don't understand. You didn't see how Diamond came down that pole.
Why is I'm gonna stop spreading my family business. This is the last one I'm talking about. But what is his attraction with these strippers? Like, what is going on?
I just like a whole bunch of young.
I'm just speaking my piece.
Guys want it, but they don't want to have to work for it neither. So you got to go to the place that they're giving it out. You see what I'm saying?
I should have sued her, but I ain't got time, child. She just ain't gonna show up to court, and I'm never gonna see that money again anyway. It is what it is. Child, I can see me going to court for something like that. All them bloggers be like, Sharrell was in court today. No, I just gifted her $1,000 damn dollars for making me sick. She came to our house. She was sick. She was really, really sick. And I was like, send her home. Like, she's sick, send her home. She can't leave like this. She's throwing up all night. It was insane. She took my money. I don't know what you're doing, son.
Yeah, Lisa, he got to be careful.
He
We
has
don't
to
know.
be careful. He has to get out of, snap out. My son is going through a stripper phase.
He told me he's trying to change his ways, though. No, I know.
One after another, after another.
We
Like,
talked about it. We talked
the
about
other
it.
one, the other girl stole $3,000. That's my fault. I should. Well, yeah, I want a certain amount, or and no. You know who I'm talking about. Stole $3,000. Come on.
Yeah.
And after that, I was like, not one more damn stripper over here. Not one. Get your own place. Nobody over here. Period. You
Okay,
want to be wild in your college days? It says the jury's back.
Damn. Thank you.
You heard that Mr. Cohn was target. That is not to be considered. That is not your concern, Miss Comey. That is not your concern. Miss Comey, question mark. She says the defendant did not take no for an answer. Certainly not from his girls. He beat them. Okay, I guess she's doing her rebuttal, right?
Yeah, uh-huh. So it's right now, it says, well, unless they don't, I don't know if they count the breaks or not. They'll be asking for a break, but it's 12:43 here. So at 1:43, she should be done. That's a whole hour.
Someone says, what's up with strippers coming in your house? Stealing $1,000. I don't know, but nobody can come in now. None of them, none of them. When is our son going to get out the young stage and start?
I mean, he say, no, we talk. He say he's changing his ways. That's what he said. I said, okay.
You cannot come over my house no more. Oh my God. And then also too, like one time I woke up in the middle of the night. So my son is black. And he had this one, I gotta call him out. I woke up in the middle and I was like 1 or something in the morning. I get up, I go downstairs, eat, and this guy comes out the bathroom. When I tell you he's big, about 6'4" years old, 6'4", and he has these muscles. So I guess there was some phase that they're going through where they wear these ski masks. I don't remember who did it, but they wear ski masks. And then they go to clubs like that. You're going to get shot. But anyway, he came out my bathroom in a ski mask. Hold on, I'll tell you guys later. They suggest he didn't pay for SEX and there was no enterprise and that the witness lied, but he flew SEX workers across the country to have SEX with Cassie and Jane while he played with himself. It was not for their conversation. It was for SEX. And you forgot she let them urinate in her mouth. If he played with herself, then she let them urinate on her. Get out of here. Nothing you say makes any sense anymore. Comey, you're a liar. You're trash. Anyway, so I come out the bathroom. He's this big, 6'4" guy, muscle in a damn mask. I froze. Right? I froze. And then I screamed. And everybody came running. I thought I was good. Perry, wouldn't you have screamed? Oh my God.
No, I
Hair
don't
is
know.
all over their head. Talk about that's the style. My son, Perry, don't say you wasn't scared of some of them. Look, tell me you wasn't scared of some of them. Like,
No, I mean, I was like, damn, I was never scared of him. But I was like, damn, where you find him at? No, because like, damn. I mean,
he got to get his own place.
Why you dressed like that? Shit.
They said it was the thing to do to wear a ski mask now. As a black man, you're wearing a ski mask.
They're gonna have to take it off now though, because I just came from the balcony. It's like 102. It's hot. I had to come back in.
They're doing it in this heat. What is wrong with them? That's the style. Child, I gotta teach. We gotta teach these women to be respectful and the men. Here we go. Remember Daniel Phillips? He said he got paid for SEX. When he had performance issues, he stopped getting paid. The Punisher, question mark, 500 for no SEX, thousands when SEX. I suspect you hear that uncalled witness were equally available on both sides. The more that they push this, the prosecutor, that they're so innocent, the more I tune out.
And they was asking us why we didn't bring on more witnesses. They could have brought them on. Who gonna sabotage their case bringing on these liars? But go ahead later.
I'm over.
Who they talking about? Why? Oh, I'm not sure if they talking to you. Why is he living at home anyway? Grown
My
ass man.
son, he's in college.
He's in college.
He's in college.
Yeah.
And he got tired of the dorms. He just drove around the corner to home. Why won't he move? Well, he doesn't have to if he doesn't want to, but as long as he's in school and getting his degree, that's all that matters.
Right. I don't know what yeah.
My children, both of them, you know how some people don't want to be around their parents? For some reason, it's the opposite. They want me to come to their parties, go to their events with their girlfriends. They act like, why do they do everything with us, Perry? Because some people don't want to be around their parents. He'll tell me his stories about what's going on in his life. We're unbelievably close to our children. Why do you think that is?
Hold on, you got an update.
Maybe some of these men will have worked for free, having XEX in front of mass celebrities playing with themselves.
Yeah.
But they got, but period, they period, got period, paid. The defendant is guilty on 3 counts and 5. We wish you would have told us this during the damn testimony. After her saying that she had fun being AR'd, I have nothing else to give the prosecutors. Nothing.
And that was just in writing. But something like you said with Cassie in the hallway, something can never leave your mind. It never leave your mindset neither when you see him in the bed talking about, yeah, daddy, go.
Oh, wow.
You know what I'm saying?
I'm glad I didn't have to watch them tapes. He's a young man. That means you are loving parents. I don't know, but our kids are super duper attached to us. They want to make us their friends. Can you imagine me? In today's world, that's a great relationship to have with your kids. Thank you, guys. But no, I'm telling you, they want us to go places with them, with their friends, and their friends are, you know, he's young. They got that walk around with the ski mask on. Not when I get him, take that shit off your head and pull your pants up if you want me to go.
And I actually think because we get a lot of everything we pretty much do, we do it as a family, whether it's out to eat, do anything. Yeah.
We pay for their strippers to eat. We don't say anything when they rob us. She robbed me and drunk all of my NyQuil.
Damn.
She did. We try to nurse her back to health, and she go steal from us.
So, you don't took the money, then the NyQuil.
It's probably other stuff missing that I don't notice. Because when I saw her, we caught her on tape. And she was going through my makeup. For what? She's very, very fair skinned. Almost like Lily. Like, none of my makeup will match with you anyway. Why are you stealing my makeup? What are you doing with that? Why did she do that?
Look, remember I told you, like, career thieves can't resist. Like, they'll steal anything. They just can't resist. They just can't do it.
And now she can't come back never. Nobody can.
And then I guess it's April 04/18. She said, I love having my boys with us. Not for me, I ain't never had a girl, but I got a daughter-in-law and I love it. And I always wish I had a daughter, but now I got a daughter-in-law and a granddaughter. But I love having boys. It was so much fun coaching, doing all these things with them. It was great.
Yeah, both my boys happen to be very good. And I think Perry put that in them at a young age. Very, very good at football. Our oldest was all state. And Perry was having just as much fun as he did. Didn't you, Perry?
I loved it. Basketball, AAU tournaments, all of it.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it was a good bonding thing. And I want them to stand. Well, no, that's what we did. That's what I did growing up. And that's what I wanted my boys to, to do. So we got into it early. And the crazy part, though, it didn't seem like he was too upset about you wasn't as mad about the 1,000, but it's something about the NyQuil. No, I'm for real.
So listen, so I had a moment when I got sick and I went in the cabinet to get my NyQuil. There was no NyQuil. You said I didn't care about the 1,000. I was more, here we go. An enterprise can have unlawful and lawful purposes. AK ? Uncalled witnesses are equally available to both sides. Did they agree to at least 2 years up to 2 ? Yes. Quit hits. The kidnapping is corroborated by Kid Cudi. He said she was forced to go along with them. Listen, this woman, just because you have a license does not make you a good attorney. Listen to what she just said. An enterprise can have an unlawful and lawful purpose. Are you talking about a criminal enterprise, which you're supposed to prove? What's the lawful part of it, ma'am? What's the lawful part?
She's trying to string it along.
Uncalled witnesses are equally available to both sides. So if we didn't call KK, why didn't you call KK? Because they don't have the burden of proof. Bird brain, you have the burden of proof.
There you have it.
She's so, oh my God. You didn't do your job. You have the burden of proof. But you're sitting here saying, well, why didn't they prove it? Why didn't they call KK? Or did you change those rules too? Now does the defense have the burden of proof? Come on, I didn't even go to college and I know that.
And then he didn't witness it. It would just be hearsay, something she told him. Even if it went down that way. But that's what I'm just trying to say. People go with this kidnapping thing. Oh, he forced me. Somebody said he forced her down the hallway. Kidnapping.
Your whole case, Maureen Comey, is one big hearsay. Well, I know I told my friend said this, and then their friend said that, and I think this is what happened. And yeah, he threw me over the balcony, but he was out of town. Like, girl. Here we go. Mr. Agnifilo said that Mr. Combs is a fifth guy. Sure. When it is his girlfriends with men, he needs GUNs. The London Hotel ? He made Cassie go after he stomped on her face. She wasn't allowed to go home to her mom. That is kidnapping. Well, first of all, you keep mentioning him putting his hands on her. Isn't that a whole separate charge? Isn't that called DV? Second of all, I'm never going to forget it. She said him eyeing her, she was glad that he did it. And now you want us to feel sympathy. I'm gonna read this. Yeah, let me go ahead and read it. Because it's no way you can make us feel empathy for Cassie anymore, because she got caught saying this. Combs wrote you. You act like a broken-hearted angel. You need to stop living your lie. Kathy says, I don't know who that was. I was saying thank you for last night. And I enjoyed it. The oldest trick. I don't know how Alex found out. But she says she was R'd. You just thanked him for R'ing you. Comey, go have several seats. Go have several seats. That's what I'm saying. Isn't it your job to make sure that stuff like this doesn't rear its ugly head? That's what I call the smoking GUN. You don't have that. You have hearsay, ma'am. You do not tell somebody who R'd you that it was a wonderful night. I was saying thank you for last night. Who in their right mind thanks their accuser? Have several seats, Comey. No, not even several seats. At this point, Miss Comey, shut up.
So Sharrell, yeah, like the one that she came out before this one you just read, I think it's K. Will responding to this one when she says the enterprise can be unlawful and lawful purposes. And then I think K. Will responded saying she's saying you can be a nice criminal. You know, I don't know what the hell she's saying. I think that's what K. Will was responding to.
What criminal enterprise that you know? Here we go. The arson, question mark. Somehow the glove fell off someone's childlike hands. No, period. He said he would do it, and she did, and he did it. Cassie said it. Eddie Garcia, question mark. He believed he could not go to the police under the agreement. And Combs said, comma, watch out how you spend it. That's bribery.
So at first you get to be a psychic, you get to read somebody's mind. Then it's bribery. If I give you something, watch how you spend it, boy. Bribery. And then, so that's one charge. And now if I was to do something illegal and just pass something to my friend, now they got me for distribution. Is that a RICO? I don't know. This is crazy. Crazy, crazy.
There's a reason why Alex Fine stormed out of the courtroom. I just showed you guys. Why did he storm out? Was he mad at Diddy or was he mad at Cassie? Just asking.
Oh, shit. I'm stormed out. I'm surprised he went back home. You know what he was mad about?
Exactly. This right here.
I mean, you think you got a nice chick and everything's fine. You got it, you know, about ready to have a new baby and you got 20 million, but then you go here and get, hey, you thought this only happened to him? Half of the state done went up in there. And she ain't nothing but a public toilet now. I probably would have passed out. I'd have been so bad. My blood pressure would have shot up so fast, I probably wouldn't even made it out the courthouse. But when I would have woke up, I don't think I would have went back to that. Our girl ain't got to tell you the body count, but this right here was just outrageous.
And he probably was mad because she used that to get him to help her. He R'd me. He R'd me. And then all of a sudden it shows up text messages. Thank you for last night. Sure was the best R I ever had.
What happened?
No.
She came home smelling like Diddy when he was questioned. Then she.
Karen alert.
You know what I'm saying? Come on now. We know how that shit go.
It's just, I'm done with this case. Like this person said, it's out of our hands. The jury's going to do what they're going to do. And then we respond to that. Worst case ever, changing the goalposts right in front of us, changing the law. You don't need 12 unanimous people. You just need 2 out of, like, girl, Jane, Maureen Comey, I'm surprised you call yourself a prosecutor. I'm surprised that you sat there with other attorneys around you and they say, we got him, great case, we got him. You're going to have the worst reputation after this, and deservingly so. She says, this guy that can't get his own water bottles or plug in his own phone charger, he's the general, he delegates. KK knows the wild nights involved dancers. The only reason he needs thousands of dollars in a hotel room is he pays dancers. Let me tell you this. You sound real bitter when you say this man who can't get his own water bottles and plug it in his own phone charger. That sounds like jealousy. Sounds like jealousy. If you had enough money, ma'am, you would have a staff too. But you don't have that blessing. So you want to strip it from others. Black man has staff, hundreds of people he pays. That's not supposed to happen in your world, Comey. But it does happen. And so you can't live with that. So let me bring him down a notch. He doesn't even get his own water bottles. I call it he has a staff to do whatever he wants them to do. He probably has them clean his house too. Should he go to prison for 30 years for that?
Yeah, well, that's crazy. But
He has maids and chauffeurs. Sounds like jealousy. Go ahead.
So Kay Wood responded to your question. You said, well, why did he storm out? Kay Wood said he stormed out after finding out his kid was named after Diddy. But he probably shouldn't be too upset because at the end of the day, Cassie and Alex owe Diddy a lot.
Yeah, he made them millionaires.
Yeah.
But really, you think you're artist. Stop playing with me, Cassie Ventura. You're about that life. You're about that life. And instead of taking $1,000 out of Diddy's wallet, you took 20 million. Because you're about that life. Frank Black. Why didn't anybody ask, why are you naming your children after Diddy? You weirdo. You're a weirdo. If Diddy asked you to come back tomorrow and you thought he would treat you like he did Carisha, you would dump Alex and them kids because you're about the money and the fame.
So 50 Cent was talking? Hold on. And then 50 Cent has spoken. He must have said something.
Perry, keep your eye on the thing for me.
Okay.
He should. He should be embarrassed. You don't know how to pick him, 50. Don't worry. I tell my son the same thing, but the truth is the truth. Damn. They did Diddy dirty from them closing statements, man. I could have done better than that. Like 50. You've been exposed. You impregnated the 304. So stop with your nonsense. Cut it out. Go be a father to both of your children. Go talk to your son after decades. You're no man. You don't even know how to be a father. You are impregnating the 304s and now embarrassed. And now you want to go back to talking shit about Diddy? Well, here's a bigger question. Why did you let him pay for her house when that's your baby mama? All roads lead to Shreveport. Okay. Go get out of here, 50. You are the cat's out the bag. Your poor son. Y'all only hurting your damn son. Has a mama that's a damn 304. As far as I'm concerned, 50 Cent, shut up. Okay, here we go. KK reads all of Combs' text messages. She knew KK alone makes Combs guilty of one count. And then she says, substances, question mark. Agnifilo talked about conspiracy to distribute, but given substances to Cassie and Jane is distribution. That is enough. Mr. Agnifilo claims they wanted it. This girl, that's not distribution. You make yourself look bad as an attorney by trying to force people to believe your nonsense. Everybody knows what distribution is. The defense theory is that Cassie wanted to be urinated on, that Jane wanted to have sex with Antoine after being beaten, and Mia wanted to be penetrated, that Cassie and Jane wanted to spend days in oil with UTIs, in high heels, strange men. Yeah, that's what they said happened. Now you're going to try to convince us that it didn't happen, that this was forced on them when you got tons of emails saying, I love it. What a great time we had. Let's do it again. Have some. See, the thing about Maureen Comey is not only is she stupid, but you're jealous. You're jealous. Damn. She's jealous. What? The other side lives better than I thought? You know, you're just a chip off the old block. Birds together flock together. Birds of the same feather flock together. You and your father, you know, y'all got your own reputations of not liking people. You forgot? I didn't. You forgot? You're making yourself look ridiculous. Have a seat, ma'am. You want us to celebrate you and railroading a person? Here we go. Mia said no. Cassie said no on her 29th birthday. Jane said no for Antoine being beaten. The women, stage whisper, had no reason to lie. The defense say it's for money, but Cassie already got money. Who does she get money from? Oh, was it her stellar career? How she worked her butt off as a singer to get money? Or did she lie on somebody and get money? I'm just asking. They wanted it. 11 years. You couldn't find a time to escape for 11 years. But let's not forget the most damaging piece of evidence. Thank you for honoring me last night.
And then Cassie said no on her 29th birthday. She was willing up to that point.
Look, Jane said no to Diddy, but then she went over to Kanye and Drake and said yes.
Yeah.
Have several seats, ma'am. You're never going to change my opinion of you. You're a disgrace.
Damn.
Go back to the chopping block. I mean, if you could just bring one other witness that said that after they were arred, they told their accuser, thank you. Thank you. You don't say anything about that. What about other women?
I probably would be upset as a juror just from that standpoint alone. How, like, they already had to select. Now, this is why I'd be mad as a juror. They had over 100 people, right? You know how they keep breaking it down. So obviously, they picked the people that they can convince. But I'd be pissed off that you only picked me because you thought you can convince me to be this stupid. To think, oh, these girls deserve a 401k. They was overworked. They was kidnapped and kept coming back. And now they on the video, legs wide open by themselves, waiting for us, doing a Humpty Hump and enjoying it, saying they need more and more, that they couldn't stop. They went for 12 to 18 hours, that they wasn't enjoying themselves. Come on. It just,
And no, the even bigger insult is how many documentaries have people seen of addicts getting high with other addicts? How many people in your family have gotten high with other people? And you're trying to convince me that that substance trafficking has several seats before I lose my mind. It seems like there's only one liar here, Maureen Comey, and it's you.
oh no, when we said distributor, we didn't mean he was out there selling to the public. Oh no, we were just, he just shared it with a friend.
KK is a co-conspirator. She's a co. It sure would have been nice for her to come on the stand and admit to it.
He shared it with his girlfriend.
Because now, if you don't bring KK on the stand, it might look like you want the big black menacing black man to go to prison for the rest of his life, but you let the lily white lady off the hook. I'm just saying that's how it could look to the men that are outside protesting from the prison. That's how it could look. Because if this is a criminal organization, how come everybody else get to break the laws and then he doesn't? If Cassie were lying and already got paid, why would she take the chance of perjury in a federal trial? Question mark. This is a woman standing up for what is right. Mia already settled in mediation. There's no reason for her to put on a show for you. Let me repeat that. If Cassie were lying and already got paid, why would she take a chance of being perjured in a federal court? It would have been nice if you asked her. You asked her everything else, but you never said, are you lying? You never said it. You never asked her. So don't get mad that the other side proved she was lying.
I mean, and could a reason be that you still bitter? Even though you got the 20 million, you lost the man that gave you the 20 million. They said he had the money, and now you down there with the trainer. And now you got what, 2 and 3 babies? So now you out there getting 2 or 3 stiff ones on hotel night. You can't do it no more with the trainer? All right,
The whole thing is
the
crazy.
trainer don't allow her to do the freak nights.
She's thanking him for airing her. She's also allowing Diddy to finance her new life with her new man. That's his money that he made. And now she's still free and loading off of Diddy. I wouldn't take a dime for any man that aired me. Not only did you take a dime, you're letting it finance your new life. What kind of man is Alex to live off of that money? That's blood money if he did these things, isn't it? Don't you have any morals?
No, he don't. He don't. I mean, he ain't even had his own woman. He had to pick up the leftovers, which was Cassie. But I'm just saying this. Cassie got what she wanted. It was the money after all. She's with Diddy because of his money. Now she got her money. And
He said, people settle all the time, and they write love letters to their accusers too. And they thank him for airing her, and then they say, ask for one more freak off. Zoe, what world do you live in?
Oh, I think is that what she meant when she said people settle all the time?
She's talking about the money, the settlement.
Oh, no. I think maybe. I'm not sure if she was defending Diddy. Said people make a settlement all the time. I don't know. I don't know the context behind it. Let's see.
A blind person can see straight through this BS. Thank you. You do know Frankie is not a family name like a dad or granddad. Nah, I wouldn't name my kid anything that had anything to do with Diddy. That's weird. That's weird. Oh my gosh. That's like Brian McKnight cheating on his wife, and the wife names her kid. It's just weird. It's just weird. Cassie's weird. Cassie needs to stay in therapy. Cassie has emotional problems. She loves the life. She'll be hooking again soon with her bestie, Jane, aka Daphne, Joy. They'll be back on the Chitlin market, on the Chitlin circuit. Rapper after rapper after rapper. And then when they run out, ball player after ball player after ball player. That's what she means. I'm about that life. I like to scam men out of money. I like to send a message to my children, my girls, that when they argue, still love them, send them love messages, ask them for one final freak off. Your children are going to look at you. You're supposed to be an example at this point, Cassie Ventura. Mommy, he argued you and you liked it? You're going to have to answer it one day, not even to the public, but to your children. I stayed and I claimed victim over and over again. Them poor girls. Are they going to be future Daphnes? 50 Cent gave you $40K a month and you still hooking. Make that make sense.
You got it? The update?
Yeah, it says, Jane doesn't intend to sue. These women refuse to let trauma swallow up their whole lives. They struggle. That struggle tells you these women told the truth. They broke free of the defendant's manipulation, so they don't intend to sue.
Yeah.
Isn't her bills getting paid by now by Diddy? You are making yourself look ridiculous, ma'am. Have several seats. You probably should be embarrassed. You are the worst prosecutor in the world.
Yeah.
You're trying to make us feel sympathy again for a woman who's told a man she enjoyed being hard. After that, you should have shut up and didn't say anything else. Now you're just making yourself and the Southern District of New York look incompetent. She doesn't intend to sue. And that's a lie. Isn't she suing for $10 million anyway? Didn't Cassie get 3? Aren't these money-hungry women that will do anything for money, including open your mouth and turn it into a toilet?
Yeah, they well, as far as I know, I can't say for a fact either planning on suing or in the works or suing. These women are, but she said this crazy statement and talk all tough. They broke free from the defendant manipulation. How free are they if he paying the rent? No, I'm just saying, like, but they figure if you're on a jury, they can tell you anything.
Babe, my phone's getting ready to die. I gotta go get my charger.
Okay. And they want you to believe that these people did all, these girls did all these things, open their legs for 12 to 18 hours of whack with 3 or 4 people, whatnot, out of the fear they couldn't leave. But now all of a sudden, they broke free of the defendant's manipulation without fearing anything would happen to them. They ain't never have a problem leaving people. They only stayed for the funds and the status that he had, like I said earlier. And then sometime probably just stayed because they're getting both things. They got his money, they get being seen out in public with Diddy, and then they get to sleep with 2 or 3 men. You know what I'm saying? They get to still sleep with 2 or 3 men on a weekly or monthly basis. That is crazy. Okay, until Sharrell come back. So the attorney's back. She says jealousy is not a defense to sex trafficking. Jane picking out Cabral and Antoine was her way of taking back some control. Yes, sometimes she knew he would ask. She felt she had no choice. That's coercion. So I'm getting confused here because you're saying jealousy is not a defense for sex. Jealousy is not a defense for sex. Saying that, yeah, Cassie could have been jealous, but that's not why she had the sex. Well, Jane picking out Cabral and Antoine was their way of taking back control. So at times they felt like they can take back control, but they never felt like they could leave. You know what I'm saying? Now, I mean, which is it? Yes, she texted dancers. Sometime he told her. So yes, I don't see no problem with her texting these dancers. She knew him very well, up and down. Sometimes he told her. Sometimes she knew he would ask. So she's like, well, I think it's about time for him to ask me this. So let me go ahead and make arrangements. She felt she had no choice. See, now she back to, she felt, she thought. Who told her these things? That's coercion.
Sit down. Have several seats. I can't believe you wasted the government's money on this nonsense. This is nonsense. When she wrote that letter, that's it. She was exposed. Now you can't go back acting like she's this angel and only this big dark man is the guilty one. They're running a criminal empire. He's making millions of dollars off. How much money did he make off of his empire? How come you didn't show us that? Why didn't you show us the money he made off of selling substances? There you go, being inadequate again. So you expect me to believe he's running this massive empire, making, how much did he make? Girl, sit down. You are the worst. You're an embarrassment. No wonder no one likes the Comeys. Y'all got a lot going on, from your strange father to you.
You've got questions? We've got answers. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Believe that this is happening. Here we go. The defendant did hit Cassie during freak-offs. Sorry. Cassie said it. Cassie says a lot of shit. You don't know Cassie's a liar. Daniel Phillips told you, and it's on the video. The defendant was in a towel. We are going back to this tape that has everything to do with DV and nothing about substance trafficking. The freak off was out, not over. There's no separating the violence and the sex. Yes, it is. Because this is not a state charge. So why you keep talking about it? I want to hear more about this criminal empire. How much money did they make off the criminal empire? How was the money brought in?
Mm-hmm.
Was the white powder selling more than the meth? Was the ecstasy the biggest money maker? Tell us more about this enterprise, because I'm sure you're going to get to it. No. I forgot. Today is closing argument, and you're still haven't proved shit. You gonna tell me there's a criminal enterprise? Show me there's a criminal enterprise. What laws did he break to make his money? I sure would like to know. It's ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. Ugh.
Yeah. So where's the money laundering and all this stuff? You know, where the bodies at? I don't know. This is crazy.
It's just ridiculous. It's a shame. But you know, I guarantee you the people that put up with this and let them change the goalposts, they're gonna cry about it one day and don't listen to them. When I hear people cry about immigration and say, they're taking my grandmother off the street. I don't know where my husband is. He's somewhere in El Salvador. What you want us to do about it? We told you. Same for these people. If you let them change the goalposts on RICO, then, hey, we got away with RICO. Let me do this. Let me change this law and that law. And so now when they change the laws, all they do is frame people instead of putting it on the floor of Congress and getting votes. They don't want to do that no more. We're going to put this in front of the ignorant, give them a sad enough story, and they'll let us change any law we want to. Isn't that your true goal, Comey? Why don't you tell the truth? Y'all been lying since day one. You got a motive here, right? You want to win for the sorry Southern District of New York who sucks. You want to win under your belt. You want to change the Comey's reputation because your dad, he's got a horrible reputation. Let's just send another darky up the river. We've done it before. We can do it again. They won't catch on. And not only can I fool them, I'll let them do the dirty work. I'll let them lie, just put out videos, just telling lies, just encourage a mentally ill woman, Jaguar Wright. We're going to give her some medal that don't even matter award, and she'll just keep lying for us.
Yeah, Bob.
Great. We don't have to do anything. They turn on their own.
Exactly. Wow, we ain't even got to tie the rope to the tree. They'll do the lynching for us.
This is horrible.
These ninjas sure are stupid. Why they in their high rise? You know, come on now.
They'll do it for us. Willie Lynch, Willie Lynch, Willie Lynch. I heard somebody say to me, what's that? You don't even know what the Willie Lynch letter is? You shouldn't be out free among the rest of us. Let's get this over with. Oh gosh, can we get it over with? How much time we got?
And now I know how that juror felt when he fell asleep yesterday.
I mean, that's not a good sign.
Excite me with something. You just come in now, all nervous and jittery. I don't think I did so good. I'm just gonna keep lying. Because if I say it, they'll believe me. Especially with 95 to 98% winning rate. Come on, you gonna set your ass down?
I wish I had never took on this case, because then I could continue to live in my own bubble and believe the things that I want to believe. But unfortunately, I'm not like other people. If I realize that something was wrong, I will acknowledge it. If I realize I made a wrong decision, there's nothing wrong in being wrong. But some of people, they got to stick to this mantra because they bought the hype. They thought, Jag had to run in and save all these kids, and we supported her, and all these paid interviews that they were doing, and the lying blogger that needs to be sued. Well, I don't want to look at her as a liar, because then I have to look at myself as a sucker that fell for it.
Yeah.
Where are all these people? Where's all the stuff that y'all complained about? Oh, the mom was at the freak off and she had on white nails, so she must have been with her own son. Where is that? Where is that? You make up lies that really can put people's lives in danger. You don't call around saying that a person in jail is a snitch. That can get him unalived. But you don't care, long as your wallet is full. That's why I said we do the dirty work for them. You've heard of people getting unalived, whether you agree with the theory or not. That's law in prison. You call somebody a snitch, they will unalive you for that. They will unalive you for that. With your lying ass. You don't do that. Put somebody's life in danger so you can get a sensational story out there. Yeah, he loves his mom.
Well, I guess people do that because they don't care about nobody else's life. You know what I'm saying? Let's keep it real.
And I stand with those inmates that stand with Diddy. They know what they're talking about. They're not lying. Y'all don't understand prison. He could get unalive from your dumbass lie.
Now, I'm waiting on an update. Is she just walking around with fake tears right now in front of the jury? I don't know what the hell she's doing, but we need an update and get her ass off of the floor.
Sharrell, somebody said this earlier. Diddy didn't pay his artists.
And then that would just be a civil suit. That would be a labor. I mean, that would be something they would have to take up civil. It's a contract issue.
No, but I love how they always point out
Right.
how Diddy didn't do something. Go look up Lucian Grains and then talk to me then.
Oh, and then we'll say this too. All these victims, when they was victimized, they never reported it neither. Never dialed 911. We got that's Stockholm, Perry. You don't understand.
It was Stockholm. It was BS when Patty Hearst talked about it. That's where that came from. It's BS now. Patty Hearst thought it was fun to be on the other side. Let's just be real. Y'all had to invent a reason why she flipped on her damn family and joined the other side. Carrying GUNs the whole night, and then y'all can't have that. Here we go. Remember when Cassie OD'd in the hotel room in Long Island and they still had her do the freak offs? When Jane performed oral on Antoine after Combs beat her, that was trafficking. You might want to learn the laws before you decide this major lawsuit. Okay? You might want to learn the laws because, first of all, nobody filed criminal charges on Diddy. Nobody. Out of all 120 cases, they just wanted money. You cannot make her innocent anymore. She OD'd. She OD'd because she was taking shit she wasn't supposed to be taking. And then Diddy made her go back and do the freak off, or she wanted to go back and do the freak off.
See, that's the part they ain't telling us. And that and then what is it, S&M or whatever, where people get the whips and all that, doing sex. Is that trafficking? I'm just saying, I don't know. I mean, where's the proof though? Did you show proof that they got beat, and during this time when they got beat, they was forced to do something besides them saying it on the stand, maybe?
Yeah, you want us to believe a group of junkies. Girl, I think that Maureen Comey lives in her little bubble, right? And they have a stereotype of what they think drug life is, right? And a stereotype what they think, how they think Black people live, right? This falls into the stereotype. You don't really know what's going on. Nobody in their right mind will let anybody urinate in their mouth and go back for more. Nobody in their right mind would let someone R them and then you ask for one last freak off.
Mm-hmm.
You try to portray him as the stereotype that you've seen on TV. You probably don't even know a black person. So you're going off the stereotypes. You don't even know about the drug world. He made her live such a bad life. That's how addicts live. That's how they live. I've seen them OD. They do the Narcan, they come back to life. You know, the paramedics get them back up and going. You all right now? Yeah, I'm good. See you later. Where are you going? Back to the dope house? Drugs is that, substances is that serious. She wasn't forced to do shit. She had a problem. She was an addict. She went back to what she knows. She went back to what she knows. Cut it out. You cannot help these addicts unless they want to help themselves. But you're trying to act like he forced her to take the substances. He forced her in the freak off, or she could have been a junkie, high and caught up in the lifestyle. That's why nobody believes in you. You doing fiction shit, and we're looking at this like real life. This ain't no stereotype. This is how junkies live. They'll get OD and go back the next hour, sometimes leave the hospital early so they can do what? Go get their next fix.
So Andre says this. He says Stockholm syndrome is not an official condition and it cannot be diagnosed. Yeah, I'm with you there, Andre, but people self-diagnose people with, you know what I'm saying? Stockholm syndrome.
It didn't even work for Patty Hearst, who it was made up for. Because people having a hard time believing that a clean-cut girl can get caught up in the drug life, can get caught up in the being a 304s and all of that. Some people will leave their child for the life. And I'm going to have to put Jane in that category.
She said she would leave for 9 days. She had sitters on deck.
You put this life ahead of your child. And some people think, well, only black women do that. No, only strung out women do that. And you can be of any nationality. That's what you were hoping for, the okie doke that you believe.
Mm-hmm.
The lifestyle you've seen on television.
And Miss Precious says this, I am so disappointed in this trial. Nothing I expected. The lies. And that's the point of it, right? And I got these people that know the law and stuff. But also, when you want to convict him, you can say this ruled me, this and that. Do you believe all the lies? Well, no, man. I mean, you talk to me about
crazy.
This.
It's crazy.
I'm just going to speak mine and don't give a damn if I change somebody's opinion. Go ahead.
Mr. Agnafilo said Cassie won a prize. What prize? SEX with a urinary tract infection? Getting urinated in her mouth? It's ridiculous. They had a trauma bond. They were trapped. The cost of trapping them was a drop in the bucket for Mr. Number One on the Forbes list.
I wish I would have had that kind
Girl,
of money.
ain't nothing you can say can make it acceptable allowing somebody to urinate in your mouth. That's on her, nobody else.
And see, that's more of those excuses. You see what I'm saying? Now, people refuse to hear, maybe they simply just want to do these things. No, that can't be. They was trapped. Well, what's the other word they say? She said they're getting they was trauma bond. They was trapped.
Listen, I had a
Cost of
hard
trapping
time.
them was a drop in the bucket for Mr. Number One on Forbes list with all that money. He should have known better. The
Why you
only
keep talking
reason
about his money?
but they don't even realize that's the only reason the girls were there because of his money. That's why they was willing to do the things they did because of Diddy's money.
I was tripped out too when somebody first told me about the Instagram porta potty models.
Mm-hmm.
They do what? They let men do what to them? They call it a career. It's a whole lifestyle that they choose to do that Jane conveniently left out. She said, I make money on OnlyFans because it was pulled out. You also make money off of IG when you book your appointments. These women, it's a lifestyle. It's not just Cassie, it's a lifestyle. It's not a certain race. It's these women that are beautiful and can really do something with their life. They go to these rich men and they let these rich men do any and everything to them. And they rather do that than to get a real job. That's a choice. That's a choice that they made. We heard about the Instagram models. So stop it. Nobody forced her to do anything. That's a lifestyle she chose for herself. She could have stayed with Leslie Ryan and build her career the way everybody else did. But she wanted to get with the boss because she thought he was going to make her rich and famous. Then when he realized she was an idiot, she let him play her. Do we not hold any responsibility for this? For letting people pee on you? That's the big black bad guy did that. You let them pee on you.
Some people don't make them have accountability. Yeah, people like me and you are saying it's accountability there. A lot of people, no, it wasn't there. You know, that he was forced to do it. Like you said, it was by choice. It was by choice that these people have became fetish pleasers. That's what they are. And then, no, you know what? Though maybe that's even wrong because that's like they just serving somebody else. Maybe they had these fetishes on their own, and that's I can only assume it the way when they made the appointment themselves. A lot of them made the appointments. You know, instead of one person tonight, it's gonna be King's night tonight. I'm in the mode for 3. You know what I'm saying? Come on. But y'all want to act like these women was misused and all that.
I'm really shocked that nobody lost their life over the amount of drugs that they were taking. But Diddy has so much money, he could have a what do you call it? An on-site nurse, or maybe Michael Jackson got a whole damn doctor. How do they have access to IVs? His money kept this lifestyle going for a long time. I'm really shocked nobody OD'd and didn't come back. Y'all playing like with your life. These substances ain't no joke. Here we go. He pushed her to continue after she vomited. She knew she didn't want to. The Intercontinental ? They claim he was intoxicated. That it was about a phone. That it was about a phone. He knew she didn't want to. He knew what he was doing. He kicks her. We're talking about the tape again. He calls her security, so he stays to keep control of her. Well, was he in control of her when she left? Was he in control of her when she said she didn't want to press charges? Was he in control of her when she went back to his house? Was he in control of her when she did the freak off again and again and again?
He wasn't in control of her when she called security. They just said that. So, And to kidnap somebody, you got to restrain them for seeking help.
Because
She
the
lost
big
you.
black mean Diddy, he was bribed, or he bribed someone to give him the tape. And Cassie co-signed it when she got on the damn FaceTime and talked about how she needed to get the tape back. You forgot about that? He wasn't the only one that needed the tape back. She said she had a big premiere and she didn't want this to interfere with her career. So is Diddy full of shit and mean and scary, or are they both full of shit and mean and scary? I'm just wondering, because you don't have a problem pointing out his flaws. You still haven't talked about why she wrote him and said she enjoyed getting hard. Let's talk about that. Because I want to know what part of that was fun, Cassie. I mean, if you want to change the RICO laws, Miss Comey, you need to know a few things before you do it. No, good. Not all Black people are stupid. We're not going to assist you in this flawed system for you to make it worse. We're not all like you think from what you've seen on TV. Some of us are very smart. Some of us know what the hell you're doing since day one. Some of us know that my 21-year-old son could have put on a better case than this. You're not even trying. Why didn't you take it to state courts? Because you wanted the fame and the recognition. You about just as bad as Cassie. Maureen Comey is about as bad as Cassie. She wants the fame and the glory and the recognition. And she thought wasn't nobody gonna call her out on it. We're not all dumb. Hopefully you can get back on a certain person's good side. If I could pass this law and then lock them all up, that could be a plan. Are we almost done?
I thought she said an hour, and I don't know the rules like that. Is that all she got is an hour? Or can't she go on longer? Because hell, yesterday she went on and on.
Your testimony is not only ridiculous, it's boring. It's like trying to put toothpaste back in the bottle. No, it's been exposed. Your testimony reminds me of a person trying to put toothpaste back into a bottle. Not all of us are dumb. Not all of us are liars. I don't care if your gardener is Black.
So I did a poll too. So I said, will they free Diddy? 60% says yes, 40% says no. So it's
I
still
don't think they're gonna free. I think the fix is in. The fix is in. That the judge is horribly biased. Horribly biased. And I have to say to you also, Judge, in a very respectful way. You would never be one of them. So stop trying to fit in. You did all this work to be a judge, and all you still doing is kissing ass, trying to fit in. My favorite judge is Judge Mathis anyway. He calls it like it is. He's not going to help the system frame innocent people. That's what you're doing, Submarinian. Shame on you. Hope you can sleep at night. Here we go. Comey, I want to be clear. They called Antoine because he was the only repeated player in LA. They stopped with Cabral after he tried to escort Jane. Whatever words he used about a conspiracy between Jane and Antoine, there is no evidence for it.
Yep, just like there's no evidence that these girls said no, that they didn't want it. They got the nerve to say there's no evidence for that. Come on. Evidence is what you're supposed to have provided that these girls didn't want to do these hotel nights. Yeah, come after you don't coach them to say, oh, no, we didn't want to do it. Or you might take a text that they get mad, not tonight to gain leverage, but then the next text, okay, I'm stopping by the store. What else should I pick up?
And I'm not off that judge. You didn't want them. You allowed them to not bring in their past. Because you knew if the public knew this is just what these women do, it was no way in hell anybody was going to put Diddy in jail for life. These are repeat offenders. How come we don't talk about how bad Bogolin's substance problem is? Let's talk about how high she was on the stand. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that in the Peter Nygaard trial, they named Daphne the groomer to other women. She lied to them and set them up. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about Mia sleeping with Diddy because she was in love with him. Girl, let's talk about how everybody on that stand had a reason for doing what they did.
Whoops. You got it? K. Wood says, truth is, it should have been over with Rule 29. And they never came back and addressed that, did they? They just, I guess, should we just assume they threw it away or just didn't respond
We did
to it?
without explanation. This judge is in on the fix. You trying to fit in. You rather to send someone down the river. Karma's going to be real on you, Judge. You're another dirty judge. Looking out for, this is about politics for you and who you can team up with. Cannot believe that these people are responsible for other people's lives. They don't care. As long as it's not them, they don't care. They will frame somebody in a minute. They don't care. Yep. And they told him. They proved that in court. How disrespectful. Jane, who gets immunity so she doesn't lie, gets on the stand and lies, made the prosecutor look like an amateur, then gets off the stand and hugs the defense. I couldn't have wrote a better novel. She didn't even respect you. How do you expect us to respect you? I would have been seeing red. I would have asked for some, you would have sounded better saying she said she didn't say that. It says oh yeah, it's been 8 hours. So it just cuts off, you guys, for
Facebook.
So
Truthology, I see what you're saying. You're saying Diddy framed himself. Diddy put himself in this mess. But do you think that well, no, mind. I was gonna ask you, do you think the prosecution proved their case? Of course, you would say yes, because I understand we can agree to disagree. That's your side. I say no. They haven't. Let me see. Oops. I'll get that off my screen. Okay.
So it's almost 5 o'clock. What time are they supposed to end?
Well, the hour is up from what she said. You know, I mean, she said an hour rebuttal, but I think she got to go down everything they touched on. So I'm not sure. They should have had a time limit on it. But
They did, but you know how the good old boy is.
it
He'll
said an
let them
hour.
do whatever.
Yeah. I mean, because they agreed to 4 hours, and then they'll get an hour rebuttal. Of course, I think she went 6 hours or 7 hours yesterday.
Let's get this over with, people. Here we go. He coerced Cassie and Jane into this, and nothing happened. He argued Mia, and nothing happened. He beat Cassie, and nothing happened. He beat Cassie in the hotel on the tape, then bribed the guards to buy it, and nothing happened. He was untouchable. And so was Cassie. Don't forget when she talked to the security guard, she said she had a movie out and she didn't need that tape out there. You really get amnesia at the most important moments, ma'am.
And then she said they are Mia. There was no proof of all this at all. There's no evidence. Where was the proof of anything? But they just throwing it out there. It's hearsay. And then Mia never brought it up until she got on trial after being coached by the prosecution, meeting with them over 20 sometimes. And then I think she's just setting it up for that to try to get the civil suit later. You know, if people can't see this a money grab and for the feds to move up the ranks, get a name for themselves, it's crazy. You got another one. Hopefully that's it.
Comey says he did not think these women would speak, and that Kid Cudi, I know he hates that he says stuff, and that Kid Cudi and Dante Nash and other men would back them up. The defendant is not a god. He stands equal before the law. Find him guilty. The judge says, jurors, you may leave until Monday. Perry, I'm out. You wrap it up, okay?
All right.
Nice
All right,
talking to y'all.
everybody. Thanks for joining, hanging out with us.
Oh, you're
And
going through?
huh?
I thought you were going to wrap it up.
Oh, wrapping it up. This
Okay,
is
go
it. I mean, 'cause that's it for today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, thank you. I thank you guys for hanging out with us. Because now we're just waiting on Monday for them to do the
Jury
get the jury instructions, right? So they're gone, and I don't really give a damn what they say, you know, back and forth after this. That's a wrap. And I see you guys. Hold on, what's today?
Also,
Friday?
I'm going on members only tomorrow. We're going to talk about it the way we need to talk about it, and not all this, you know, hidden language that YouTube doesn't want you to say. We're naming names and talking about details. All right, bye, you guys.
All right.
Good,
So we'll
Perry?
see you later. No, yeah, I'm good. Go ahead.
Bye.
All right, so here we are. On, was it day 32, day 33 of the Diddy trial? And this is just tiring and long. I'm thinking, I see one person said that the defense should have said more. I don't know what else more could they say. They went for the points. They're supposed to do 4 hours apiece. Then they have an hour they can do a rebuttal. It's just, I really don't feel that the prosecutors presented a good case. And had this not been Diddy, nobody would ever been charged for these crimes. Not at all. I think it was a waste of taxpayers' money. Like I said, I just knew when they when they raided the place, raided his homes, that there's gonna be some women in there that, you know, I figured white women, some white women, young girls or something, held hostage. And to find out, like, these freak offs never really occurred at his house. Seems like they occurred at the hotel or either at Jane Doe's house. And also, the text message from Cassie saying thank you. I don't know. This is just the way I feel. Like I said, I got in a heated discussion with somebody about it, about what our thoughts was on the Diddy trial. And how, you know, and I go, I think they overcharged him. I said, to me, this just seems like he's a piece of shit ass boyfriend that he's into, you know, if they're going to get him on domestic violence, I can see that. But all this other stuff they brought into play, I thought they was going to have some real hard evidence on him. It seemed like everyone there were consenting adults. So yes, they can probably get him on prostitution, but if I was on the jury, I don't just see how you can get him on racketeering. I really don't. For this to be a RICO case, I don't see that. So that's my thoughts on it. I guess they out, honey. I don't know. I ain't paying attention. Like, I guess. We'll find out. I think the jury will start deliberating on Monday, probably after the defense do their rebuttal, because it's 5 o'clock and them folks are ready to go. And like my phone is ringing and I'm ready to go. So y'all have a great weekend. And I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Come from LaGrange.